the session today. I would like to ask for permission from all the teachers, masters, and senior scholars, those who are here, so that we may commence. As we begin to walk on the 4-day path, we should begin with a prayer. In Indian tradition, no auspicious beginning can happen without a prayer. So let us first remember the primordial force, that energy that created the universe, which permeates within all of us. Vagarthiva viva sampriktau vagartha pratipattaye jagatah pitarau vande parvati parameshwarau. Let us remember the worth of every single word that we speak and the effect that it might emit on us. Let us remember that blissful experience that we all strive for, and this harmony that we seek in our life. May all of these bestow the auspiciousness onto this journey. Varnanam artha sanghanam rasanam chandasamapi mangalanam cha kartarau vande vani vinayakau. With this prayer, let us begin today's journey. We are about to discuss, contemplate, share our views, perspectives on the temporal and spatial dynamics. The seed and the ideation later on of Desha and Kala is quintessential in Indian system. And we will try to understand from various of perspectives how we may inculcate that into our education system, into our art training, or into our everyday dwelling, so that, as I mentioned earlier, we may attain that bliss. We are indebted to Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi, to bestow us this chance to organize this international seminar online. We are equally thankful to Satriya Kendra, Guwahati, to host this from where it is being broadcast today. The director, Dr. Pratibha Sharma, for taking all the trouble to make this session, make this entire journey happen for us. And we thank all the teachers, all the senior scholars, junior scholars for the overwhelming response that we have received so far, that they have answered our call and taken time from their busy schedule, submitted their abstracts, and they are here and will be there in the following days to present their thoughts. And we are also privileged to have Guruji, Dr. Puru Dadiji, as the opening speaker today. And without further ado, I would like to call Piyalji, Shri Piyal Bhattacharya, from whom came this beautiful idea of this seminar. He's the recipient of the Tagore National Scholarship, and under which this particular seminar is being held today. He received this Tagore National Scholarship to introspect and reflect onto this spatio-temporal dynamics in Bharata's Sharirabhinay. So he wanted not to remain confined in that idea, but to extend it and to receive reflections, to share ideas from various other fields, which we will have. I would like to welcome Piyalda to begin the session with his words of introduction.
Namaste, good morning to all of you. Namaste, my respect to all the seniors and dignitaries present for this seminar, and warm wishes to my friends and all the paper presenters. I both humbled and overjoyed to receive such overwhelming response from each one of you. I would like to begin by thanking Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi, for supporting this endeavor. My gratitude also goes to the master and scholar who have continued to inspire us by contributing to the Indian traditions of art and education, who have readily responded to my request and are either here today or will make their appearances in the upcoming 3 days. I thank Padmasri Mahamahopadhyay Dr. Puru Dadiji, my guru, are agreeing to deliver the opening speech of this seminar, and then I thank all the scholars and artists for their cooperation. As we will continue to discuss on the temporal and spatial dynamics today, we need to remind ourselves that the ideation of Desha and Kala flourished in countless ways in Indian tradition since antiquity. In modern India, a wonderful initiative was taken by Kapila Vatsyayanji in November 1986. She conducted a seminar and subsequently published the seminar proceeding. That volume became a great inspiration and driving force for me. The exploration of the concept of space through ancient and modern disciplines, religion, art, and architecture in that volume helped me to introspect and revisit the Indian tradition of art under a new light. The most important aspect of this volume was the understanding of inner and outer space, which intrigued me the most. I continue to find my ways to explore inner and outer space in Bharat system of performance, which got me the Tagore National Scholarship. However, today, to lay the foundation of the seminar, I will try to touch upon some of the multifaceted treatment of space and time and show how Indian perspectives can aid us to acquire a layered yet pragmatic understanding of it. Quite long ago, I began to observe that many a times the mere physical training across disciplines, be it language or art, keep one detained in the physical realm itself, barring us from understanding the deep process underlying the surface and blocks the chance to experiencing our true self through that discipline. This is the true goal for most of the Indic knowledge systems. Let us begin with dance, for instance. Many scholarly works have been done in modern times to revisit dance per se, especially in Europe and United States. The works began with the historians. They relied on the written accounts, and on the basis of some archaeological evidences, they classified dance as either art or primitive. The focus here was on the outer expression, dance, and its geographical phase and historical time. The ethnologists later removed such classifications and through fieldwork tried to understand the formation of dance from a wider perspective, that is the relation between inner and outer space. They viewed culture and worldwide as the crucial in forming their inner space, their mind from their springs, the movement of dance and shape the outer expression. The ethnologies treated dance as human behavior and looked at the worldview or culture as results of events, be it ritual, festival, or celebration that bind dance and worldview together. From the Indian point of view, these events may very well be understood as utsavas, recurring at the specific interval of time. The space associated may be viewed in two different ways. The ideation behind identifying certain places as truth and ritual spaces or sanctum and sanctuum, both able to transform the empirical notion of space and time. Let us understand this with a simple example of uttering sankalpa before any ritual pertaining to Sanatana Dharma. We see a spiral movement happening in space-time as one begins the journey from a much wider, beyond encompassing frame, starting with an expensive time scale, a day of Brahma, and subsequent temporal and spatial unites embedded in it. It is interesting to note how this one Sankalpa brings the cosmic and empirical together, beginning with the cosmic time Kalpa, the Manmantara, the Yuga, the Charana, and the cosmic division of planes, the Loka, and then moving out, the empirical unites of space and time. The Dvipa, the Khanda, the Varsha, the Samvatsara, the Masa, Paksha, and Divasa. This may be seen as bestowing a sense of Indian treatment of time. However, this remembrance has another dynamics as well. This temporal and spatial treatment opens up a wider spectrum and viewpoint within us. Followed by this, we see a process of bhuta and antara shuddhi, which brings in the connotation of inner and outer preparation for a process which will transform and transport one mentally beyond the empirical time and space. In case Bharat Muni's system of Natya too, we find an elaborate ritual pertaining to the consecration of space, the Natya Mandapa, which transport one to another plane, the plane of Natya. What does one experience there? They experience the process which aims to bestow an experience of unconditioned bliss within the spectators and a heightened awareness among the performers. This awareness enables one to realize that time and space is not constant, rather, it may have multitude of meaning as per the intended action or the projection of one's chitta. The goal of a performer is to take the spectators to the momentary experience of bliss rasanubhuti, which is regarded to share the same principle to experiencing Brahman and ineffable state. What is the fruit out of such experience? To gain a sense of suspended time and space, which might help them to free themselves from the earthly pool of anxiety, attachments, sorrows, and many more such perils. Give through such an experience may sustain for a moment. The sense of detachment is experienced by performers even more potentially. With such high awareness of artistic maneuvers, playing with multiple sensory impulses in their mental space with the process of sadharanikarana or individualization, one gradually great freed from any gross ensure to temple enshrine of temple or spatial limitation, and that eventually leads one to moksha or liberation. This non-static variable sense of space-time arrived in modern education with quantum physics. With its arrival, the notion of time and space in art began to transform, just as once Renaissance in Europe brought a change in the spatio-temporal treatment in art scale. However, Renaissance established another static sense of space, enclosed space as synonymous to confined space and outside as open and free. With the gradual spread of colonial education, this sense got infused within us. On the contrary, the traditional Indian system, such as archetypal dichotomy, did not prevail so potently. One may readily refer to two words, Guha and Akasha, to disapprove this claim. They may refer to Guha as confined space and Akasha as freedom, inciting inner and outer space as too extreme. Nevertheless, in reality, these Indian spatio-temporal dynamics had much profounder connotation. The enclosed space such as Guha does not necessarily indicate confinement, rather it opens up an airy suggestion. To begin with, it shows the all-pervasiveness of Akasha, the subtlest element of space, be it inside or outside. So what is in there is also out there. But is there in Bhanda or Sharira is also out there is Brahmananda. Sheta Shwattara Upanishad presents the same non-dichotomized spatio-temporal treatment when it says Sarvanana Shiragrivaha Sarva Bhuta Guhashaya Sarvabhyapi Sa Bhagavan Tasmat Sarvagatah Shiva. This same kind of worldview we find in Paramartha Saram. Param Parastham Gahanada Anadim Ekam Nivishtam Bahuda Guhasu Sarvalayam Sarvacharacharastam Tvam Eva Shambham Sharanam Prapadde. what resides within the cavity of the heart. The pulsation is the driving force of every single sentient being. It is that primordial pulse that got multiple and formed the space-time fabric of the cosmos. The Taittiriya Upanishad also relates the inner cavity with the supreme I consciousness or Brahman, bridging the inner and outer space and inspiring one to move towards the supreme unconditioned state. Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma, Yo Vedanihitam Guhayam Paramebhyoman, So Asute Sarvan Kaman Saha Brahmana Vipaschiteti. Space and time in traditional Indian systems are not just empirical units, rather, they are the product of supreme unconditioned consciousness, and verily, all things here arise out of space. They disappear back into space, for space alone is greater than all this. The Taittiriya Upanishad says that Akasha is born out of Brahman and so is Kala. So this very same existence of Akasha within us as Antarakasha and outside as Bhutakasha in one and not separate. Through this space and consciousness itself, one may reach the unconditioned consciousness and attain moksha. Through this kala, one may reach Mahakala. This is regarded as one of the great teaching of all Akasha Vidya in Chandogya Upanishad, and so it is driving force behind Indian Nritta and Natya. Now, this process of gradual moving away from the individual selves of cartiled name and form, nama and rupa, to the unconditioned I consciousness is referred to as realizing shunyata in Mahayana Buddhism, and also realizing that the limited selves actually emanated out of the unconditioned self. There is no segregation between them. The Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutram says, Rupanya Prathak Sunyata, Sunyatayana Prathak Grupam. This process of removing notional segregation is a process of sadharanikarana, to move away from individualization and attain detachment, to move away from the segregated empirical spatio-temporal viewpoint. The same is the process of natya. There is no surprise why the same analogy of space of guha is referred in the Natya Shastra as well, where Bharat recommends the performance space to be guhakara. What is happening at the inner space of guha is also happening in the outer space akasha, that is natya and jagat natya. The spatio-temporal dynamics in Indian system therefore take one on a journey from form to formless and formless to form, and thus they offer a myriad of spatial and temporal perspectives which move beyond any static notion and only paves way to liberation. I hope all throughout these 4 days of seminar we would be able to know more of such unique viewpoints in relation to the field of each of the scholars and practitioners' expertise. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Pialda, for this introductory note. We have concepts of Ritam, Satyam in Indian tradition. And we see, in the end, despite all the pluralities which are important and all the segregations which may serve as the launching pad for us in various fields such as tala in dance or blockings in case of theater or even painting, all of them, they strive to take us to oneness of the spirit, to take us to the bliss. And so we get to see a wonderful Leela, as Pialda has mentioned, from formless to form and form to formless. And so we see Jagad Leela. And this perhaps is the very core of Indian aesthetics, which we are going to learn from our revered Guruji today. We have Dr. Mahamahopadhyay, Dr. Puru Dadhiji, as the opening speaker. He needs no separate introduction, yet I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words about his excellence. Mahapadhyay Dr. Puru Dadhiji has been awarded with numerous prestigious laurels such as Padma Shri, Sangeet Natak Akademi Award 2018, Kalidas Samman 2021 for his immense contribution in the field of Kathak dance. He's not only a proficient Kathak dancer or choreographer, but he is an erudite scholar of Natya and Natya Shastra, thus having equal command over both the theory and practical aspects of dance, which is getting rarer and rarer nowadays to bring together practice and theory together. He has been also conferred with the Shikhar Samman by MP government in 2007, honored by the President Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma at President House in May 1993. He received senior fellowship by Ministry of Culture and recently has become the first dancer in history to be awarded the title of Mahamahopadhyay. His contributions to the art we can never be able to put in few words. His achievement to make Kathak as a subject of research at the Sri Sri University goes beyond appreciation. I would not extend my words any further, but I would like to request Guruji to begin. Today, he's going to talk about a subject, and I read the title, भारतीय दृष्टिकोण से ललित कलाएं. गुरुजी, over to you. कृपया शुरू करें.
नमस्कार। इस संगोष्ठी के सूत्रपात करने का जो मुझे अवसर दिया गया है उसके लिए मैं विशेषकर पियालदा को धन्यवाद देता हूं। भारतीय संस्कृति में उसके पृष्ठभूमि में धर्म और अध्यात्म की सतत बहती हुई गंगाधारा है। धर्म कहने से मेरा तात्पर्य जो आजकल कहा जाता है रिलीजन, वो रिलीजन नहीं। धर्म हमारी परंपरा में धारयति इति धर्म, जो सद्गुणों को, जो अपने कर्म से संबंधित जो मतांतर हैं, जो अनिवार्यताएं हैं, उनको धारण करना। धर्म से कर्म जुड़ा हुआ है। कर्म, जो भी हम कर्म करते हैं, चाहे वो नृत्य हो, संगीत हो या इससे इतर कोई विषय हो, जो भी कर्म हम करते हैं वो नित्य या नैमित्तिक सभी कर्मों के साथ धर्म जुड़ा हुआ है। क्योंकि वह कर्म यदि हम पूर्ण निष्ठा से, पूर्ण विश्वास के साथ करते हैं तो वही कर्म ईश्वरोपासना का साधन बन जाता है। हमें किसी मंदिर मठ में जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। वो हमारा कर्म ही यदि पूर्ण निष्ठा से किया गया तो वही हमारा धर्म बन जाता है। इसीलिए जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य कहते हैं, यद्यत कर्म करोमि तत्तद अखिलम शंभो तवाराधनम। हे शिव, मैं जो जो भी कर्म करता हूं वह सब तुम्हारी आराधना है। किंतु वह आराधना तब बनती है जब वह पूर्ण निष्ठा से और उस समर्पण भाव से की जाती है। जब वह इस प्रकार समर्पित भाव से की जाए तब वह रैदास की कठौती में गंगा बन जाती है। उसे किसी गंगा जल तक जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। यह कर्म का मार्ग ही हमें अध्यात्म तक ले जाता है। अध्यात्म के द्वार पर कर्म हमें छोड़ देता है। मनुष्य, विशेषकर कलाकार, कला का अर्थ है कल धातु से बना है, उसका सीधा सीधा अर्थ है कुल बुलाना। हृदय अंदर से कुल बुलाता है। जो एक भावुक कलाकार है वह कुछ रचने के लिए उसका मन अपने आसपास झांकता है, को हम की भावना उसके अंदर विकसित होती है। ये जो भाव है, यह उस समर्पित व्यक्ति के मन में ही उपस्थित होता है या एक कलाकार की। भाव क्या है? भाव मन का विषय है। मन में ये विचार तरंगें उठती हैं। जैसे शांत सरोवर में एक कंकर फेंका जाए तो उससे लहरें उठती हैं, वैसे ही मन के शांत सरोवर में इन विचारों की लहरें उठती हैं और गिरती हैं। ये जो कुल बलाहट है, यही सृजन को, रचनात्मकता को जन्म देता है। तो हम जब ये विचार तरंगें उठती हैं तो इसीलिए कहा गया भावाविष्करणम कला। भावों की अभिव्यक्ति का साधन कला है। वह भाव मन का विषय है। जब ये भाव उठा तब वह अभिव्यक्ति भी चाहता है। तो भाव शब्द को दो तरह से शास्त्रों में निरूपित किया गया, भवति इति भाव और भावयति इति भाव। जो उत्पन्न होता है, शांत सरोवर में कंकर मारने से लहर उठती ही है, यह उसका स्वभाव है, यह उसका आत्मधर्म है। किंतु वह अभिव्यक्ति भी चाहती है, इसलिए उसे हम कहते हैं भावयति, यानी अभिव्यक्ति। तो वह अभिव्यक्ति कलाकार के हृदय में जब व्यक्त होने के लिए छटपटाती है, तब वह सृजन की ओर उन्मुख होता है। यह सृजन जो किसी भी रूप में हो, हमारे यहाँ ललित कला के 5 रूप कहे गए, स्थापत्य, मूर्ति कला, चित्रकला, साहित्य, संगीत। तो किसी भी रूप में हो, यह व्यक्त होने को छटपटाता है। और वह जो अभिव्यक्ति है, वह उसके अंतस से निकलती है। वह अभिव्यक्ति भी उसी का स्वरूप है। उन भावों को जब किसी भी कला रूप में व्यक्त करते हैं, तो वह भौतिक रूप से चाहे सांसारिक विषय के व्यक्ति हो, किंतु वस्तुतः वह उस ईश्वर की ही उपासना है। यद्यत कर्म करोमि तत्तत अखिलम शंभो तवाराधनम। वो सारा कर्म उसी को समर्पित होता है। जैसे सारी नदियां सागर की ओर ही उन्मुख होती हैं। सर्वदेव नमस्कार के शुभम प्रतिगच्छति। उसी प्रकार से कला के जितने भी रूप हैं, उन सब का आराध्य, उन सब की पृष्ठभूमि में उस विराट का विचार ही रहता है। इस तरह हमारे यहाँ आदिकाल से कहिए, जब से हमारी सभ्यता का विकास हुआ है, तब से निरंतर प्रयास चलते रहे। यह छटपटाहट जो कवि के, कलाकार के मन में होती है, वह छटपटाहट उसी की देन होती और उसी को पाने की लालसा होती। यदि वह आकांक्षा व छटपटाहट मिट जाए तो फिर नया सृजन नहीं हो सकता। हर एक सृजन के पीछे एक अपूर्णता का भाव रहता है। लगता है नहीं, अभी और करना है, इससे उसे संतुष्टि नहीं होती। तो भवति भावयति, ये जो भावना का विचार है, यह उसकी आराधना तो है ही, परम पिता की आराधना तो है ही। उसके साथ साथ उस कलाकार के अंतर में जो इससे आगे जाने की आकांक्षा है, वह फुलफिल होती है। यहाँ मैं इस ओर इंगित करना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे यहाँ जो 5 ललित कलाएं कही गई हैं, स्थापत्य, चित्र, मूर्ति, संगीत, साहित्य, वे एक दूसरे से असंपृक्त नहीं, वे इंटर रिलेटेड और इंटर डिपेंडेंट हैं। ये पांचों कलाएं एक दूसरे पर आश्रित भी हैं और संबंधित भी हैं। आज चाहे हम विदेशों के अनुकरण पर ललित कला अकादमी अलग है, संगीत नाटक अकादमी अलग है, साहित्य अकादमी अलग है, किंतु हमारी परंपरा में ऐसा नहीं। हमारी परंपरा में ये सारी कलाएं एक दूसरे पर पारंपरिक भाव से टिकी हैं और संबंधित हैं। चित्रकला स्थापत्य मूर्ति कला की अपेक्षा करता है, मूर्ति चित्रकला की अपेक्षा करती है। चित्र अपनी आकृतियों के लिए नृत्य पर अवलंबित है, नृत्य संगीत की अपेक्षा करता है और संगीत साहित्य। क्योंकि संगीत काव्य है, तो इस तरह ये सारी कलाएं एक दूसरे पर अवलंबित हैं। और हमारे यहाँ एक ही जाजम पर इन सभी कला रूपों के कर्ता एक साथ बैठते थे और एक ही विषय को अपने अपने ढंग से वो व्यक्त करते थे। ये जो विषय है वह जैसे कि कोई भी विषय हमने लिया, आप देखेंगे देश काल के इतिहास के साथ, तो पाएंगे कि एक ही विषय को सबने अपने अपने ढंग से प्रकाशित किया है, विकसित किया है, व्यक्त किया है। पूरी परंपरा में आप इस बात को निरंतर बहते हुए देखते हैं। ये जो जगत में व्यवहार है, जो आदि भौतिक है, उसको आध्यात्मिक की ओर ले जाने का प्रयास ये कलाएं होती। एक और मुख्य बात यह है कि हमारे यहाँ यथार्थवादी दृष्टिकोण नहीं रहा है। हमारी ये कलाएं सौंदर्य को महत्व देती हैं। हमारे यहाँ पोर्ट्रेट नहीं बनाए जाते, हमारे यहाँ उसमें कुछ न कुछ सौंदर्य होना चाहिए, कुछ लालित्य होना चाहिए, तभी उसका विकास होगा, तभी वो लोकप्रिय होगा। नाट्यशास्त्र में भगवान शिव ने भरत मुनि को जब अपने नृत्य को नाट्य से जोड़ने की बात कही तो उसके पीछे यही भावना थी कि अभी जो आपने त्रिपुरा किया है वह यथार्थवादी है, किंतु वह नहीं चल पाएगा। उस आपके उस प्रयोग में आपके उन अभिनेताओं, नर्तक नर्तकियों के अंगों में, उनके हलन चलन में, उनके स्थानकों में लालित्य होना चाहिए, सौंदर्य व्यक्त होना चाहिए, और वह सौंदर्य उसे नृत्य के द्वारा प्राप्त हो सकता है। इसीलिए जहां भरत ने कहा कि त्रैलोक्यस्य सर्वस्य नाट्यम भावानुकीर्तनम, यह त्रिलोकी के सारे भावों का अनुकीर्तन फिर से कहा जाना है, यह बात कही गई। तो वहीं उन्होंने यह भी कहा कि नृत्यम इष्टम स्वभावतः, स्वाभाविक रूप से ही लोगों को नृत्य प्रिय है। यह कहने का तात्पर्य उनका यही था कि उनके हलन चलन में लालित्य हो, सौंदर्य हो, तब वह चलेगा। और इसलिए हम अतीत के सारे कलाकृतियों को देखें, हमारे यहाँ तो जो घृणास्पद है वह विभत्स भी रस रूप में परिणत है। विभत्स को भी हमारे यहाँ एक रस माना गया। यह एक विशेष बात है कि जो कुछ प्रस्तुत किया जाए वह सौंदर्य से अलंकृत हो, उसमें लालित्य हो, वह नेत्रों को प्रिय लगने वाला हो। यह जो यात्रा है यह आदि भौतिक से आध्यात्मिकता की ओर ले जाती है, उसको आदि भौतिकता से परे ले जाती है। ये ईश्वर का ही स्मरण है। इसलिए प्रारंभ में मैंने कहा कि धर्म और अध्यात्म ये हमारी संस्कृति का, भारतीय संस्कृति का आधारभूत तत्व है। यही उसकी पृष्ठभूमि में रहा है और यही आगे प्रवाहित होता है। तो धर्म हुआ, कर्म हुआ, आध्यात्मिक जो भावना कलाकार के अंदर उपजी है, अपने को जानने की, अपने इस जगत को जानने की, वह क्रमिक सोपान है हमारे भारतीय दर्शन की। जग के आगे सत की सत्ता, जग के आगे सत की सत्ता, चिद आनंद जहां विलसता, कोई कभी वहां पहुंचता, उस पथ को अंगीकार किया है मैंने। ये हमारे कलाकार का, भारतीय कला का मर्म। भारतीय कलाएं सदैव इसी को ध्येय में रखकर चली हैं, चाहे प्रत्यक्ष चाहे अप्रत्यक्ष। अन्य एक बात यह है कि हमारे यहाँ, हमारी संस्कृति में विरोधियों को भी सम्मान पूर्वक बैठाया जाता है। गौतम बुद्ध अवैदिक धर्म के अवलंबी थे, किंतु उन्हें हमारे यहाँ 10 अवतारों में नवम अवतार माना गया। इसी प्रकार जैन धर्म के ऋषभदेव, उनको 24 अवतारों में उनकी गणना की गई, उन्हें स्थान दिया गया। यहाँ तक कि चारवाक जो नास्तिक धर्मावलंबी है, उन्हें भी ससम्मान हमारे पंडित मंडली के अंदर स्थान दिया गया। यह विशेषता केवल भारतीय संस्कृति में ही है कि हम विरोधी को भी सम्मान पूर्वक स्थान देते हैं। निंदक नियरे राखिए आंगन कुटी सा, बिन पानी साबुन बिना निर्मल करे स्वभाव। तो यह जो हमारे संस्कृति की विशेषता है, यह भी हमारे कला रूपों में प्रतिबिंबित होती है। हमारे कला रूप जो हैं वे हमारी संस्कृति के सारे पक्षों को व्यक्त करने में समर्थ रही हैं, समर्थ हैं। कबीर विद्रोही थे। वे हिंदू कहे मोहे राम प्यारा, तुरक कहे रहमा माना, आपस में दो लड़ मूंगे, मरम न काहू जाना। तो यह विरोधी को भी अपने साथ बराबरी से बिठाना, उसको भी सुनना, चाहे हम उससे सहमत हों या ना हो, लेकिन उसको भी आदर देना, ये हमारी संस्कृति का, हमारी परंपराओं का एक विशेष भाग रहा है। ये धर्म और अध्यात्म के अलावा अभी मैंने सत्य की आधिभौतिकता की बात की, सौंदर्य की बात की। अब इस सत्य और सौंदर्य के बीच में शिव है। शिव यानी कल्याण, लोक कल्याण। हमारे कला रूपों में लोक कल्याण की भावना भी व्यक्त होनी चाहिए और व्यक्त होती रही। यह शिव यानी लोक तत्व, यही सत्य को और सौंदर्य को, दोनों को वो संतुलित करता है। वह तराजू के बीच का कांटा है जो सत्य को और सौंदर्य को, दोनों के बीच एक तराजू का काम करता है। हमारे कला रूप लोक कल्याणकारी होना चाहिए। भरत ने भी इस बात को बार बार कहा है कि लोकोपदेश जन्नम नाट्यम एतत् भविष्यति। लोक को उपदेश देने वाला भी यह नाट्य होगा। तो जो कलाकृति है वह कला लोक कल्याणकारी भी होना चाहिए, लोक को सतपथ दिखाने वाली भी होना चाहिए। इसीलिए हमारे यहाँ नाटकों का नायक धीरोदात्त ही होना चाहिए, ऐसी मान्यता है। कोई भी संस्कृत नाटक उठाकर देखिए, वैसे तो 10 वेद बतलाए हैं, नाटक, प्रकरणांक, बाण, व्यायोग, डिम, लेकिन जो पहला है नाटक, उस नाटक का नायक धीरोदात्त होना चाहिए, ताकि उसका अनुकरण किया जा सके, समाज उसका अनुकरण करे। नाट्य की उत्पत्ति का ही कारण यह है। इंद्रादि देवताओं ने जाकर ब्रह्मा को जो पांचवा वेद की आकांक्षा व्यक्त की, जो सार्वजनीन हो, सबके लिए हो, उसके पीछे मूल कारण यही था कि समाज में ग्राम्यत्व दोष आता जा रहा है। ग्राम्यत्व यानी जो अशालीन है, वह अशालीनता बढ़ती जा रही थी। उन्हें शिक्षित करने के लिए समाज सुधार की भावना से एक पंचम वेद की आवश्यकता अनुभव की गई, क्योंकि जो मनुष्य की जो मूल प्रवृत्तियां हैं उन्हें बदला तो नहीं जा सकता, लेकिन उन्हें चैनलाइज किया जा सकता है, उन्हें रूपांतरित किया जा सकता है। तो उस चैनलाइज करने के लिए, उसे घुमाव देने के लिए उन प्रवृत्तियों को हमने एक मार्ग, नाट्य का, कला का एक मार्ग हमने चुना। और जैसे आज सिनेमा में जो दिखाया जाता है उसका तत्काल अनुकरण लोग करते हैं, उसी प्रकार से उस जमाने में नाट्य को अपनाया गया और उसका सुप्रभाव हुआ है। और वह परंपरा सदियों से हमारे यहाँ आज भी विकसित हो रही है, आज भी गतिमान है। तो यह जो हमारी ललित कलाएं हैं, वे लोक के कल्याण के लिए भी, शिव के लिए भी, शिव तत्व के लिए भी होना चाहिए। यही सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम का निर्देश है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि भारतीय ललित कलाओं को समझने के लिए इस सत्य, शिव और सुंदर का आराधन, उसको समझना आवश्यक है। हमारी भारतीय कलाएं चाहे प्रत्यक्ष रूप से भौतिकता का आवरण पहने हो, लेकिन वे निश्चित ही वे आध्यात्मिकता के मार्ग पर प्रशस्त हैं। जब कलाकार सृजन में होता है तो वह ध्यानावस्था ही होती है, और उस ध्यान में केवल वह परम तत्व ही होता है। इसीलिए मैं अपनी बात खत्म कर रहा हूँ कि विश्रांति जैसे संभोगे सा कला न कलामता लियते परमानंदे ये आत्मा सा परा कला। जिसकी विश्रांति में भोग है, मनोरंजन है, वह कला कला नहीं है। जो परम तत्व की ओर ले जाती है, वही कला सच्ची कला है। उसी कला की उपासना भारतीय परंपरा में होती आई है और आगे भी होती रहेगी। कला के सारे रूप उसी अनंत की ओर ले जाते हैं। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद गुरु जी, हम आपका आभार प्रकट करते हैं। इट वॉज quite a few points for us to take along with us and to ponder on. Before we move any further, let me just give you one technical bit. After the end of every presenter's paper, the others, those who are present here, they may ask questions if they want, or may add a few. And you may speak up or you may also type in the chat box and we will read it out for you should you want. And I open the session for the others if they have any question to ask Guruji or add any of their reflections to it. We have found quite a bit of point, as they say in Indian tradition, Satyam Vruat, Priyam Vruat. So Guruji joined these two and he brought in the Shiva, that is the constant figure. You can call it the space-time fabric, you can call it anytime. It is only the bhedas are there, the distinctions, the segregations are there in Nama. But in the end, what remains there is the Ananda. We have all emanated out of that Ananda and we will go back to it. And the process that we are going through art or also through our life should be directed towards that so that we can understand what we are holding, हम क्या धारण किए हैं, to understand the dharma. So that was so wonderfully put by Guruji. Thank you so much. And since we have no more questions, and I'm sure there can be no questions after his illuminating words, let us move ahead with the session. We have next Pratisha Suresh ji as our next presenter. I welcome her. Trained in Bharatanatyam and Satriya, Pratisha Suresh's career as a performer, researcher, and choreographer and teacher spans over 40 years. She has devoted 30 years towards the propagation of Satriya dance and has contributed greatly to create awareness for the same. One of the earliest women performers of Satriya, Pratisha ji's achievement, including spearheading the shift of Satriya from the Satras of Assam and onto the proscenium through her performances, dance dramas, as well as lecture demonstrations, both in India and abroad, is quite commendable. As an artist, her sole endeavor lies in reintroducing forgotten instruments to Satriya and introduce improvisations alongside the traditional rendition. She is the director of Pratishruti Foundation, Mumbai, which works for the art and culture of Assam and organizes dance festivals, seminars, and webinars. We welcome Pratisha ji. You may begin your rendition.
Namaste. Namaste to everyone. I would at the outset like to thank PLG for having given me this opportunity, and I will start with a small prayer. Shri Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha Nanda Gopa Kumaraya Govindaya Namo Namah. Jaya Guru Hankara Harba Vinakara Jahakiri Nahike Pam Tuhari Sarana Renu Patakuti Bhareka Karuhu Pranam Bhareka Karuhu Pranam. And my pranam to all the gurus present here. So today my presentation is of course on the art of Shankardeva. Like Guruji has just said, his whole work was for the Loka Kalyan, and he created and took all the efforts of presenting his work and reaching out to the people. So before I start, I would like to share my screen. One minute, why it's not coming in my share screen?
Pratisha ji, you can open your PPT and share the entire screen.
Yes, true. Yeah, I think that's what I have to do. Keep my PPT. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Deep. So today my topic is a Sutradhara in Bhavana, the indispensable catalyst of inner and outer worlds. So Sutradhar is a very important character in Shankar Deva's Bhavana. Now, in the Natya Shastra, we see the Sutradhar, which has a ritualistic characteristic. Even in Shankardeva's Bhavana, the Sutradhar has a ritualistic characteristic and a ritualistic dance. All in all, in Satra, everything is ritualistic. So the daily work is ritualistic and it has a structure. So to understand what the creativity or the dances or the music of Shankardeva, it is very important to understand what is the structure and how the rituals happen in the Satra. So here the Sutradhar is very important because the character of Sutradhar that Shankardeva created actually started the pedagogy of all the other dances. So this character of Sutradhar is in the Bhavana. Now Bhavana is equivalent to Natya. Guruji has already said what Bhav means. So in Assam or in the Assamese society, Assamese language, when we say Bhav diya, it's the normally what we use. It means to imitate or act. So it's very interesting that Shankardeva always used simple words and simple way to reach out to the people. So this drama, when it is written, it's called a nat, but when it is performed, it's called a bhavna. So no one says you're writing a bhavna, but you're writing a nat. So in the modern word, it's become Ankya Nat or Ankya Bhavna. That is because Shankardeva's plays were one act. So Anka, it became one Ank, and from there the Ankya Nat and Ankya Bhavana happened. Now his first presentation, before I speak about the role of Sutradhar, we have to go back and understand what actually started this whole process. Definitely Shankardeva before that was already preaching, and Kirtan and Nam was already there in the scene, that which we call Nam Kirtan. But his first presentation happened when his disciples requested him and told him that they wanted to see Vaikuntha. So at the age of 19, Shankardeva presented Chinna Yatra. Of course, that's not anymore available for us. And this was the start of the creation of, first he created the Mridanga with mud, then he created the khol. The khol comes from the word khola. In Assamese, khola means something hollow. He created the Mridanga with mud, but understanding that this may not be a permanent structure, he made the khol which was of wood. Then he made mass, he wrote the shlokas, the pathya, the dialogue, the characters, and then he asked his disciples to create the stage, and he also painted the backdrop of the seven Vaikunthas on tulapat. Tulapat is made out of cotton, a paper made out of cotton. So he used all the local arts to create a structured art. As we go along, we will see how he incorporated even other things. So as Guruji has already said, that art is not segregated in the sense of, and you also said of Nama. So everything came together, the masks, the written text, the literature, the dance, everything came together in this. Because Shankardeva was propagating the Eka Sharan Harinam Dharma. Now his main Uddesha, his main purpose, as I have already stated, was for the good of the people. So he propagated the Dashya Bhakti. Out of all the Navavida Bhaktis, the most important, he gives the most importance to Shravan and Kirtan. Because he has also written, and his disciple, chief disciple Madhav Deva also has written, that when you do Shravan and Kirtan, you hear and you also sing. Even when someone else is singing, you hear. So the most important ras is the bhakti ras. So everything culminates to the bhakti ras. Bhakti ras, because when bhakti ras is generated in the mind, you surrender to the Lord. And Madhavdeva has said, Rahamai Magohu Bhokoti. So the bhakti, which is rasamai, the bhakti ras was most important. And the bhavana became the audiovisual medium, which had the sahitya, sangeeta, nritya, everything, and became very attractive to the people. Shankardeva has, one second, I will just, coming too much in my, Shankardeva has lots of work which is symbolic, because exhibitionism is not something that the Satriya tradition believed in. It was very symbolic, and it was very non-exhibitionism. So in this structure, if you see, at the top there is a small house-like structure, and that is where the Bhagavat is placed. And this whole asana is called Simhasana. It is called Simhasana because at the four corners of this square structure, 4 lions are placed on top of an elephant, which is again on top of a turtle. I will not go to the details of this, but as Sri Narayan Chandra Goswami writes in his book, Satradhikar of Sri Sri Natun Kamalavari Satra, that the 7 steps with 4 corners and 4 lions each is equal to the 28 tattva. And only when life is given in this 28 tattva, creation happens. So Shankardeva always visualized Sri Krishna on a Simhasan, and Simhasan which was Ratana Simhasan. This word we also find in the Natya Shastra. When each Deva was giving something, Lord Vishnu had given the Simhasan for the purpose of Natya. We'll not go into that now. One second, why is the next not playing? Okay. So the Nam Prasanga, I had already mentioned, this is the Barpeta Satra, one of the most important satras, and this is how the Nam Prasang is done. So this is done by clapping the hands and playing the Ghanavadya, that is the Tal, and this is the structure of a Namghar. So now coming back to Sutradhar, because that is the main topic that we are going to talk today. Sutradhar is part of the Purvaranga Vidhi, which scholars have spoken about. Now, the Purvaranga Vidhi is not something that the Satriya tradition or the people who are involved in the Satra, the Bhakats, they don't even know this name. But later scholars have said that there's a Purvaranga Vidhi, and yes, there is a Purvaranga Vidhi that happens before the presentation of the drama. So these dramas necessarily are not presented every day, because in Satriya there is something called Nitya and something called Naimittik. Nitya and Naimittik we all know. Nitya is something, the rituals that are done every day, and Naimittik is that which is done only particular occasions. So since drama is very sacred, it is not performed anywhere and everywhere. It is Shankardev's Kirtan, that is the day he left this mortal world, is celebrated for 4 days. And on the main day, the bhavana, one of the bhavanas written by him, is presented. So it is not only the bhavana is presented, the day long and even in the night it goes on, but the bhavana is presented during the day. And before that, there is a dance that happens which is called the Viharnas. We will not go into that dance, but from the dance continues after the dance, the Gayan Bayan. Now, what is Gayan Bayan? Gayan Bayan is a ritualistic dance with khol and tal. So a group of dancers and musicians come together who are called Gayan and Bayan. One who sings is called a Bayan, and one who is a dancer and plays the khol is called a Bayan. They come with the tal and the khol and they perform a pre-choreographed dance. Anything in Satriya tradition is not left to chance. Since it is ritualistic, since it is sacred, and we all know that rituals form a pattern. It is not that anything you can do at any time, because again, time and space is very important. So rituals is done according to what has been already choreographed, already structured. So the whole space is purified, consecrated by the element of sound. So here we see the space and sound. So it is the space is consecrated, and then the Sutradhari dance happens. Now the Sutradhari, apart from doing the dance, he is a director of the play. Now, how he is a director, as we go along, we will see. He sings the Nandi Shlok. We all know all plays have a Nandi Shlok in the beginning, the Apicha, who tells the gist of the story, and the Bhatima, where the Pathya starts and Abhinaya starts. Now, all this is important because the role of Sutradhar actually has everything that later segregates into dance, into Abhinaya, and develops into a pedagogy of Satriya dance. This is the space in the Kirtan Ghar. The Kirtan Ghar, as you can see, I have marked east, west, north, and south. So you can see where the asan is at the east, and then the Satradhikar, it's written there, the pillar where the Satradhikar sits. Satradhikar is the head of this, the Satra, which is the center of Shankardeva's center of institute where this is propagated. Then the audiences sit on both the sides, and then there is an Agnigar, if you see it's written, and there is an Ar Kapur. So where from the Sutradhari enters. So Ar Kapur is equivalent to the Yavanika, and Agnigar is made out of bamboo. The similarities with the Natya Shastra can be drawn, but I'm not going into that now, where 9 lamps are lit. So these 9 lamps are symbolic of the 9 bhakti. The place where I have written Dohar is where the musicians sit, the Kutapa, the musician sits, and he enters. So he enters from the southwest. He kneels down first behind the curtain. Then he moves 4 steps forward towards the sanctum. He offers himself. He kneels down and then he moves back. Then he takes circular movements. Directions are important here, and also the singing of Shushka syllables. So I will share some video where you will see how he starts performing. First he kneels down, he comes forward, he is singing 4 syllables. Please note the hand is twice moving in the Hastakarana. He bows down to the space, and then here bowing down to directions is very important. He's bowing down first to the south, then to the north, and then to the front. He's facing the Simhasana. Now please note that here only 4 syllables are sung. Khiti tak dhei down. So these 4 syllables are also the first syllables of the khol. When the khol, like we have in Mridanga tad dhit tum no. So same way it is khiti tak dhei down. This is the first, and before this, the Gayan Bayan already started the Kitty Tuck Day down. So it is a continuity from the Gayan Bayan. It doesn't break. Nowhere does it break. So he starts, he comes forward with his hand gesture, he offers, so very symbolic, he offers the Ashtadala Padma from his heart. He takes, and the hand gesture is always like this, which is moving. He offers, he goes down, he prays, and then he does a performance which is again on the four sides, but never will he show his back to the sanctum. So he does do his performance. There are two reasons. One is establishing the directions. The other is on the two sides, the audience is sitting.
Hittitat, hey, down. Tat, 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 hey, down. Hittitat, 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 hey, down. Hey, 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 hey. Ta. Gir, 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 gir. Hey. Ta.
This is the northeast direction where he has marked the direction, marked the space.
Ta.
So now I will show how he comes out of the Yavan. How the curtain is held. This is the performance, so it is held in the wrong side, which always happens when we take something out of its sanctity and put on the stage. How the Yavanika is taken. He comes and he kneels down first. He is kneeling down, he is praying, and then he comes to the central stage. So the movements, I will continue the movements, I will continue the dance because it's very difficult to explain without viewing the dance. So he goes back. Now this coming back and going back, these are all directions that the Sutradhar is not only establishing, also this is what is creating the pedagogy that later we will see in other dances. The whole concept of Sutradhari continues in other dances where the Bhakats who came after never changed what is in the beginning, but they added towards the later part. It goes in a circular movement.
Ta. 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 Hey.
That is the northwest point.
Ta. Ta. Ta.
That was the southeast point. And again he goes around, marking the space.
Now. Ta. 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 Giri 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 giri. Hey. Ta.
So this is how he sings the shloka. I'm sorry, I said shloka because in Satriya we call this shloka. But these are the shukshaksharas that are being recited. So once it is like the words that are recited here is recited without the beat, and then it is done with the khol, and the dance continues. So these are the shushkaksharas that come, and it is not in the avakrishta, it is just in four things, and it is dance. So I will not delay on that. I would like to point out how Shuttadhari's role is again to invite the characters. So he becomes the director, everything is dependent on him. He is like, he is considered as if he is the Lord himself or the Supreme Spirit himself, because without him nothing moves. So that is Rama and Lakshmana that has come in, invited by him. If he does not invite, then the characters don't come. The characters come alive only when the Sutradhars call them. We will go through the text and see how this happens. Now, all this is done because the people, the Samajika that is sitting in front, in that century, in 15th century, or in those times, they were not, already they did not know the story of Rama, the story of Lakshmana. They didn't know the Ramayana, they didn't know the Mahabharata. So it became important that Sutradhara told them what was happening. He took the role of explaining what is happening. Like when we don't know something, even today, we have someone telling us, like how I am telling what is happening. So that is called, even nowadays we use the word Sutradhara. So that was very important, and also he is considered as like how the Lord is considered, or the Supreme Being is considered, I should not say Lord, as the one who is conducting. He is also considered in the same way, because his qualities, that once he should be initiated. Without initiation, he cannot be a Sutradhar. Initiation is called Horon Loa in the Satriya faith. He cannot be too young or too old. He has to be an expert in dance, abhinaya, dialogue, acting, everything. And the technique of the Satriya dance is very effortless. It's like the Leela of Sri Krishna. There is nothing where, it has a structure, but yet it does not have something that it is exhibitionism. You are trying to show. It is, you are going with the flow. And it's very subdued, and it is surrendering. It is medium paced. It is never of a very fast pace. It is always medium paced. And then there is the avid use of hastakaranas. So hastakaranas are very important. Now why these things are important? Because this sets the whole pedagogy of Satriya dance. And if you remember how the Sutradhara's dance is done, a dancer, Satriya dancer, will remember how he or she has to do the dance. So this is the local, Deepji, please tell me if I'm crossing the time. You can tell me because I have lost track of the time. It's
Uh,
11.
yes, you may gradually begin to head
Wind up.
towards the conclusion.
So this is the local, it's the Vyahgva Ujapali. Vyah because Vyasa, from there it comes Vyahgva Ujapali. So this is the local Ujapali that existed before the pre-Vaishnava, pre-Neo-Vaishnava, pre-Shankardeva, because Shankardeva is called Vaishnava, Neo-Vaishnava, and before that Vaishnavism. He's using hastas, showing a house.
ধীরে ধীরে উঠি গমন করিলা উত্তর দিশকে প্ৰতি কত বেলি মানে অৰণ্য এৰাই
So the hastas that he used here was of a house where two Mrigashirshas came together. He used the Kartane Mukha hasta, which is according to Sri Hasta Muktavali, to show the chalan. Then he showed the one. In Satriya, even in the Satriya tradition, is showed where it is just in this level. It is not showed up. Now we will go to how he connects the Samajika and he becomes a catalyst, because you can see this text. In this text, you can see the first part is a song, and then the underlined part is where Sutradhara is explaining what is happening. So every red part is where the sutra is coming. So he tells what is happening. Then there is a Sri Krishna's dialogue coming. Then he is telling what Sri Krishna is doing. Then a shlok is coming. Then he is saying what the shlok is telling. So he becomes a catalyst to create the bhakti ras in the mind of the samajika. He is indispensable. You cannot remove him. No bhavna can be imagined without the role of Sutradhar. So how is to come to the point of my presentation that first of all, the activity of the Satra tradition, as I already said, it follows a strict structure which is sacred. And I already mentioned the role of Sutradhara is indispensable. So the Natya, as Guruji has already said, is in a time and space of the transcendental space. It's a space for emotions. And Shankardeva always promulgated that think of the Krishna in your mind, in your heart. So Samajika is in the temporal world. To initiate the Bhakti Rasa, to initiate in the Hridaya of the Samadhika, Sutradhara becomes a catalyst. His role is very important because those two worlds has to merge, and then only it will lead to surrender, and the surrender will lead to Dasya Bhakti, because Dasya Bhakti is all about surrendering, and you can surrender not before you don't realize it. Only when the realization comes and you understand that, like how Arjuna surrendered, you understand this is whatever is happening is a different concept, is only done by a supreme being, then you become the dasya, and then the bhakti ras comes in your mind. So the whole purpose of creating the bhakti ras, the Sutradhara becomes the catalyst. And how he becomes a catalyst is through the whole performance that he does. But apparently, if you see, it's just a performance. But if you go deeper, you understand that the Sutradhara is an indispensable part and very important in many aspects. One, he becomes a catalyst, and two, the dances that has come, and today which we call the Satriya dance, or the tradition that came about from his disciples continue, it's a living tradition, was based on the Sutradhara's dance. I'm talking about the performances of dance. Other khol performances and tal and everything, Nam Kirtan is there. So I would like to end here. I hope I have done justice to whatever I had set out to do. And this is all. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Pratisha ji, for this wonderful presentation. It is not every day one gets to set foot into the satras in our home so far and to experience it, and also to understand the nuances and to see how space is created. Now I open the session. If anybody has any question, may ask or may add to the discussion.
I have to ask one question to Pratisha ji. Okay. One thing she has mentioned, the 28 tattvas. Okay. So generally, we work on 25 tattvas. So if she could explain us what all these 28 tattvas. Okay.
So Piyalji, actually, this is not what I have mentioned. This is what
Okay.
Satradhikar has mentioned, the 28 tattvas, in his book. It is not the what I have. I have mentioned only what they believe. The
Okay,
Satra
okay. That's good, because this is good, because this is a living tradition and is a practice. They practice a system of philosophy. So I will suggest you, if we could work more on these 28 tattvas, because this is a very special. Generally, Sankhya system, they follow the 25 tattvas, and the Shaivism, Shaivagam, they follow the 36 tattvas. Okay, so just if you could put more lights on this 28 tattvas, it will be very good for the future generation and for us. And another one thing that you mentioned, that is very good thing, that when Ranjan was dancing, he used the kititao deidao. If I'm not wrong, you could spell it correctly. So this is Chaturasra Tala. Actually, Bharata himself, he has mentioned, that if you are performing in Chaturasra Natya Mandapa, then you have to use Chaturasra Tala. And if you are performing in triangular Natya Mandapa, then Sutradhara should use, the Trayasra Tala. Okay. So could you put some light on this?
In the sense, Piyalji, the Chaturashra Tala, which you are saying.
Bharata mentioned, because whenever the Purvarang is happening in Chaturasra Natya Mandapa, logically they should use the Chaturasra Tala. And if the Purvaranga, they are performing in Trayasra Natya Mandapa, so they follow the Trayasra Tala. So it's a very good connection, the Shastra and the Parampara. It's a very good thing.
Yeah, Piyalji, I don't know the Shastra thing. So according to Shastra, I won't be able to say. But this is the practice. So what is happening is because this is done kitty tuck day down, and it is like it's something that you have to do. You cannot do anything else. But nowadays, what is happening, people do other beats, because after that, from that kitty tuck day down, the other dances, it became different. The other dances that developed, it became zin thak, it became totally different. It became 3-3. But Sutradhari dance, you can't do that beat. You have to do Kititak Day down only.
Because that is the Vidhi, no?
Yeah.
Because Vidhi you can't change. And that is the connection. Because living tradition is very important.
Yeah.
Because Deep also knows there is a 3 pramana, that Loka pramana, Veda pramana, and Adhyatma pramana. So this comes all under Loka pramana. Okay. So thank you, Pratisha ji. Thank you.
Ajay, I would like to answer that previous
There is
question.
one question. Yes.
Before that what you said, because what he has written, I will read out to you, Satradhikar, what he has written, because I do not know about this whole concept of 28. So he has said that Sri Krishna told Uddhav, and he has quoted from the Bhagavat, Nava ekadasha panchatrin bhavan bhuteshu yenavai ikshe tathai ekamap yasha Pyeshu tat jnanam mama nishchittam. So he has said the 9 elements are Prakriti, Purush, Mahat, Ahankar, Roop, Rasa, Gandha, Sparsha, Shabda. Then Ekadasha, he said about the Gyanendriyas, Karna, Tvak, Chakshu, Jihva, Ghrana, Vak, Pani, Pada, Payu, Upasthaman. Pancha, he meant Kshiti, Apa, Teja, Marut, Vyom. And 3, he meant Sattva, Raja, Tama. And this, he is saying that it is Ashta Vinshati.
Oh, good. Very good. Very good. This is really good. So when you will write the paper, you should mention this in the paper. Okay.
Yeah, because I was very conscious of the time. Yeah,
Yes, no. But this is a very good thing because
Yes,
this
yes.
is a tradition and it's under practice. So please you mention when you will submit the paper in detail.
Yes.
Namaste, Pritisha ji. Thank you. It's a beautiful,
I think
beautiful
someone is
presentation.
asking. Is someone asking?
Yes. Deep, could you guide her?
Yes, Renu Sharma ji has a question. She asks, a question for Pratisha ji. Is the Sutradhar always alone doing a solo performance, or there are instances where his assistants or Pariparshvikas join him?
So there are, it's a good question actually, which I could not show. So initially the musicians, I mean the khol and the tal are with him. And there are times when they come, but there is no dialogue exchanged. Except, for just once the Sutradhar will say that, something is playing. Dundubi is playing. I can hear someone is coming. That's all. More than that, dialogue doesn't happen. But it does happen. It is not, it is a performance is solo, but there are the other, not characters, the people who play the khol and the tal, they are with him. And then afterwards, when he sings the shloka and all, because it's a very elaborate dance. I only showed you the beginning. Because many dances come in between the shloka and the picha, everything comes. And then after that only they go and sit in the kutapa. And then the drama starts. So in between, he has to be such an expert that if anyone is by any chance cannot take a role, he has to take that role. So he has to know everything by heart. Thank you so much. Anything else?
From Anheri, means Mandakini ji, the 3 pramana, it is the Loka pramana, Veda pramana, and Adhyatma pramana. Okay. There is a 3 pramana Bharata mentioned in his Natya Shastra. Okay, the Loka pramana is very important because, there is a connection. Swasangvedana means, the realization, Loka to Veda, Veda or Shastra to Loka. Okay, that is the connection. Thank you. Namaste, Pritisha ji. Namaste. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Pritisha ji. When you write the paper, please mention all this in detail. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Pratisha ji. That was quite wonderful. We will move on. The next 2 presenters we have with us is Bibhu Patnaik and Pratik Patnaik, and they have really intriguing topic. They are going to connect the music and art, the painting, Patachitra. So I will talk about them first a bit. Bibhu Patnaik is a visual artist who excels in painting, illustration, and batik making. Known for his insightful writing on Patachitra, his artistic journey commenced with a profound exploration of the traditional art form of Odisha Patachitra at the State Institute of Handicrafts Training in Bhubaneswar, under the guidance of gurus Benudhara Mahapatra and Dinabandhu Mahapatra. He obtained a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in painting from BK College of Arts and Crafts in Bhubaneswar and a postgraduate degree in painting and printmaking from the School of Fine Arts, Central University of Hyderabad. He has been featured in many artist residencies. He was discovered by renowned Dutch artist Professor Marian Schouten, who selected to show his work at the Gallery Foundation of Indian Arts in Amsterdam, providing him with a platform to exhibit his artistic brilliance. Today, he will be accompanied by a wonderful young vocalist and binakar of Odissi classical music, quite interesting. He is presently engaged as the research scholar in the Department of Odia, Berhampur University. Born in a family of musicians, he received training under Guru Brundavana Khanduwal and Guru Ramarao Patra in the lineage of Ashtavadhani Acharya Tadinicharan Patra. As a researcher, his primary interest spans over palm leaf manuscripts on music and musicology, early gramophone records, as well as learning from the last living masters of various endangered art forms in the hinterlands of Odisha. His recent publication, Odissi Sangeet Varidhi, has claimed him quite an acclamation. So,
Sangeet ji, I am not able to listen to you. Is there any problem only with me or with everyone?
am I audible to the others?
We can listen to you, sir.
Yes, Vibhuji, then it might be the problem of internet at your end.
No, I think Siddharth ji mentioned that.
Okay. Right. So I'm going to introduce the title of the paper, the moving dot and the moving note, spatio-temporal dynamics in the sibling traditions of Patachitra painting and Odissi music. Pratik ji, Vibhuji, over to you.
Thank you.
Namaskar. I will just begin with some prefacial things. I will just preface the talk with some definitions that we will be consistently using here, and then I will forward it to Vibhuji. Listening to Pialji's talk, I was reminded of a traditional shloka by early 20th century musician Sri Shyama Sundar Dheer of Madhupur Gada in Odisha. He has written a work called Utkala Sangeeta Paddhati. Pialji was mentioning about Anahata and formless to form and things like that. So we have this shloka that we preface while singing in our Guru Parampara. Bhumau bhumimayang jale jalamayang banhe samang banhina vayu vayumayang sukhe sukhamayang bhanu samang bhanu chandre chandramayang gurau gurumayang Vyakto bhaven mayaya bande nadam anahatam harihara brahma adi sambhavitam. So the point of singing this is a traditional tune set to the raga Kumbhakamudi. You would have noticed certain movements that can best be described as curvilinear. It is very difficult to describe the nature of a flowing painting or to appreciate to articulate the nature of a song. This is Odissi music, the classical music tradition of Odisha, especially rooted in the Jagannatha temple as a seva. And the sibling tradition that we have mentioned in our paper is Patachitra painting from Odisha, which is also was one of the seva traditions, one of the early ancient ritual traditions of Odisha. It's also classical painting. So this paper is a joint paper that compares these sibling traditions born from the same underlying philosophical tradition of Odisha. And we have observed some peculiar things in both these traditions, that is classical Patachitra painting and Odissi music. I will just show you a Patachitra painting. This is a Ragamala painting from early 1650s. Just so that you can be able to appreciate how the general style of Patachitra is in order to further understand the comparison that we are going to do. Few terms that we will be using are, we are equalizing the concept of nada in music with the concept of bindu in chitra, and further we will be extrapolating it with the concept of a sustained note or a moving note, which is called a gamaka. We will be comparing that with the moving dot, which can be called a rekha which can be further straight, or vakra, which we'll talk about further. So this is again Patachitra. You will be noticing the same curvilinear tendency. Our whole intention is to properly analyze what is at the root of this philosophical conception among all the art forms of Odisha. With that in mind, I will forward it to Vibhuji for his talk on the Patachitra part.
Thank you, Pratik. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes. Namaskar. I thank Pialda for inviting us to speak here. Today, I will be discussing the concept of curvilinearity in Odissan art and music. Specifically, I will focus on the fundamental elements like dots and lines. To start off, let me share an interesting fact with you. In late 2021, I discovered an interview with Pratik Patnaik discussing note modulations in Odissi music. He showcased the Andolita Gamaka and its beauty. As I listened attentively, I imagined the graceful curvilinear lines of the Lahara Dhadi. Dhadi is the border. Pattachitra borders are called Dhadi. In the Lahara Dhadi in the Pattachitra tradition. Inspired by this, I met with Pratik in January 2022 in Bhubaneswar. We met at the famous Lingaraj temple and sat at the Chitrakarani temple. I brought out my sketchbook and drew a Lohara line while Pratik sketched diagrams of musical notes exploring their spatial and temporal aspects and intervening them with my Lohara line. And in the process, we discovered the Kurula modulation, which represented the rotating Golei Dhadi in the Pattachitra tradition. If we can show the Lohara Dhadi and Golei Dhadi, just for the reference. Since then, we have been continuously discussing the unique intricacies that exist between auditory and visual art forms and agreed to work together on exploring this remarkable subject. Visual artists explore visual elements in art forms beyond visuality, such as music and literature. In Odisha, traditional art forms are intervened originating from a common source. Developing a perceptive gaze requires a cultivated perspective. Understanding both traditional and non-traditional domains is important in Odisha. Encompassing visual and auditory, figurative and abstract. This open-mindedness allows for acknowledging shared subtleties in diverse art forms. Analyzing these subtleties reveals the fundamental essence of a cultural tradition that has evolved over centuries. Now, I will share a few significant lines written by Bettina Baumer and Pandit H.N. Chakravarti from the book Kalatattva Kosa, a lexicon of fundamental concepts of the Indian arts, which meets our main objective. In Yoga Bhasya of Vyasa, we find that a substance, when reduced to its minutest unit, is called Paramanu. And in the same way, the minutest time unit is Kshana. Bindu apparently is neither a time unit like Kshana nor a space unit like Anu. It is a unit of consciousness and at the same time becomes the body of the material world. Therefore, it is a synthesis of matter, space, and time, shining as the very life of them, but transcending them as the spirit. Hence, Bindu is the meeting point of spirit and matter. The human body itself consists of powerful centers of consciousness. Generally, they are known as chakras or wheels. Being wheels, they have an inmost center known as Bindu. These pulsating points are both centrifugal and centripetal. one leaving the circumference for the center and the other leaving the center towards the exterior. From the bindu, the starting point, a triangle or a circle makes its appearance. For this reason, the point of bindu is considered to be the primary source of everything, whether it is a physical form or a concept. According to some, it consists of the unity of two bindus, that is, the unity of two opposite energies, the one static and the other dynamic, the one representing the male principle and the other the female. A line is nothing but a radiation of a single point expressing itself in points moving constantly towards a particular direction. In poetics, vakra or curved, crooked has an aesthetic meaning, denoting ornamented speech as contrasted to natural or simple speech. Insofar, art has to do with ornamentation. The curved line is essential for beauty in any art forms. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you. Thank you.
If I may continue from where Bibhuji left off. So he talked about the Patachitra or the visual side of things. As we know, the visual has to deal with space. I was initially a physics student, so the concept of space and time or spatio-temporal is quite interesting to me, both from a music point of view as also an acoustics point of view. Therefore, as I see it, our initial discussion as it began there was a very abstract thing. We were not able to articulate, because in Patachitra is a visual thing. You can see the circle, but how do we explain why a sound sounds circular? It's very difficult to explain that. And that is where physics training helps somewhere, that we will extrapolate it slowly. So let us take the base assumption is that nada, which in physics language would be a fixed pitch. A fixed pitch is equivalent to a dot in time, because the canvas of music is time or temporal. The canvas of visual art or Patachitra is spatial. It is a two-dimensional spatial canvas. So we are equalizing the bindu of the Patachitra, a dot. A bindu has very deep consequences because of the rich tantric culture of Odisha. And in Tantra, we of course know bindu has multiple connotations and meanings. It is the point from which everything arises. Similarly, nada is accorded a primordial status in the music Sangeeta Shastras of Odisha, starting from the 1500s, the earliest Sangeeta Shastras, and the ones before that, of course, Natya Shastra and Sangeeta Ratnakara, which are pan-Indian texts. So we are saying a bindu on space is equated with a nada in a temporal canvas. Now we speak of a line. We were spoken in our physics classes that you take a zero-dimensional object, it is a dot, and when you put number of dots and you join them, that forms a line, which is a one-dimensional object. And then you take a line and you pull a line across space, across another dimension, then it forms a plane. You take a plane, then extrapolate it through another dimension, that forms a cube. So that is how dimensions add up. In a similar way, this is the visual part of the things. We take a dot and from that a straight line emerges, provided we stack dots. Similarly, a dot in music would be is a dot, or rather a fixed point in time. If you take a frequency time graph and you put a dot on it, sa is a dot. If you sustain the note, this is equivalent to a straight line in music. Now, that is a straight line, that is a sarala rekha, as we say in the Patachitra tradition, and this is an akhanda swara, as we say in the music tradition, in the Odissi music tradition. Now you begin oscillating between notes. That is where the curved line comes in. When I bring in motion, and then there is the exact acute nature of the motion that determines how you are moving between 2 points. This is one point, this is another point. If you take a frequency curve, then the upper sa is higher than the lower sa, which is a very obvious thing, which many musicians realize internally. Sa re ga ma pa dha ni sa is a straight line, but it is now in this vertical dimension. Now the Shastra comes in. Shastras tell Swarasya Kampo Gamakaha. Sangita Narayana, etc. So Swarasya transitioning between different swaras is called as a gamaka. The gamana of a swara is called gamaka. This is the rekha in music. And then they bringing the straight rekha as well. We have a particular gamaka called Kampita in our Odissi system, which is very different from the Carnatic understanding of the Kampita gamaka. We have Panchadasha gamaka in the Odissi music system. So we'll say, Ki dise chola cholo. This is a fixed note, but I am breaking it. Ki dise cho. It is not ki dise. The breaking is a dashed line. This is a dashed line which is going on. This is called a Kampita gamaka, because according to the Shastras, the human voice can never be completely still. If you zoom in the graph enough, there is always that minor shaking, which is not there in the Veena. So that is the straight line, which is something Vibhu sir's guru has also mentioned, that there is no straight line. I think we can explore that topic sometime later. Then there is the curvature between notes. This was one staccato note, just broken into pieces. The Andolita is the main gamaka that characterizes Odissi music. It is the lifeblood that makes it sound like how it sounds. The Andolita very simply is sa re ga ma pa dha ni sa, sa ni da pa ma ga. This is plain. Sa ni da pa ma ga re sa. This is the Andolita gamaka of Odissi music, which is used everywhere. To give you an example of a song, Madhure Mando Mando Hoi. This thing, Hoi. The swinging of the note in a circular motion. My immediate reaction was, let us put a pitch graph and let us observe what is the shape. The shape that it came on the graph was exactly a curve. So this is objective proof for a subjective thing that has been mentioned in the Shastras from some 2000 years ago. There is another particular gamaka that we use while ascending, which is called ahata, hitting the upper note while going from the lower swara. We do sa re ga ma pa is plain, but we in Odissi will do this is this motion. And if you see, Bibhu Bhaina immediately observed when I drew the pitch graph, he immediately observed the Lahara Dhadi of Patachitra in the Andolita gamaka. So the observation I made was just an objective translation from a sound to a scientific graph. But then the existence of the same graphical nature in another traditional form and with a traditional nomenclature and terminology is of great interest. And the Lahara Dhadi makes great, it is equivalent to the Andolita in that it characterizes the entire form of Patachitra. And this curvilinearity is found on every level. It is found in the level of the figure, in the level of the composition, as well as in the level of the line, which is something Bibhu Vaina further observed. There are ancient murals in a place called Boguda. And he showed me that there are figures, and if you go, then it appears like it's a straight line. But if you zoom in enough, there are minor curves in the lines, which is something very surprising. From far away, it appears like a straight line. But even there, the painter has realized the antar chanda, and therefore he has used the curve line, giving it the deceptive appearance of a straight line. So that is another feature. In Odissi music, wherever you think it is plain, it is not plain. If you zoom in enough, then there is that inherent curvilinear nature. And then there is another gamaka called the Kurula gamaka. We are only talking about 2 gamakas of the 15 gamakas mentioned. There are some 4 or 5 gamakas that have acquired that are most important, Andolita being the first most important and Kurula being the second. We are emphasizing on this to just focus on this. The Kurula gamaka, the exact action is sa re ga re pa ma pa ga ma re ga sa. The Andolita was sa ni dha pa will be uttered. Sa ni sa dha ni pa da ma pa ga ma re ga sa. The Kurula is re ga re pa ma pa ga ma re ga sa. Sa ni dha pa. This was another curve that I drew on paper. You can see on the middle part of this rough sketch of that first day in 2022. You can see there is a spiral curve in the center part. The Andolita is just a single curve like this. The circular spiral things are the Kurula Gamaka. They are the various types. In it, Bibhu Vaina immediately observed the Golei Dhadi of Patachitra. So this is a study, and it is very exact. For that matter, it is not an abstract conception. It is rather scientific things are corroborating this evidence. And the interesting thing is that we have further explored this topic about things like squaring the circle and things like whether a curve can even be broken down into innumerable segments of lines. For example, when I articulate the Kurula as Rega Repa Mapa Gama Rega Sa, but when I sing, I will never sing this. The traditional singers would sing, they will always sing in Akara. And when I am saying Rega Repa Mapa, I am breaking it down. I am breaking the curve into line segments for the sake of comprehension. But the curve is can never be approximated into a polygon with innumerable sides. It will always be a curve. So therefore, the tradition has kept these things. So that is the thing that we wanted to mention, that a nada extrapolated through time gives rise to these gamakas, and a bindu extrapolated through space gives rise to the rekha. And therefore, it is one of the first explanations of the existing curvilinear nature of all the arts in Odisha. And Odissi dance, of course, many great scholars have observed the curvilinear nature in Odissi dance. I will end with a traditional metaphor that Guru Singhari Syamasundara Kara used to give for the Kurula Gamaka in the early 20th century. The Kurula Gamaka is a spiral. A spiral is a set of circles. The Shastras say Bali Gamakas knotted together form a Kurula. This is the Shastric definition. And Singhari Syamasundara Kara used to compare the Kurula Gamaka with the motion of a potter's wheel. A potter's wheel rotates in one axis, then it wobbles on another axis. In physics language, precession. We call it the precession, like a top moves. So it is forming a circle in two different planes. That same nature is observed in the Kurula Gamaka. So it is an alternate dimension compared to the Andolita, which is the preliminary shape. We are further working on this topic. I thank PLG and all people involved, because this topic, we did not think it would be articulated so quick. We wanted to think about it further and keep it pending for several years, and until we reached, finally analyzed all 15 gamakas and as many of the borders as we could. But this is a preliminary attempt at articulating whatever we have discovered in our discussions over the last year. So with that, I thank this with a pranama to all my gurus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Namaskar.
Thank you, Pratik ji, Vibhu ji. It was really intriguing, and we could not even keep our attention here or there for a single moment. It was wonderful. So as they say that Labdha Bindu Dasayaha Prana, in the Vastu Upanishad, we find it. So from Bindu, everything generates. So we here also get to see from Nada, and they have brought everything together, such a all-encompassing view. We have get to see this all-encompassing composite art form, composite artistry that is there. Now I open the session for everyone. If you have any queries, anything to add to, you may.
Pratik ji and Vibhu ji is excellent. Excellent, because I would like to ask Pratik that, if I'm not wrong, Deep mentioned that you are Beenkar or Beenakar. Actually, it's not Beenkar, it's actually Beenakar. So, what Beena you play?
Sir, actually, the traditional Veena that was played in Odisha was called Bipanchi.
Bipanchi. Yes,
called Bipanchi, and we had another. The Bipanchi is the one with two goats, and then there was another Veena which was a later evolution consisting of a wooden bowl, which was called the Naradi. I don't think the name Naradi is found anywhere else. So these two names were in vogue. The Bipanchi was considered superior and was in the Seva in the Jagannatha temple.
Could you show us any picture of those Beenas, or you have with you?
I'm away from home. I'll share you when I'm. If I showed the.
You have anything you could share?
I have ancient paintings. This is the Bipanchi.
I have seen. How many frets are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9.
This is a miniature painting. This is the Pipanchi, and this is a preliminary form of the Naradi, if you can see to the right.
Yes.
So the Naradi evolved later, and we had a Makara on one end, and the names of the Angas are very different. This thing about Gamakas comes from my Binakara training only, because the Gamaka's Padhati is taught with great attention in the Binakara school. And
Yes. Because that is the main characteristic, and also it's a vidhi that if you are going to learn Veena, you should contemplate on Gamaka, because without Gamaka you can't play the Veena.
Exactly.
Generally, people take Gamaka means only the oscillation. It is not the oscillation, it is the gati. If you have to play Veena, the Gamaka only introduce the gati. And also very much quite interested in the Bindu, because in Natya Shastra there is a Dhatu and Karana to play the harp, Natya Shastric Veena. So there is the Bindu Dhatu. So when we pluck the harp, because the Asian system to play the harp is plucking and pressing, not is only plucking by the nails, it's plucking and pressing. So there is an accurate Bindu Dhatu how you sang, like sa re ga ma. But when we extend it in Rudra Veena, so it's just sketching a line. So see, this is beautifully you explained, and it is you must write the paper. When you write your paper, you explain all this thing clearly. Both I request Bibhuji and also excellent, because long time me, Deep, all our parampara is the Veena tradition. We play Rudra Veena. Okay. Oh, we studied the Dagar Veena from Ashit Banerjee, Subir Misra ji, and at last from Bahauddin ji, and now one of our artist is working to reconstruct the Seni Parampara of Veena, the Vir Khaji's Parampara. Okay. So, and also few days back, we worked, an artist's name is, Channu Lal from Orissa, Baripada district, Maurbanj, Tuhila, and that is the ancient parts of our Olabini Veena. In your Sangeet Narayana, Sangeet Damodara, Sangeet Ratnakar, everywhere mentioned. And thanks to both of you. Excellent. I don't have any words to say. Please, you write it properly. Okay. Thank you.
If I may just quote my gurus, this Gamaka tradition has come down from my guru Pandit Ramarao Patra, whose guru was Ashtabadhani Acharya Tarini Charana Patra from South Odisha. So he was a Binakar and he was an Ashtabadhani. So early 1893 to 1979. So this is his tradition. It has become quite rare, but survives.
But you play Veena?
We do play the Saraswati Veena also, because after 1950, the Maharanas, the traditional craftsmen of Odisha, died down. So the only Veenas that were surviving pre-1950, in fact, we had an ivory Veena, and we had a Veena with gourds. The gourds were coated with gold in the Puri temple.
Okay.
Those things. We have some damaged relics and all, and we are working to revive the earlier construction as well, because there are Maharanas who have built Veenas in their earlier career. That is the thing we are working towards.
So, do you have any good craftsman with you? I'm asking for a different purpose.
We have a 75-year-old Odia Maharana who was employed in the Parala Khemundi Royal Darbar, who is now 75. He made his last Veena when he was 35 or something, I see, because he has not received an order since then.
That's the problem. Okay, because I could tell you there is another, Veena maker. His family also 150 years old family. His name is Altab Hussain. He stays at Myriad. He is the last living legend, who know how to construct, the bamboo Veena. Okay.
Ours was the bamboo.
Yes. Bamboo is actually, there is some philosophical background, why it's bamboo, or it's made out of Khadira Uda, is all is different parampara, and different parampara people they follow the
Rakta Chandana in Sangeet Narayana, because Parala Khemundi is full of Rakta Chandana trees. Anyhow.
Okay, thank you. Namaste. Thank you.
Namaste.
One thing I would like to add, that there is, as I heard, a tradition of Veena Bhoga at the Jagannatha temple. And so when I visited there at the Bhoga Mandapa, right outside the Bhoga Mandapa, there is a sculpture of Veena playing, suggesting that the Veena Bhoga happens there. So if you could revive this tradition, that would be wonderful.
Sir has tried to play in the temple, And
Oh.
that has happened, and we have tried all that, and we have interacted with the last living family of Binakara Sevaitas in Puri. So we're doing a small effort in our way.
And Vibhuji, I would like to also see the photo of that sculpture that you have mentioned, and just to see, from the distance, and if you go closer, so that would corroborate in your paper wonderfully, I'm sure.
Yeah. We will include that in the paper.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, let us move on. We have with us next as the paper presenter, Priyadarshini Ghosh. Priyadarshini Di is a dear friend of us. She's an Indian classical and contemporary dancer, choreographer, and a dance scholar. Trained in both Bharatanatyam and Mohiniyattam, she specialized in Mohiniyattam under Kalamandalam Kalyani Kotti Amma and Abhinay under Kalanidhi Narayanan. Her training also includes Saraikala Chau, and she's proficient in yoga. Currently, she's training in Kutiyattam for her research on the mindful and contemplative aspects of performance as a system of yoga, which she has been presenting at many prestigious platforms. A PhD research scholar, she received the Nehru Fulbright Fellowship 2015, teaching at Brown University Theatre Arts and Performance Studies as a visiting faculty. She has completed a senior fellowship on dance as yoga under the Ministry of Culture. She has performed in India and abroad, both as a soloist and along with her ensemble. Today, she will be presenting her paper titled Internal Space and Time in Performance, Prana, the Body, and the Stage. Priyadarshini, over to you.
Thank you. Namaskar, everybody. Gurubhyo Namaha. I would like to begin by thanking SNA and Chidakash Kalalay for such a wonderful seminar presentation. I'm going to try and share my screen before I go ahead. Is it showing full screen? No?
Not yet. Would you try once more?
This is kept happening. Is this better? Has it happened?
It has zoomed
Still
in.
not?
The slide has zoomed in, but not the full screen presentation yet.
I don't know why this happened. Last time also, the same thing was happening. Let me stop share and go ahead and do it again. Let me try it this time. Is it better?
Yes. Yes, it has arrived. Yes.
It has come?
Yes,
okay.
It has.
Wait, I have to go back to, I don't know why it's, God, it stopped. Okay. So I'm coming from the place of questions to myself. When I say rasa is the ultimate goal of performance, from Taittiriya Upanishad, much has been discussed about rasa in relationship to bhava. But how is rasa translated when there is no enactment? How does the physical bodily dance in itself enact rasa or evoke rasa? We are all aware that there is this energy in our tradition, prana, and that works across all our traditions. be it dance, theater, music. It has never been discussed explicitly in performance, but it is the vital element in our performance. The space within. So when we are moving, it is the prana as breath which is working within us, cohesive form of space and time. The rhythmic breath in our body expanding to the outer self. A physical body infused with energy of the inner self. Our Shastras of performance does not directly talk about the prana, but there are many principles which allude to it. The breath control. Again, definitively, breath techniques are not mentioned in Natya Shastra, but it is obvious that there is a breath element, a huge integral component in our performance for balance, posture, stamina, and to portray emotions. Of course, mention of Sattvic Bhavas, it says that it needs a mind control. And mind control happens only with breath and prana. The moving body in dance. The Shastras have discussed the usage of the Sharira extensively. When we study the Karanas, we realize how intensive body training a dancer has to go through, which is often parallel to almost yogic postures. Now, as a practitioner and observing my personal practice, so the questions of what evokes rasa in Nritta was an absolute interesting facet for my exploration. Because the movement vocabulary of dance is intentional, well learned, and practiced. Now, I will look at few points. Today, I will just discuss a few points in this presentation, looking at our Shastras. Right at the beginning, we see the Laksha and the Lakshana completely stated in Natya Shastra with the shloka mentioning Maheshwara, Pitamaha Maheshwara, which alludes to this cosmic energy, the universal prana, and with his, of course, other self, which is the masculine and the feminine as a cohesive whole. Natya Shastra states Gana, Vadya, Natya, which are interdependent, which is supposed to embellish the presentation. Nritta is not mentioned except right in the beginning where it says put my Nritta in and Karanas are discussed, but it remains as a composite whole throughout Natya. As the charis, the mandalas, the angika abhinaya, it never really is a separate aspect. Now, I come to the body preparations. Again, we realize that to have a physical body which is completely intentionally trained, there are shlokas which mention the sadhana, the vyama that the dancer had to go through. It also indicates the importance of breath with the shloka that performer has to do nasyam with ghee and oil. Anutailam vastri. So it says the sinus needs to be clear for proper breathing, stomach clear to perform the exercises. This points to the importance of breathing and the importance of the prana that is required, that governs the performance. I will now go to Abhinaya Darpana, where we find two shlokas which kind of segregates the dance and the Abhinaya. Of course, the famous one being Yato Hasta Tato Drishti. Everybody knows that. But what was, for a long time, I could not make sense of, was Nritta being described as bhav bihin, devoid of emotions. So what governs the physiological body and movement that then evokes rasa? I will come to another text, the Balarama Bharata. Apart from, and I'm just taking some points from each of these texts, expansion will be in the full paper. Balarama Bharatam is the first text which explicitly equates performance with the yogic physiological body. It equates performance to the kosha panchaka of the pranic body. Says raga and tala from the annamaya and the pranamaya kosha. Bhava from the manomaya kosha. Experience of bhava with the vijnanamaya kosha, and anandamaya kosha is the abode of knowledge, omniscient and source of all activities, and performs a dance, himself having stood in the Anandamaya kosha. So the pancha sheets, and then it also equates the physiology also has in the pranamaya kosha the other sheets, and there are explanations also in Balarama Bharata, but I'm not going into it today, but except to say that when we are performing this sheath, the 5 sheaths all work in tandem. So the Annamaya governed by the, or pushed by the Pranamaya, going into the Manomaya, a cognitive stage comes later, which then gets into an absolute Ananda. I will come to another energy system of the yogic philosophy, the chakras and the nadis. Many performers and practitioners have spoken about it and has expanded on it, and I think Mandakini ji is going to be presenting a paper on this. And I think we can all agree that we see the yantric designs of the body in dance. But my quest was, where can I find this connected with my dance, with my performance? So I came to, while studying of the Natya Shastra, I came to this shloka of origin of Pindis is twofold, Yantra and the Bhadrasana. These should be learned and properly applied by the producers. And I could not make sense of why would this be mentioned end of Tandava Lakshana shloka while describing Pindi Bandha, and which we originally, when we start learning Natya Shastra, we look at it as choreographic formations without going deeper into it. My studies in Hatha Yoga Pradipika also, came to it that out of the 84 asanas that has been described by Lord Shiva, Bhadra is one of the most important ones. So that search began. There were many explanations about this, saying that there has no very basic, clear explanation rather of this, until I would say I consulted with Piyal and found this in the Abhinava Gupta Charya's Abhinav Bharati, again shloka 290, where he explained this, saying the Utpatti Sthal of Pindis Adi Yantra. It is a step-by-step formation starting from a Bindu. Again, we come back to the Bindu, which is the Bhadrasana. Bhadrasana, one of the basic postures of asana. A sthanaka of any dance can be the Bhadrasana. Abhinava Guptacharya says that just in the making of a clay figure or doll, starting from bindu or a lump of clay to form the body, and then each part of the body added. So a movement should be developed with the sthanaka or the Bhadrasana of dance as the bindu or starting point, taking into consideration the 5 elements or all the other tattvas that has been being discussed in the relation to the body movement and should be added part by part. Similarly, formations, pindis are supposed to be developed based on yantra designs, starting from the bindu. Formations are to be expanded as in yantras, and the yantra can be a single Veda or a mixed Veda of a group formation. And this is just one, just a figure to show the yantric body. So from here, we do see that the body divisions on geometrical patterns are based on the yantra. Subsequent classifications, as in Shilpa Shastras, the equilibrium of the body is constantly stressed upon with maintenance of the sama, Shaushtava. The dance focuses on the spine, the vertical meridian. All movements are initiated from the spine. All forms, whichever classical forms, has a mandala or a basic square or standing or circle where movements are initiated from. After that, I come to the mind and dance. The Natya Shastra repeatedly speaks of concentrated mind. And sattva belongs to this Shushma Sharira. Satvik Abhinaya considered to be the predominant one. And, a whole lot of philosophical aspects of the self, the Atma, all this has been discussed and described quite extensively in the Rasa Sutra by a lot of scholars, and as Guruji also spoke right in the beginning of the self, how bhava emerges from the self. Again, my quest was, where could I find the breath connected to it? So, Sangeet Ratnakara first mentions the breathing in performance as Nasa Nila, the breathing air. He discusses the 9 kinds of Nasa Nila as enumerated by Kohala. As we know, we get lots of indications and references to Kohala's work. Unfortunately, we don't have that manuscript. And then he describes Nasa Nilas as described by others, I'm presuming from Deshi practices. So I just enumerated or mentioned the Nasa Nilas which are there in the Sangeet Ratnakar, and the Balarama Bharata follows the same, the Nasa Nilas. I am still in my research process or study process with it, so I am not going to expand on it for the time being. Balarama Bharata also brings in the Indriyas, says the bhava coming from the Manomaya Kosha, the mind, through the Sthula and Shukshma Sharira, pervading the whole body of Sarva Sharira. It manifests outside with the organs of sensation, Jnanendriya and Karmenendriyas. Manomaya Kosha is the interior of the outer 2 koshas. And the angas are described as Bahaya and Abhyantara, which includes the Jnanendriyas and the Karmaendriyas. Today, at least the breath technique, we see it as a living tradition, many of it, and as I said, this is my ongoing study, which is on as a living technique, tradition or a living practice in Kudiyatam, the Sanskrit theatre. So from these, I kind of conclude saying my dance as an observer of my own practice, it is an internal energy or the prana that I work on, and then that translates to the audience. My dance does become bhav-bihin, devoid of fluctuations, comes to a still point in mindfulness and meditativeness. And my movements emerge with that bindu, from that bindu, with the yogic, yantric formations encompassing the space around where I'm dancing. Within me, translating to the stage. With all my koshas dance working together, my dance bursts as Ananda on the stage. And for me, this is an important pedagogic tool, both for practice and for teaching. And it is a practice that I work with as Vayama for my students and for myself, working with the prana so that it becomes an internal thing where you don't have to think when you're dancing. It becomes integrated into your sadhana, a breath in. And similarly, using the prana for the eyes, as in the Kodyatam practice of bringing in the prana into the eyes, and which then enables the eye to encompass the space while it remains internal. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyadarshini, for not just bringing in the theory, but also demonstrating to us. And I now open the session for any kind of query, questioning, or addition to her rendition. So we have found the word kriya in Abhinavagupta's commentary when he mentions nritta. And we can see how wonderfully Priyadarshini brought that kriya into prana kriya and shown how those two actually come together in order to express one particular movement. And we see a trutita kriya. So, and as we also internalize the breath and we bring it out and we express in together how we should not leave any space in between. So this is how we bring in the notion of atrutitva in various ways. And as we have been talking about that it is not just I, my individual self, but an universe which is dancing. So all the koshas and various points, all of us, we dance when we do. Thank you so much, Priyadarshini, for this wonderful presentation. And now we move ahead. Next, we have an eminent scholar with us, Manjula Saxena ji. After teaching philosophy, especially Greek, metaphysics and aesthetics for 45 years in the University of Delhi, Manjula Saxena ji now expresses a lifetime of learnings and experience through her writing. She has received 4 senior fellowships, 3 from the Indian Council of Philosophical Research and 1 from the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, to work on aesthetics. She has written a total of 5 books, 4 in English and 1 in Hindi, and has done the Hindi translation of The Art of Tabla Rhythm, a Sangeet Natak Akademi publication. Her book on philosophical aesthetics, Kala aur Saundarya ka Darshanik Vivechan, is a recommended reading for MA Music students of the University of Delhi. Having delivered more than 300 talks on diverse subjects on the All India Radio national channel and its external services, she also served on the jury of Doordarshan National Awards. Her latest work is editing a collection of essays on tabla rhythm for the MS University Vadodara and a book on the Buddhist guru Bakula Rinpoche. I welcome her. I'm sure she will share her insight today as she's going to speak about a wider spectrum of space and time in dance. Manjula ji, please do the honor. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. And I'm so thankful to you for giving me a chance in presenting this paper of mine to a distinguished audience. Thank you very much, PRG. I know only PRG.
Sorry to intrude, Manjula ji. If you could just bring your camera a little down so that your face can be fully visible.
Okay. Please don't mind my costume because it's so cold in Delhi. I have the jacket and the cap.
Please
Right. Yeah. I have a few slides to show as well. Yes. This is metaphysics of space and time, Western and Indian. To begin with, I would deal with, change the slide. My paper will be in 2 distinct but inseparable parts. In the first part, I'll discuss what space and time in themselves are. This has been mainly done in Western metaphysics, and the people who have done it are basically Immanuel Kant and Heidegger. In the second part of my paper, I'll point out why, and this is extremely important, and how these are presented, that is, space and time are presented in and through Indian performing art forms. So, to begin with the Western part, I'll first say that space and time, which in Indian philosophy I understand as Dik and Kal, space and time are both necessary, infinite forms for the existence and our experience of objects that exist in them. They are infinite, like a concept, and they are as necessary as a concept is for the identity of an object in which the object participates. So, despite being infinite and necessary, space and time cannot be understood as a concept. There is a difference between a concept and a form. Space and time are forms, but not concepts. A concept has been defined as the unchanging common essence of things. Unchanging common essence of things. We have the concept of humanity, and by humanity in general, we mean rationality. So whoever participates in, or whoever partakes of rationality, or whoever is rational becomes a human being automatically, which means that the concept of humanity is to be participated in by a being who wants to become a human being by having rationality. Space and time do not do any such thing to the very identity of any object. They simply contain an object. in them objects that are outside of me and objects which are inside of me. They occupy a particular spatial point at a particular temporal point. So space and time are the necessary forms. These are infinite, but their infinitude should not be mistaken for their conceptual nature. They are not concepts. About space, Kant, the German philosopher Immanuel Kant, says that whatever we experience, that is the outside world, whatever we experience outside of us, it is either outside of us or inside of us. So in either case, space is presupposed. It is a precondition of the very existence of things, not of the identity of things, but of the existence of things. Space is infinite, and it is the necessary form of our outer sense. It is the necessary form of outer sense in the sense that whatever we perceive it as existing outside of us. We are the perceivers, we are the experiencers, and whatever we perceive to be different from us, that always appears to us as existing at a particular point in space and at a particular temporal point. So space, according to Kant, is the necessary form of outer sense. Again, coming to time, time is the necessary form of both outer and inner senses. That is, whatever we experience is existing outside of us. So this is how time becomes the necessary form of outer sense. Again, whatever we experience within us, that is our feelings, emotions, etc., they also occupy not space, but time. So time is the necessary form of both outer and inner senses. This is the basic distinction between space and time. Space being the outer sense and time being the necessary form of inner sense. In themselves, these are the necessary infinite forms for the very existence of the external world as well as the internal world. Coming to another feature of space and time, Kant says that space and time do not belong to things in themselves. That is, things in themselves he has called noumena. Space and time do not belong to things in themselves. Whether they belong to things in themselves or not, we don't know. Because whenever we see a thing, we see it as existing in space. So going by this experience, Kant arrives at the conclusion that space and time are not belonging to things in themselves. We can't say for sure whether they do not belong to things in themselves, which he calls noumena, but they definitely belong to things as they appear to us. And this he calls phenomena. That is, things as they appear to us. So two main distinctions between space and time as such. One, space is the necessary form of outer sense, and time is the necessary form of both inner and outer senses. Secondly, space and time do not belong to things in themselves. We can't say for sure whether they do or do not, but whenever we see them as existing in space. So space and time belong to appearance of things as they appear to us. And appearance of things has been given the name phenomena. So space and time belong not to noumena, but to phenomena. And it is the latter idea that space and time belong to phenomena which makes it possible for the artist to bring about changes in the original nature of space and time through his artistic craft or through his artistic skills. Had space and time been the integral part of noumena itself, no artist would have been able to bring about any changes in its nature. I hope this is not becoming too philosophical or too profound, because this doesn't refer to any illustration from any art form. Another distinction between a concept which I have mentioned earlier and space and time, despite the fact that all are infinite, is this: that when we try to define space, this is how we define it. Total space is equal to all the spatial points taken together. And similarly, total time is equal to all the temporal points taken together. Whereas a concept cannot be defined in such a way. A concept is much more than all its examples taken together. For example, as I have taken the example of humanity, in the concept of humanity, which is generality amongst all human beings and the general essence of all human beings, in the concept of humanity, any being can participate, any number of beings can participate, and yet it will remain open to participation by many more beings, so that they can gain an identity as a human. So there is a distinction between concept and the form which space and time have been held to be. The concept or our participation in a concept forms an organic unity. By organic unity, I mean that there is an aggregate of parts, as in our body. We have the aggregate of parts, hands, legs, etc. And all these are bound in such a relation. They are so internally interrelated that each part of the body enhances the efficiency of the entire body. Now, this is what makes a living human organism an organic whole. Space and time do not do this. You put an object at any point in space. It does nothing. It does nothing to the nature, to the original nature of the object. It may certainly cause variations in the appearance of the object, but it does not cause any difference. It does not bring about any difference in the original nature of the table. For example, there is a table. I see it from a different angle. It seems to be elliptical, whereas in fact it is rectangular or maybe, square. Similarly, if I see it from another angle, it will appear to be of a slightly different shape. But to the original shape of the object, of the table, nothing is happening. So it is only my doing, which is causing changes in the appearance of the object which I am perceiving. So, space and time do not form organic unities. They form only inorganic unities, whereas a concept forms an organic unity. This is the basic difference between space and time and a concept like that of humanity. Coming now to the to what we can do in what we can do regarding what we can do to prove that space and time belong only to noumena. Well, there is a slight argument in between Kant and Bertrand Russell. Russell says that if space and time do not belong to noumena, why is it that I always hear the thunder before I see the lightning? Thunder and lightning, according to Kant, are the original events to which space and time do not belong. Time doesn't belong to thunder and lightning because those are the original, those are the nominal events. And he has already maintained that space and time do not belong to noumena. So Russell's question here is that thunder and lightning are simultaneous, are happening at the same time. Yet, I hear the thunder first before I see the lightning. So where has this temporal order come in from? Kant's answer here simply would be that obviously space and time to thunder and lightning have been imposed by us. When we perceive them through the glasses of space and time. Space and time are like glasses, which cause changes in our perception of things. Things are of a definite nature, not changing at one particular point in time. They are of a definite nature, but when we see them differently. So the same object can produce different appearances, and it is this fact which makes us capable of presenting space and time in arts in various ways. As like a long duration of time may appear to be of a very short duration. Similarly, small space may appear to be bigger than it actually is if the artist is capable of doing the right measure. If the artist is able to take up the right measures to do so. So this is where the artist's creativity comes in. In how many ways and in how many different ways he can present space, whether he can change the appearance of the space given on a particular stage where he's performing, or he can shorten the space space given on the stage where he's performing. Similarly, in time also, a particular rhythmic pattern played at a very fast speed, and also because if the pattern is short, in that case, the time will appear to be short, very short, and in a long playing pattern, the time will appear to be of a longer duration. So space and time, they in themselves are static of a definite nature which can't be changed, but our efforts, our artistic efforts, they change the appearances of space and time. And this is how they do it. For example, we have in dance, we have the Pataka Mudra. Pataka Mudra, Heidegger says, is a way of the dancer creating a space for herself, creating a bigger than the given space on stage by her. And in this way, the dancer does so many things with the appearance of space and time with the help of mudras. Mudras, I would say mudras are presentational symbols. They are to be seen and they are to be appreciated. Whereas the discursive symbols, which are not presentational, discursive symbols are to be understood. And this brings us to another point. It is that the presentational symbols, they belong to the affective aspect of our personality. And discursive symbols belong to the cognitive aspect of our personalities. Presentational symbol, as I said, belong to the affective aspect. Of our personality, there are 3 dimensions, distinct dimensions, but the dimensions are not separable. We have cognition, with the help of which we understand. We have conation, because of which we act, because of which we behave in a certain manner. And then we have affection, which is a collection of emotions, feelings, sentiments, impulses, etc. Now, arts belong neither to the cognitive nor to the conative, but only to the affective aspect. Affective aspect comprising of emotions, feelings, sentiments. And in arts, we all know what is affected, highly affected, is not the mind. In fact, in a way, we have to suspend the mind. We have to suspend the conative aspect as well in order to allow our affective aspect to become fully active and to be welcoming all that is being presented in the form of art on the stage. So this is extremely important. That is, space and time, they belong to the third aspect, the affective aspect, and not to the cognitive aspect or to the conative aspect. The conative aspect makes us do voluntary things, voluntary actions. The cognitive aspect, I'm sorry, this is for the cognitive aspect makes us understand things, and it also makes, can you hear? Yeah. Is it okay? Sure. Can I be heard? Am I audible? Okay. So yeah, I was talking about the presentational versus discursive symbols. So discursive symbols we find in literature and we find in mathematics as well. And these need intellect, these need intelligence to understand them. Whereas mudras, as presentational symbols, they only need our affective part to be appreciated. Now, I'm sorry. So far, what we have done is this. 1, space and time are infinite, yet not the same as a concept. Secondly, space and time belong to the phenomena, not to the noumena. Because they belong to the phenomena, they can be in a way said to be our doings, our imposing space and time onto the things in themselves. And thirdly, because we are in a position to bring about changes in the appearance of the noumena, which space and time, by bringing about changes in space and time, we have some control over space and time, which otherwise are given, and on which otherwise, in fact, we have no control whatsoever. It is only in fine arts, it is only in performing arts that we come to have, that we can be seen to be having some power to maneuver space and time according to our own desires and our own wishes. Now, I have talked of the Pataka Mudra as trying to create, space bigger than the space given on stage where one is performing. Similarly, in painting also, for example, when we see the a painting of the boat Padma by Avaniindranath Tagore, the landscape behind the river seems to be infinite. It's limitless. But in fact, space and time have limit. Because they are not transcendental in the sense in which a concept is. So, being non-transcendental, they, logically speaking, they should be having limits. But in this particular painting by Avaniindranath Tagore, we see the landscape as having limits. So this is how we maneuvers space and time, which otherwise in themselves are unchangeable. Now, the fact that we can maneuver space and time also shows that space and time are not a part of the objective world. They are the containers of the objective world, and these containers are provided by our own mind. Coming to time, it's been in arts and in Indian philosophy also. In Western philosophy, it is supposed to be one-dimensional, that is just linear, ongoing. In Indian philosophy, it is generally perceived as being cyclic. A cyclic in the sense cycle that begins with the origin of an object, with its existence, the second stage, and the end, which is the final. And again, this threefold process begins. After the end, again, this threefold process begins to give rise to create another object, a new object. So, in Indian philosophy, time is cyclic and space is three-dimensional. It has length, breadth, and height. Indian philosophy, in holding time to be cyclic, is making time as close to the actual cycle of life as possible. In life is also cyclic. We are born, we live, and we go away. So Indian philosophy, and especially Indian art forms, classical art forms, they take this particular characteristic of time, they borrow this, and they try to copy it in their arts. This is the reason why Indian rhythm is cyclic. It is not merely, playing of an ongoing playing of beats. It is cyclic, and as cycle, it has been bound into talas. Every tala comprises of cycles of beats, cycles of limited number of beats, like teen tal, has 16 beats. So these 16 beats, once played, are repeated again. And among these 16 beats, there is one focal point, which we call the sum. And it is imperative in in the field of Indian rhythm, that the talas have avritis. Playing of the talas has avritis, and every avriti has to end at a focal point, which we call sum. So sum literally means being stable, being swasth, being, settled in one's own self, so that the vividity and the variety which follows it becomes clearer in contrast with the sum. Sum is static, and the which sort of signals the play, the signals which allows for the execution of variations, rhythmic variations. So it is imperative that to heighten the beauty of, to enhance the beauty of the cyclic patterns, the sum is played stably, clearly, and for some time. Then only the variations should begin. And this contrast heightens the beauty of the pattern which is being played by the rhythmic artist. Coming now to dance. In dance also, we have, as far as I understand, in dance also, classical dance also, we generally in our postures try to make at least only one part of the body as being the focal point. And rest of the parts are so twisted and turned that they make the chosen part the focal point, and they enhance the beauty of that focal point. And this is also making the body, the dancing body, an organic, not an inorganic, but an organic whole. That is, all parts are combined in such a way, all parts are twisted and turned in such a way that they enhance the beauty of the chosen part of the body, which is chosen to be the central part. So in dance, we try to achieve through our bodily movements, an organic unity, not inorganic unity. Further, as far as the nature of time goes, in fact, as far as the nature of both space and time go, in Indian philosophy, both have not only artistic significance, not only a physical necessity, but they are also needed to determine what an individual has to do in a particular situation. It has been said that while choosing, we all have freedom of the will. We choose our duty, what we should do. When we choose our duty, while choosing it, we have to keep in mind the requirements of space, that is Kal, and the requirements of time, which is space, which is Dik, and requirements of time, which is Kal. So, in Indian philosophy and in Indian aesthetics as well, I include Indian aesthetics within philosophy simply because, aesthetics belongs to the affective part, and philosophy covers all three parts: cognition, cognition, and affection. So affection comes very much within the philosophy. Indian philosophy concentrates on the requirements of space and time, Dik and Kal, while determining our duty, what we should do. In addition, I would say that Indian philosophy is much more comprehensive in its interpretation of space and time, in its explanation of space and time, because in Indian philosophy and in Indian aesthetics, it has been pointed out that while appreciating a work of art or while having aesthetic experience, we have to immerse ourselves on the one hand in the object which is being presented to us as an artwork, and at the same time, we have to keep ourselves emotionally away from the object. Otherwise, we will not be able to appreciate it. Now, these two, that is immersing ourselves in the object which is presented to us and keeping ourselves distant from the art object, these two seem to be contradictory to each other. But in fact, they are not. when we experience an art object, we call it aesthetic experience. In aesthetic experience, I try to identify ourselves with the object. We meditate upon it, we contemplate it. And in a way, emotionally, we become one with it. Fine. And this is the only way we can appreciate a work of art to the maximum. But at the same time, it is important that we do not drown ourselves in the art object. Because if we do so, especially in case of tragedy, we will not be able to appreciate the representation of the tragic event, because in that case, we will ourselves be the part of that tragedy. For example, I mentioned the film Titanic, which depicts tragedy. Had we been ourselves a part of that tragedy, we wouldn't have enjoyed the film Titanic so much as we enjoy it now, knowing pretty well that we were not directly involved in it. So on the one hand, we have to have empathy with the artistic object, with the art object, in order to enjoy it fully. And on the other hand, we also have to consciously separate ourselves, isolate ourselves from the art object in order to be able to enjoy it as an art object. By object, I mean something which is not subjective. It is an object to be enjoyed. Had it been, or if it is subjective, it can't be enjoyed by me. Suppose, I'm seeing a depiction of the Karuna Ras. If I myself have Karuna within me, I wouldn't be able to enjoy that depiction. But if I treat it as a mere spectator, a sympathetic and empathetic spectator, experiencer, I'll be able to enjoy it a lot more than otherwise. So, in nutshell, I would say that space and time have been dealt with in Western aesthetics, majorly with 2 points. So one, that space and time are infinite. They are form. Despite being infinite forms, they are different from concepts. Secondly, space and time belong to noumena, not to things in themselves, and not to phenomena. That is, they belong not to noumenon, but to phenomena. And phenomena is appearance. And because things existing in space and time appear to us, it seems all right to say that we impose space and time onto the appearance of objects. Thirdly, space and time are maneuverable. They can be maneuvered in arts. And it is only the fact, that space and time belong to appearances that the artist able to deal with them differently according to his own artistic capacities and artistic skills and his desire. Another thing about time is this, that in art, it is given a special treatment, especially in music. In music, time plays a very important part, not only in the sense of rhythm, not only in the form of rhythm, but also in the form of determining our choice of the raga to be sung at a particular point. The morning raga is to be sung in the morning. So we have to keep in mind the particular time at which a particular raga is to be sung. So time has a manifold role in Indian art forms. And I think this is all that I wanted to say. But one more thing. When I say that empathy, I just now said, that empathy is necessary to enjoy an artwork completely, but at the same time, we have to keep ourselves distinct. I wouldn't say isolated, but distinct from the art object. That keeping ourselves distinct from the art object has been called by Edward Bullo as psychical distancing. So time here has, space here has another dimension. It is that both space and time are also psychical. Psychical distancing is absolutely necessary to be able to enjoy what an art object presents to us, what an artist presents to us. Thank you. I would now entertain questions if there are any.
Thank you, Manjula ji, for such wonderful presentation. We wanted her actually to be the keynote speaker, only the inclement weather hindered the process.
You know my dress even now. It's now here, and it's so cool.
Yeah, but she has definitely presented a well distinguished and wonderfully spread out panorama of the understanding of space and time, bringing in theory, practice, demonstration through her verbal rendition, and that's wonderful. Thank you so much.
I share a secret here. I've been inspired by Pialji's lecture, which he delivered in one of the sessions of the Guni Jan Sabha. I heard him, and Pialji, I heard you, and I could guess, how much of philosophy and metaphysics you know, especially Indian philosophy. You mentioned deduction, induction, then the 5 elements, etc. So I knew that I realized that you know a lot of philosophy, and that is the reason why I dared to talk, metaphysics here. Otherwise, I would be not a practicing artist.
Well explained, well explained. From you, I studied the Western philosophy. Okay. And time and space is there in Western philosophy because I studied Indian philosophy. But I have very less knowledge in Western philosophy. And that's why, that was the reason, behind to bring you here in this seminar. Okay. So, thanks, Manjula ji. Thanks to teach us. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. You've been very kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaste. Namaste. Pranam. Pranam.
Let us now move ahead. We have the next presenter, Parvati Datta with us. And Parvati Datta is an evolved performing artist, thinker, researcher, writer, and a dedicated arts administrator. She is the founder director of Mahagami Gurukul, Aurangabad. We all have been there. It's a lovely place. She is an active commentator on arts, heritage ecology, Indology, education, and media studies, apart from being an accomplished Kathak and Odissi dancer, choreographer, and a teacher. A senior disciple of Pandit Birju Maharaj, Guru Madhavi Mudgal, and Guru Kelucharan Mohapatra, she is a Kathak and Odissi performer, having traveled extensively to more than 40 nations for performances, lectures, and workshops. Her work and her excellence lies in the particular approach of Dhrupadangi to Kathak and Odissi, which she will share today her words on. So I invite her to share her paper titled Conceptual, Corporeal, Choreological, and Choreographic Explorations with Space and Time in Dhrupadangi Approach of Kathak and Odissi.
Deep, I would like to say 2 lines for Parvati Didi, because today, whatever we are doing this online seminar that Parvati Didi taught me during the period of quarantine. Okay, she is the first person, every day used to talk to me 2 hours. No, you have to learn. Let us try. I will organize, a workshop and seminar for you. And Parvati Didi, namaste. Today, whatever I am doing, you taught me. Okay, that is the credit goes to you. The credit completely goes to you. Namaste, namaste.
Namaste. Namaste, namaste everyone. My pranams to all the gurus, scholars, artists, and erudite experts here. Thanks for this kind invitation and for allowing me to speak about some of the journeys that I have undertaken in the past few years, looking into the interrelationship of sound and space or time and space with respect to Dhrupad. And Dhrupad, as we know, is probably the oldest living form of music. I begin with Nadopasana, Chaitanyam Sarvabhutanam, Vivritam Jagadatmana, Nada Brahma Tadanandam, Advitiyam Upasmahe. So this Nada Brahma, this incomparable Ananda, which is manifest in this phenomenon of universe. Sharangadeva in Sangeet Ratnakara talks about Nada and works on its etymology, its nirukti, and says that Nakaram Pranamanam, Dakaram Analam Viduh, Jatah Pranagni Sanyogat Ten Nada Abhidhiyate. So from this Na and the, Na meaning the vital force, Pran, and the standing representing fire or Agni, the origin of articulate speech, Nad, which is the primal sound. And thus he says the union of Prana and Agni generates Nad. I take this as one of the beginning points for my journey when I started exploring the dance delineation with Dhrupad. Dhrupad has remained in the dance consciousness of many dancers. Many dancers have aspired and have loved exploring with Dhrupad. Many of them choose Dhrupad bandishes and dance to those. And some of them have also chosen to ask composers, music composers, to compose Dhrupad or lyrics set to Dhrupad form of music. But what I wish to offer in this session is primarily about the fluid aspect of Dhrupad, the innate and the invisible or the unheard aspect. And so I begin with Nada. Nada is the basic substance out of which the entire universe of expressive utterance has emerged. The concept of Nada Brahman was propounded in the medieval period as a dynamic and operable philosophy for Sangeet. And Sangeet, as we know, is Geetam Vadyam Tatha Nrittam. Why Nrittam is described as Vadyanugama or Vadya as Geetanuvarti, meaning it is dependent on Geetam. And from here, I take this idea of looking into the heard or the unheard space of sound. Sharangadeva elucidates that the unstruck, anahat nada, is rakti vihina, devoid of aesthetic beauty, as against the ahat nada, manifest sound, from where emerges the entire process of manifestation of various phenomena of musical arts. Before I delve into my topic of today's presentation on the conceptual, choreological, choreographic exploration with space and time through Dhrupadangi approach in Kathak and Odissi, I will take a moment to elaborate on some of the fundamental concepts on which my study revolves. Asat, the word meaning non-existent, differs from the word mithya, which means false or untrue. Asat is the opposite of Rita, the cosmic order. It is the basis of transcendence, the source of all organized perception. With reference to this idea of non-existence or inaction, Asat is simply silence, in the sense of chaos. Asat is the initial space ground of these indeterminate perceptions, the sounding silence from which the worlds, the gods and man emerge. For those who have visited Mahagami, at the very entrance of Mahagami Gurukul, any visitor would notice a Vedic hymn engraved on the wall. Ritancha satyancha bhiddhat tapasodhya jayata tato ratriya jayata tataha samudro arnavaha. I take inspiration from this verse in my exploration. The meaning goes like this: from the blazing ardor, cosmic order, Ritam, came, and truth, Satyam. And then was born the obscure night and the ocean with the billowing waves. So I look at the genesis of movement, the genesis of existence. In Kathopanishad, space that exists between two lines is the same that exists between two sentences, between words. And this space denotes no sound. Thus, space, which is silent, unchangeable, eternal, and infinite, is Brahman. Silence is the avyakta, the only reality, whereas sound is the other avyakta, which is Prakriti or Maya, that projects itself on account of its three gunas. I have pondered on the space and the power of silence in Dhrupad. While Dhrupad is commonly understood as a Veer Ras or Bhakti Pradhan musical form that pre-anticipates vigor or rigor in its rendition, it essentially is based on the philosophy of serenity and the unheard resonances. We often listen to the ustads or gurus saying that जब तानपुरा छिड़ता है तो हमें राग पता चलता है. So before the singer actually utters or begins to sing, it is something in the consciousness that is the guiding force. Drupadangi represents a kind of re-establishment process towards initiating this analysis and prayoga of the earlier form of Drupada Nritya as we see in the medieval texts, also looking at its scope with the present day music and dance aesthetics. This process also looks at consolidating the Alap, Jod, Jhala, Bandish, and Upaj components of Dhrupad, and also redefining the Dhrupad aesthetics in dance by reviving and reinventing the medieval and post-medieval dance movement vocabulary. Also, with respect to Odissi music, we find that there are four kinds. Raganga, which is rag-based. Dhrupadanga, the structured with metrical designs. Bhavanga, the emotive. And Natyanga, the dramatic. So my work with Dhrupadangi also seeks to address the need to revive the Dhrupadanga element in Odissi dance music too, and the Odissi dance language corresponding to it. So coming back to silence, it is not exactly the absence of outer sound, speech, or stillness. It is not even nirvachanam, not uttering anything, or abhashanam, not speaking, or avachan, absence of assertion, or nishabda, remaining calm. Silence is the matrix of sound. So silence can be termed as Mahamauna. And the fundamental concept related to the idea of space, of this silence, begins with Bindu, the creative center, from where manifestation begins. I'm indebted to Dr. Kapila Vatsyanji, who, through her many writings, could bring this light and this path for learners like us. And from there, I take this inspiration of development of the concept with body, the material from which body and senses are born, which is called Bindu. And no speech can be emerged without any cause. And so this cause again is Bindu. Looking at the physiological concept of center, we come across Nabhi, the navel of the body or the center of the universe. And in dance, we look at the varied, multi-layered manifestation or development of these concepts with chakra, the pervasive concept of time, which also is manifested in space, or krama, the process of structuring, succession, or progression. With structure comes measure, and in the form of tal, which is more regulatory, defining in time, or also depicts continuity. The temporal flow laya, which philosophically would mean dissolution or rest. And so we are already guided by these concepts in the tradition which we belong to. There is a beautiful bandish ascribed to Bakshu, a Drupad, where he says, Druta Madhya Vilambita Kar Dikhave. So, Druta is the point where the rest is minimum, and Vilambit is where the rest is maximum. So, I come back to the space time dialogue, which is only possible against void or shunya, and fullness, completeness, or puruna. And then I look at the generative forces of dance, of art. Body being a defining entity for the physical space. Bearing of body creating various spatial forms that emerge from this shunya and merge back into the shunya, into the void, each time revitalizing the space and creating points of pulsation amongst, almost like the movement of ripples after a pebble is thrown into a water body. With the external as well as internal alignment of the body bearing with the swaras or melody or even the drone of the tanpura, the dancer elevates to a stage of suspension in the space and time and can almost spontaneously respond to every pulse in the sonic space and attain a stage of almost becoming the intended idea. I will briefly show a video of one of my choreographic works called Ajara. It is on Saraswati, the invisible, the eternal river that flows and sustains all. Ajara, interestingly, means the ageless. I take verses from Rigveda along with Alap Jod Jhala of Drupad. So in today's presentation, I'm focusing more on Alap and Jod and looking at its potential and its journey with space and time. So this piece seeks to evoke an innate power of the river. The internalized approach to the dance movements takes us to an inward journey towards the core of Mother Earth, believed to be the abode of Saraswati, since she is physically invisible. Her flow is realized through the intense yet silent pulsating stream within. The dance piece concludes with an imaginative portrayal of Saraswati's Vahana, whose majestic gait marks the eternal existence and flow of the river. So I will show this Ajara, which is, it begins with the Drupad Kharaj and it moves on to Jod.
nu te ta na ta te ta चेत सरस्वती धीररन देदरन धीररन देदरन धीररन धीररन हररन देदरन धीररन हररन देदरन सरस्वती 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 सरस्वती
I move on to the idea of space, the concrete concept as understood in various ancient scriptures in the name of, by the name of Kshetra, or as Sangeet Ratnakar mentions Kshetra as the raga producing human body. Also Desha, going to the directional connotations, and Loka, the cosmic and human concept. I think of the idea of infinity. The physical measure or expanse of a movement could be finite, but its reach, resonance, pervasion, and permeation could be infinite. This is where the importance of sadhana and kalpana can be emphasized. While teaching, I often share that though a movement is perishable with time, movements can attain eternity by way of transcending the physicality of its alignment with the spatial coordinates. Kal, understood as the fullness of time, as divisive or concrete or ordered, cosmic or human time. In music and dance, we align with the cosmic time machine by way of the circular, cyclicity of tal and of rhythm. And in that background, I look at alap, which requires sustainment of individual notes and pace of tonal passages, which is determined by the artist's own creative ability that can be realized in his or her own inner space. Alap essentially deepens the listener's quiet into felt tranquility of spirit. It is finer than just the charms of mere outer ornamentation, and with rhythm that makes its power and presence felt in the mental functions of attention, memory, expectation. Rhythm in the Indian context is also an autonomous art, and thus Jod in Dhrupad stands at the threshold of the anibaddha fluid aspect of alap and the structured nibaddha component, the bandish. I will share a small excerpt of a recent Odissi work, Tarini, which revolves around the iconography of Tara. there are few sculptures of Tara, goddess Tara, in the Aurangabad caves. And Tara is often described as an embodiment of power and compassion, a deity holding the khadga, the chamara, and the lotus. Dance posture in itself is space. It occupies space. And space becomes the movement, and movement is time. So in this Odissi piece, I work around Kharaj, along with the Drupad Jod, Jhala, exploring the iconography of Tara. Each deflection from the Samabhanga to Abhanga to Tribhanga, Chauka, Atibhanga. I work on the various possibilities of molding the palpable space, or catching or shaping it, sculpting it as we move on, and as we know that movements are perishable in its physical sense. So let me share this video of Tarini, which was recently performed. So let me move on to the conclusion. I recall inspiring words by Pandit Birju Maharaj Ji once when he had visited Mahagami Gurukul, and we had candidly asked him, Maharaj Ji, taal mein khali kyun hoti hai? As we know, khali is a new development in the tal system. And he replied to our query, our question, by saying that khali se hi to sanchar hota hai. So it goes back to the philosophical connotation of space, of shunya, of fullness, and khali in the time system, the tal system that we now adopt and now we follow. The presence of khali, the presence of sam, these are interesting energy points in the travel of the temporal space. And the music system, the medieval music system that evolved as a multi-layered pattern of correspondences between the swara, shruti, the phenomenal world with the vegetation, the living beings, the temporal movement of the earth, and placing nritta, the gestural or the temporal, nritya, the expressional, and natya, the dramatic or rich in various bhavas depicting the totality of human life. I look at the trilinear silence with the artist, the rasika, and the atmosphere, which is the beginning point for the performative journey with music and dance. Examining the scope of Shastric terms, Nibaddha, Anibaddha, I look at the silences, the sonic spaces, the orality of dance in the form of chants, padhan, recitations, looking at the unit of movement, some of those being structured, reflective, contemplative, fluid, and poised. I also ponder on the idea of rasa, since Dhrupadangi is looking at the present day dance vocabulary and aesthetics too. And I refer to some of the thoughts by Dr. S.K. Saxena, where he talks about rasa and aesthetics and stressing on the idea that both may not be the same. And so rasa looks at not just rasa swadan but manasa swadan. And it is sakshatkaratmak. So I also wish to dwell on the idea of Satvika Abhinaya, which is one of the lesser talked about areas whenever we look at reconstructions or revival or revisiting of a concept. With Dhrupadangi, there is enough space and inspiration to explore the inner space of the artist and look within towards Satvika Abhinaya, towards this kind of blending and merger. And this journey of Dhrupadangi with the evaluative, contemplative, intuitive, artistic exploration of Shastra and Prayoga, that continues to nourish my dance consciousness and ultimately seeks to observe the Nad Upasana, evoking the formless through forms of dance and realization of Ananda, the divine bliss, which is the goal of Indian music and dance. I conclude with a little passage of pedagogical process that we have been pursuing at Mahagami. I close with that little video. Thank you everyone for listening to me. I'll just play a 1-minute video before I close.
Center. I am in the process of realizing that center. I am trying to go within. और फिर कुछ समय के बाद मुझे वो मेरा केंद्र बिंदु मिलने लगेगा, फिर मुझे लगेगा हाँ ऐसे खड़े होते। ये भी तो एक यात्रा है ना, मुझे ही मेरा सेंटर समझना है। तो ये पूरा जो एक होलिस्टिक सिस्टम है ना, ये कहीं ना कहीं हम उसको प्रिजर्व नहीं कर पा रहे। और चैलेंज भी है इसमें, क्योंकि बहुत कोई कह सकता है कि इससे जुड़ी हुई व्यवस्था हमारे पास नहीं है, मगर एटलीस्ट उसके प्रति प्रयासरत रहना तो ज़रूरी है ना। एंड इफ आई एम सेइंग आई वांट टू डांस टू ध्रुपद, आई शुड नो व्हाट इज ध्रुपद। आई शुड नॉट सिंपली टेक द लिरिक्स, ध्रुपद के जो 4 अंग है ना, वो तो आलाप, जोड़, झाला, बंदिश। सब कुछ है। प्यार में है, कोई है, वगैरह वगैरह, तो हमेशा हमारा एक टॉर्सो ड्रॉप होता है। राधा का देखना, न जानना वगैरह, अभी वो नहीं करना। अभी मुझे एक बड़ी वाइज वुमन बनना है, कमल की जैसी, यानी वो कमल जैसी कोमल है, ये है वो है, वो कहने की बजाय शी कैरीज दैट ऑरा। सो इट्स नॉट कि हम सुन रहे हैं कुछ, इट्स द ऑरा। तो इसलिए वो अंग अंग, इसका जो एक प्रसन्नता है, उसकी जो पॉजिटिविटी, वो जो ऑरा है, और उसकी वजह से जो एक फ्रेग्रेंस
Thank you so much. Let me conclude thanking Sangeet Natak Akademi, P.L. Bhattacharya ji, and all scholars and listeners. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Parvati ji. It was wonderful. If Vibhu and Pratik showed us the invisible line in there, then she absolutely manifested it through her sharira. We could see as the gamakas were descending from top there, and we can see the dancers were spinning, and could see how wonderfully she has translated and she has found her way. Now I open the session to everyone. Should you have any question or anything to add to her presentation, you're more than welcome.
I have a question to Parvati ji. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Parvati ji, it's so nice, that you have shown us that Drupad and Dhamar can both be danced to. I was just wondering, since, Alap happens to be an integral and larger part of a Drupad recital, can be danced to Alap as well? Is it possible? Because there are no bhavas. There is only, the beauty of the movement of swaras and nad. So can the Alap part be, can the Alap part also be danced to? Is it possible?
Ji, thank you, Manjula ji, for raising this question, because of the time constraints, I could not include the Alap section in today's presentation. I have worked extensively with Alap, and some of my performances and my choreographic explorations work solely around Alap. Both in the abstract and the expressional aspect. I am more inspired by the abstract element because Alap essentially doesn't leave a color, a particular connotation. So I have been working with the choreological journey of using movement, various units of movement, motive, and looking at the fluidity and the infinity and the resonance and permeation of an Alap.
Excellent.
There are few very long passages that have been entirely based on Alap.
Wow, that's great. We would love to see this someday, I hope, lucky enough to get a demonstration of this. Thank you so much. You've done a wonderful job, Wonderful job. Thank you so much. That was lovely.
Thank you, Manjula ji.
So with this, we move on to our next presenter. We have Vidya Thirunarayan with us. I welcome her. Vidya Thirunarayan is based in the UK and describes her work with Bharatanatyam and pottery under the banner The Clay Connection. She has trained at Kalakshetra, Chennai, and has over 2 decades of experience of invigorating communities nationally and internationally through performance supported by education work. In 2015, she embarked on a new journey, combining her dual practice in Bharatanatyam and ceramics. That's a wonderful connection that she has drawn. That with the ambition to create a performance language that defies narrow disciplinary boundaries, rooted in cultural specificity, yet connected beyond boundaries. Her most recent work, Lives of Clay, is a manifestation of this ambition. She's currently pursuing a practice as research PhD at the University of Utrecht, UK. And today she's going to present a paper titled The Sharira in Dance Pottery Performance. Vidyaji, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deep. And thank you, PLG, for inviting me to be part of this inspiring company. What I'd like to do is share a short video with all to kick off my session. Saupa maupa. Can you see? Saupa maupa dani sa. Sani dapa. Sani dapa. Mama gapa marisa. Saupa maupa, saupa maupa dani sa, sani dapa, sani dapa, mama gapa marisa. Okay, so that is my world currently. I'm a Bharatanatyam dance practitioner. I teach, I choreograph, and I perform. I'm also a potter. I make and sell work with clay. My dual practice in dance and clay remained pretty separate until a few years ago when I decided to combine them into a performance language, as I perceived many parallels between these disciplines. This is also the focus of my ongoing PhD, which takes the practice as research mode of inquiry. In this presentation, I draw on my first-hand experiences of performing in my latest solo production, Lives of Clay, a production which combines Bharatanatyam and pottery to consider how the performer acts as an interlocutor to dissolve the hard boundaries between the seemingly different disciplines of Bharatanatyam and the craft of pottery. Using Abhinaya, which is a core technique of Bharatanatyam, as a tool, I examine firstly the role of movement as a cementing agent between the two disciplines. And secondly, I examine existing assumptions between boundaries between these disciplines in the creation of bhava or inner intention of the performer. Finally, I inquire into the idea of centering through both practical disciplines and relate the notion of samadhi to this context. Thereafter, I reflect on how these challenge my anthropocentric assumptions of performer identity, how the performer, myself in this case, negotiate and challenge actually by the binaries such as subject and object, unity and multiplicity, and so on. Essentially, I'm interested in the role of the performer, the material connection the performer, in this case myself, makes between dance, play, and audience, and how they operate together in the dance pottery performance. On closer examination, what is revealed is that there's a constant spatial and temporal dynamic at play, which underpins the entire process of interaction. So at this point, I'd like to play a short video clip of my solo Lives of Clay. Can you hear me?
She is Durga, ferocious. She gnashes her teeth, now fangs. Now her mouth is bleeding. Now her tongue is dipped with blood. Now her face is black. The whites of her eyes are crescent moons and bulging. She rips at her sari. She takes her garland, now skulls and bones, and dances to the rhythms of their death rattle.
So that was a little clip from my solo Lives of Clay. In this context, a quick clarification on the notion of performance. My study is concerned with that aspect of the performance which carries forward an intentionality or purpose that goes beyond a mere showing of skills and technique, both in dance and in the making with clay. The emphasis is on the intrinsic value, as dance theorist Sondra Frawley puts it, the rasa, the aesthetic delight, joy or satisfaction it offers the performer and or the audiences. As mentioned, my study used the principle of abhinaya as a tool to understand the practitioner's process. As you all know, abhinaya is a fundamental technique of Bharatanatyam, whereby an inner intention or emotion is expressed through the physicality of the body to create rasa or aesthetic delight. As Indian art historian Kapila Vatsyayan observes, the practice of abhinaya has evolved over millennia and implicitly incorporates several Indian worldview concepts, some of which I draw on for the study. The non-dualistic notion of the body or sharira is one such concept. This is the second conceptual tool used in the study to understand and articulate my first-hand experience as a performer. According to the Indian worldview, the sharira comprises the gross body, the subtle body, and the causal body. It is only when these connected bodies are in harmony that the whole individual performs to potential. The idea of samadhi was the third conceptual tool I used at the aesthetic level to establish a rooted connectivity between the dance and clay within my psychophysical self. Vatsyayan refers to samadhi as the one undifferentiated primordial state. So these are the three key concepts I wish to talk about today: Abhinaya, Sharira, and Samadhi, that I use to understand my process as a performer and interlocutor. In the production Lives of Clay, I explore the relationship between my Sharira, Bharatanatyam, and throwing on the wheel. The craft of making a pot using a potter's wheel is called throwing, a word that suggests both motion and intent. While creating Lives of Clay, I carried out varied acts of dance and craft and analyzed it from different perspectives or different spaces. Each of these spaces had their own concept of time and space. I viewed the practitioner's internal processes of thinking, doing, making, and being. I viewed the practice from the outside perspective as a performance maker, audience, and researcher. Synthesis of all these perspectives allowed me to map how my internal processes and intentions as a practitioner translated visually in a physical space, and if they communicated with sufficient clarity and immediacy to the spectator or sahridaya. Suspending judgment, which was very difficult, and observing the first-hand experience led me to new insights into my interaction with dance and clay. I would like to share one such around the notion of movement as being central and as a cementing agent between dance and throwing on the wheel, with my Sharira as the go-in-between. My research sought to meld Bharatanatyam and the act of throwing on the wheel into a cohesive performance that evolved and unfolded. In other words, it was not seeking an aggregate of dance and throwing movements, but a more meshed and interconnected flow or relationship between my Sharira and the two disciplines. As the creative process evolved, it became apparent that the act of movement was central to Bharatanatyam and throwing of clay pots on the potter's wheel. It was movement in all its dynamics that created the artistic expression, both in dance and the clay pot on the wheel. Dance scholar and philosopher Maxine Sheets Johnston asserts that the fundamental components of movements are tensional quality, aerial quality, linear quality, and projective quality. 4 of them. I observed that together these 4 qualities inform any movement holistically from beginning to the end, both in dance and in the throwing of a pot. Further, as Sheet Johnston points out, the dynamic interplay and relationship between these 4 elements of movement infuse the dance or the pot for an aesthetic experience to emerge in each. The following notes from my process diary exemplify this by revealing the 4 elements of movement and dynamic interrelationship between them to produce an aesthetically pleasing pot on the wheel. So these are notes from my diary. Is Abhinaya restricted to dance? That was the question that surfaced as I watched Ken, a master potter, throw a pot on the wheel. I have watched Ken on the wheel many times, but every time I watch entranced as though for the first time, and I suppose it was. I watched him prepare the clay to the right consistency. Then he centered it on a furiously spinning wheel before he slowly developed the shape outwards and upwards. I watched the measured play between his hands and the clay, the give and take, the absolute attention and intention in his fingertips. The wheel steadily spirals to stillness and gently informs that the pot is made. It is in the moment and sheer poetry to watch. If Abhinaya is the drawing forward of an inner bhavana, or intention isn't this abhinaya? As observed, during the pot making on the wheel, my sharira was mostly listening, responding, and following the movement of the clay as it shaped up and completed the creation of the pot. Decolonial scholar Julieta Singh talks about vulnerable listening. That's exactly what my sharira was doing. It was listening psychically and physically to the other's way of inhabiting the world. My practice as research focused on the 4 dynamic components of movement to further cement the interplay between Bharatanatyam and throwing, which I don't obviously have time to explore further at this point. This interaction between Bharatanatyam, my sharira, and clay challenged my preconceived anthropocentric view or central space I had occupied as a performer and potter. There was a sense of distributed agency, a constant dynamic shift in who was leading and following between dance, myself, and clay. The second observation that challenged my anthropocentric perception was around the source of bhava. In the production lives of clay, it was observed that the inner intention, emotion, or bhava was co-produced through the interaction of my sharira with the other entities. In other words, the inner intention created was not fully under the remit of my sharira and my independent capabilities alone, but was created through my interaction with the other. Again, this called for much vulnerable listening on my part. To elaborate with an example, in Lives of Clay, a fictional character, Meena, expresses desperation and devastation when her child is caught in a fire-related accident. These emotions emerge through her frenzied slapping and attempting the impossible task of covering the expanse of a metal mesh and herself with thick slushy clay. I observed that the intention or emotion of desperation and devastation is felt by my sharira in its interaction with the clay and the mesh. This demanded a lot of risk-taking, as it demanded much spontaneous expression to present the intense and erratic energy of emotion. This in turn called for much trust and collaboration to pre-exist between my sharira, the metal mesh, and the clay as they worked in unity to create this emotion through a spontaneous interaction. It is worth pointing out that the emotion or intention was not felt by my sharira in isolation initially, and then consequently expressed by my sharira with the clay and the metal mesh. The intention is a felt thought movement energy that emerges as part of the interactive movement between my sharira, clay, and the mesh. Also, the creation and expression of bhava happens simultaneously. This is so because, as anthropologist Tim Ingold observes, the approach taken was that of thinking through making, a potter's approach where the knowledge, and in dance again, it's thinking through making, a potter's approach where knowledge grows from the crucible of a practical and observational engagements with the beings and things around us. Similarly, the dance happened in the thinking in moving. Essentially, the way of the dancer and the maker is not to think in the head and apply to the substance of material or movement. The thinking happens through the material, including a moving and embodied being of the lived body. The bhava that emerged was truly co-produced between the 3 equal partners. I emphasize equal partners, my sharira, the clay, and the metal mesh in this case, bringing their distinctiveness to the process. The entities were not just intertwined as separate entities, but their interactivity of bouncing of initiative and response from each other had developed to such an extent that they lost their self-contained independence in the creation of the bhava. Returning to re-describe the technique of Abhinaya in the light of the findings, the practice as research indicated that in order to combine two different entities into cohesive performance, it calls for an optimum state in which the Sharira is fully present in the here and now with the other in a unified and embodied state to create bhava and serve as a vehicle to enable the spectator to realize the aesthetic pleasure. In this state, thinking, doing, making, and being happen simultaneously. Abhinaya is learned as a Bharatanatyam technique that is mainly perceived to be within the ability and skill of the practitioner. This practice as research experience involving other material engagements has shifted the anthropocentric view of Abhinaya I had entertained. Will it be more apt to say that I was an interbeing in my role as a performer and interlocutor? Now I would like to share a mini clip of my performance where Mina's distress is expressed through the interaction between my Sharira, the metal mesh, and clay.
Meena growls.
And finally, to move on, I've drawn the concept of samadhi as a conceptual tool to establish a rooted connectivity between the dance and play within my psychophysical self. Let me explain. When performing Bharatanatyam, my Sharira always identified and related to a center within my body from which I drew movement energy in a phenomenological sense and extended to the periphery of my Sharira and beyond. The center, as it suggests, is the core from which my Sharira initiated all form and movement. When a pot is thrown on the wheel, the most important and central activity is centering the clay, where the clay is brought to a spinning and unhobbling pivot, which enable the creation of innumerable forms. It is a point of balance which is maintained as the form of the pot is created in relation to it. For my Sharira, both in Bharatanatyam and throwing, the act of centering is a total person experience. The listening takes place with my entire body. It is an experience of quiet containment. It is a physical act of including all and excluding none. It is a state of balance and an equilibrium sensed by the whole body. Thoughts and emotions melt away. Time disappears. A place where I become one with the clay and it becomes an extension of myself. The act of centering the clay automatically centers my Sharira. Centering was an ongoing process both on the potter's wheel and when performing Bharatanatyam. There was a constant proactiveness towards finding and maintaining that point of equilibrium, with movement spiraling out of it and extending further. The components of this movement's dynamics are similar as identified earlier by Sheets Johnston. Samadhi reapplied in this context stood for that concentrated point of balance within my Sharira and the center of the centered clay, a point of stillness that I sensed within movement. Samadhi stood as a beginning, a contained seed of potential to unravel through movement a multitude of distinct forms. Samadhi stood for a concentrated point of balance, where my maximum expansion and freedom came from maximum self-containment. Expressed thus, the notion of samadhi, perceived as the starting point of creation, resolved for me the needless tensions between notions of unity, binaries, and multiplicities, and established the relevance of all these for the unleashing of the creation, be it a pot, a dance, or a performance language with dance and play. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Vidyaji. Your reading itself was a performance. We could see that. So, and so many things that came, that it started to crowd in my mind as we listened to you, especially the aspect of samadhi. And before entering the session to everyone, I would just like to add one small analogy that Rabindranath Tagore once mentioned, that samadhi is not just something where you shut your senses and you sit in a recluse place and you contemplate. It is through responding to each and every single thing that is around. And so, as I can see that, as you mentioned, that thinking in moving, and thus to getting into the state of now and forgetting everything else. So such wonderful concepts of samadhi we should also explore, that these are not unidimensional aspect, rather it has multitude of meanings, as you have so wonderfully explored through your work. Thank you. Now I would like to open it to everyone. Should you have any query or anything to add to it?
Namaste, Vidyaji. It was truly a very intriguing and a beautiful presentation. Your almost like a Kumbha Vinyasa, your interaction with the clay, and even your the background that you have, so beautiful with all the different, I would say, kumbhas of another time. So my question to you is about the emotions that when I was watching your video, I was curious, what were the emotions that your viewers carried back with them? And when they would come back to you, maybe sometimes to talk about it, what of their experience did you incorporate back into your artistic thought process, if that happened?
I think one of the things that people came up with was they were saying they never realized clay could be so expressive in performance. And I think what I carried back from that and from my own engagement was that the idea that it's important that you treat, again, all these other elements as equal partners. And that was the big takeaway for me, because it was to do with giving, not putting myself and my needs and my ego at the center of things, but engaging with the other, whether it's clay or the metal mesh or any of these things, or the audience for that matter, as equal partners, where you're not thrusting yourself on them, but engaging with them by not squashing their individuality or specific distinctiveness that they have to offer. So every time I engage with the clay, like us, the clay behaves differently. Every day is different. Every time of the day, whether the sun is out or the feet. So it has its own nature, and is to respect that and engage with it as though for the first time, because every time it's different, like how we are. And that was the big takeaway for me. And not to, so in a sense, if allowing everything to be the way it is, and accepting things as they are and engaging with them for what they are at that point of time, rather than expecting or trusting or demanding as a performer. That's the big takeaway I had, I think. Then they all perform for you.
Thank you, Vidyaji.
I have a question for you, Vidyaji. And the question is, you talked about suspending judgment at some point of time. So that is one thing. And secondly, did you make a clay pot also? Because you got you've got brass pots behind you. So that was another question. And if you did, how did your bhav affect your the product, the end product? See, we are talking about our emotional thing and our dance, and you interacting with certain clay and the mesh. So suppose you make a pot, how does your bhav affect the final product of a pot? So what do you think of these two things, the suspended judgment and what if a dancer makes a pot? What happens? How do the bhav affect that pot?
Okay, so 2 questions. Suspending judgment. Now, that is a life lesson which I continue to strive, because I mean, that's the whole thing. The point of art is to make us better, refined people, refined in the sense of, more evolved. Now, suspending judgment, it's extremely difficult. So the minute you're doing things, you're all constantly commenting on your head. All you want to do is observe and really see things as they are, and not comment on, say, what you think about it, what your preferences are, whether it's come out well or not, or what your expectations are, So that suspending judgment is an ongoing process. It is something that we're all trying to master all our lives. So this was, I think, a fabulous opportunity for me to continue to striving to do that. So that is something, because that's a very important thing, not just in making art, but in life. So that is one thing. In terms of making pots, now I talked to you about how the idea of being centered. Now, personally, I found that my sense of being centered was so far superior when I was centering clay than when I was dancing.
Oh, that's
so what I did, so for instance, even when how scattered my mind is, the minute I have to sit and throw a pot, the first act I have to do is center the clay. And I always observe that however scattered, however distracted, however stressed, whatever the emotions were, the minute, the very act of centering the clay centers my body. It empties the head of thoughts. It releases all the tension. And suddenly you are just being with that point, with somewhere there. And what I did do was I used that, and when I realized that, I used that in my production. So I started with centering the clay, which automatically centered my dance. And I would keep returning to that centering the clay. So it became a point where he kept returning to that center from which the next bit of the story came out. So that's how I incorporated the centering into the throwing of the pot. And sometimes the expression of when you throw a pot on stage, you want to throw a beautiful pot, but like I said, that doesn't always happen, because it also depends on the clay. It's not for me to decide I will make a wonderful pot. Sometimes the clay will decide it's not going to cooperate with me and it will collapse, and it's for me to accept it at that point of time. That's how it worked as well.
That's another very big lesson to be learned. Things can collapse around you any point of time and you start again. Thank you so much for your inputs. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Renuji. Thank you, Sunilji, for your questions. And thank you, Vidyaji, for presenting your experiment, your language, and your paper. That was wonderful. Now we will move ahead. We have Jayachandranji with us. Jayachandran Sureshan, he's a lecturer at Center for Exact Humanities, IIT Hyderabad. He joined Kalakshetra Foundation as a part of Research and Documentation Department, later served as assistant professor at Kalakshetra. Jayachandran started his training in Bharatanatyam under Srimati Meera Narayanan and Sri Gopika Nathan. and later under Srimati Leela Samson, Professor C.V. Chandrasekhar, Srimati Jaya Chandrasekhar, and Srimati Barga Vessel. Jayachandran also has a diploma in Shaiva Siddhanta, master's degree in history, philosophy, and Bharatanatyam. He has researched significantly on the temples of Thiruvarur and Chidambaram. He has been quite prolific in performing as a soloist. He has choreographed many solo and group thematic works, delivered several lectures, conducted many workshops and training under the auspice of several reputed art organizations. Today, he is here to share his paper titled "To Move is to Measure: Dance as a Scale to Measure Cognitive Space and Time." Chaitanyandri, we welcome you. Please do the honor. Over to you. Please unmute yourself. Yes.
Namaste to everyone gathered there. Namaste to Piyal, my friend, and to Deep for hosting for such a beautiful lecture, to making me part of it. I just want to share a screen. Just give me a moment, please. Is the PowerPoint visible? Namaste to all of you all. I'm happy to share this particular discussion. To move is to measure. Dance as a scale to measure cognitive space and time. Generally, in southern part of India, a word called adal or atam is generally referred to denote to move, especially in Tamil. If you take a word called urayadal, which means to converse, or kondatam also means to enjoy. In Telugu, judata is to mean gamble and poradu is to revolt. In Kannada, Bombay Ata is to play with a doll, and Chellata is to throw a fit at someone. While in Malayalam, Neeratam is to bathe, while Kondatam is a snack. So we also understand this word Atam, Adal, Ata, has been centric and also a common term used to denote to something called dance, theater, play, and many of the physical work. Especially this word throws a very important structure in the way of understanding what every arter by itself has configured itself in the community by its own definition of space and time. The moment the word arta is being used, it has its own context from which it is presented to an onlooker. From an onlooker's viewpoint, this word takes a very important dimension. Tirumular in his Tirumandiram, in his 9th Tantram, in the chapter called Tirukuttu Darisanam, in the song 2781, he says, Adal Padinoru Uruppum Adaivaga, which means any adal or any, as I just mentioned, the word adal refers to any form of activity. Tirumular says any activity should be or would be reduced into 11 parts of adaivu or adavu. So it's a very important clue for us to understand the word adavu not necessarily refers to dancing movement. It's a generic term used in the literature, especially in the Shaiva literature, to denote parts of activities. Rather, this word adal is more or less used as a universal verb, in the sense of a universal verb, And that who's the head of the universal verb is generally housed and prayed as Adal Vallan, is another name given to Lord Nataraja by the Shaivas. Having said that, the space what this bird has covered across is the way it has been cognized. There's a cognitive space which has been occurring in the onlooker's mind. This particular space, what type of atom is happening there differs based on the specificants of space and time, obviously, yes. And there is a measure, a matrix, an adavar given to it so that it's been defined properly. So dance is one specific adal. Out of the many possible adals, dance is one type of a specific adal whose quantitative and qualitative measurements are different one from the other. Now, we are throwing another example from there, from this particular point of discussion. We are asking another question that if at all dance is possible, then there is an agency through which dance is getting presented. Now, arguments, we are asking a parallel question. Music is presented, fine. Music is taught in a human thinker, human ideator's mind. And when it has to be presented out, there is two ways of presenting it. Either through a human voice it is presented, or with the help of a human body, or it is presented through an instrument. Now, the interesting part is it is ideated in one's mind and presented through an instrument. Either the instrument could be a human voice or an instrument, a musical instrument. Can there be a very similar situation? So that we also had to think about it. If at all we are defining the grammar of music, it is common to the human voice as well as the instrumental music. A grammar of music is common to human voice music and the instrumental music. Now, the same thing when we apply to dance, there is a human mind which is thinking about dance here. There's an ideation here. It is getting presented, generally through human body. But is there a possibility to have an instrumental dance? Can dance be presented through another instrument? In the current age of visual presentation, this has been said that, or it has been proven that there be so many ways of creating a virtual environment in which dance can be simulated, or a dance cognition can be simulated, in which it gives a very important argument. What is the fundamentals of dance, if not that pertains only not just to human body? It should also be common to instrumental dance, which is the visual medium as such. Then comes the movement perception here. Dance is perceived through three major ideas. That is the idea of posture, the idea of transition, and the idea of rhythm of transition between postures. When I use the word posture, transition, and rhythm, it not necessarily pertains only to human body. It also refers to the visual entities, the visual graphics, what we also see. So if at all there is something dance-like existing, it also pertains to an idea of posturing, or the idea of spatial posturing. And how does one posturing to other posturing transit from each other? And what is the rhythm of transition across the posture? These three basic concepts more or less defines what is the atom we are trying to see, what is the kind of adal we are trying to perceive. It's an interesting thing that the idea of posture, the idea of transition, and the idea of rhythm in transition is common to sports. The same idea applies to acrobatics, to martial arts, to yoga, to dance, and to theater. But the distinction one from the other, whether this particular field is of sports, or this is of dance, or this is of martial arts, or this is of yoga, how does the mind perceive, how does the cognitive mind perceive it, is not necessarily by a posture, but by the transition, because there are common postures across these medium. In sports, in acrobatics, and martial arts, or yoga, or dance, or theater, they can have common postures. Posture not necessarily defines the medium, but the transition across the posture is going to define it. The transition defines the distinction, and more importantly, the transition between one posture to the other defines what is the form of dance and what is the style of dance. The third order of the definition goes in the movement is the degree or the kind of rhythm involved in transition. The transition and the rhythm is what is the signature of a movement which defines one movement from the other. There can be two postures, there can be identical postures, but the number of transition in between them could be many and more. One from the same argument, say from half-sitting posture to a half-sitting posture, one can stamp, one can place the feet, one can slide and get into the other posture, one can skate, one can slip, one can leap, one can jump, one can turn and get into the other posture. But the point is, what happens to the cognitive space here while someone is looking at a posture to a posture transition? When someone is looking at someone's posture to posture transition, it says the onlooker observes or infers dance by the negating space, the rhythm in which the space is getting negated, from where the whiff of the bodily movement or the whiff of the changing flips of colors. I'm saying about pixels when it comes to the virtual representation. Mind infers dance. Mind infers in that rhythm. If it is another rhythm, the mind infers it as a normal world movement or a movement of the existential world. If it's of another rhythm, if it's of another rate of transition, then the mind infers it as another activity. It could be dance, it could be theater, or it could be a martial art. So one of the most significant argument here is that the postures training starts initially when we learn any form of dancing, the posture training starts. But posture training is the pedagogical method, is a pedagogical approach to teaching dance. First, the postures, alignment, and perfection of postures is achieved first, which is very important. But that is only the schooling part of dance. But that is not the artistic part, not necessarily the artistic part of dance. It is something to do with, if wish to call, it is a necessary condition to learn dance, but the sufficient condition on which an artistic dance is the honing the skill of transition. Posture training is very well achieved when someone is very, very young. That does not mean at that age they've achieved some mastery over dancing. Dancing or the mastery in dancing comes in honing the skills of transition and controlling the rhythm in transition. So a signature piece of defining a form or a style majorly defines even the optical way of understanding it. If someone puts a graphical understanding of movement on a 3D scheme, that we understand that there is a commonality between transitions in given form, and there's a commonality between transition in the given style, and there's a rhythm associated with it. Now, when we spatially also, we have taken 4 postures here as an experiment, and we are trying to superimpose or kind of juggle temporally one after the other. We suddenly get movements of different dance forms per se, like Kuchipudi to Bharatanatyam. And there are similar dance forms with some movements which is very similar to the performances of Mohiniyattam, or very similar to Andhra or Vilasini Natyam. That these movements are, when temporally changed in the sequence, in the order, you get another form. And when you negotiate some space, there's another form here. So naturally, there is an idea of spatial negotiation and temporal negotiation and orderly. That's the ordinal of movements are very different, which creates an idea of form and a style. This also gives us an idea that someone is focused on the understanding of posture, which is spatial in extension. Transition, which is once again spatial in extension, and rhythm, which is temporal in extension. A training on dance, which could be form neutral and style neutral, can also be evolved. A pedagogical method, which is neutral to form and style, can also be evolved. with this method. And there's a whole lot of experiment which has been conducted as a part of research that how to go about a training which is form neutral and style neutral, only using postures, because postures being universal and the transition across one posture to the other posture is also universal, that there are many possibilities and one can suit. That is, from one posture, from say half-sitting posture to another half-sitting posture, how many forms of transitions can be taught. With these methods of inquiry, a form neutral, style neutral approach to dance is also arrived upon, and the rhythm in which the transition happens negotiates what is the personal style also. Which this experiment, there are some results which has been arrived upon that you at least need, with one beat, it is very difficult to establish whether dance is happening or not. You at least need 2 beats to say dance is perceivably occurring, and you minimum need 3 beats to decipher a form, and you minimum needs 4 beats to convincingly say and establish a style. So this is a study made on many dancing bodies on a very abstract level, that on experiments being conducted, that the idea or significance of a beat vis-a-vis establishing a form and a style, and even whether dance is happening, and the spatial negotiation, that whether a posture to posture is so important that it doesn't establish dance anymore, but only the transition which established dance. That in between there is so much which is happening, but from posture to posture. That adaiva is that adal happens within the posture, and this becomes only a perceivable potential points, not the actual points in space. I conclude by saying dance is inferred as measured in cognitive space and time. Yes. Posture, transition, rhythm in transition as space and time measures is the 3 parameters, that is posture, transition, and rhythm. Transition distinguishes form and style of dance. Form neutral and style neutral understanding of dance can be arrived through this understanding. And human body and instrumental dancing are the two crucial endpoints to which this can be installed or can be arrived upon, to show that there is dance which is common across an instrumental dancing and also a human body dancing. And the space and time understanding of movement serves as the universals of dance, and this is common across the board of dancing. So, thank you, and I can take questions.
Thanks, Jayachandran. Thanks. Excellent. Excellent. I love, the 1 beat, 2nd beat, 3rd beat, 4th beat. This is just the Nyaya theory, when any Kriya happens, in the first Shana, it doesn't appear actually. It takes a time. So that's lovely. Thank you. That's lovely. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya.
Because, last 2 speech, I was online, I'm listening online because I have to finish my lunch, and I came back, have seat here. Now I have to go to take the workshop. So, I can't take much time. So, but excellent. Okay.
Thank you.
Even all the movement and rhythm, how, merge both together, that is also, is something very important to understand, So the space and time, how it is merging together. Excellent. Now, anyone, Sunil Bhai, if you could, I like to ask any question. Deep is excellent paper.
I don't have a question. I would just like to say that I tremendously enjoyed it. Like Priyal Dada was saying, truly wonderful. Jayachandran, so every time we listen to you, we definitely learn something new. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunil.
That is the to arrange this seminar. We will learn. Okay, that is the
notion of the seminar.
Organize this seminar.
Exactly. With the style-less pattern that you say, it can create absolute new vocabulary for dance and actually training. So that's wonderful. And so graphically you have represented, everyone will grasp it, I'm sure. And that was really mindful presentation. Thank you so much, Jayachandran-ji. If there's any other question? Okay. So we will move on to our next speaker. we have Sanjay Kumar Chaudhary ji with us as the next speaker. He is quite prolific in his socio-cultural activism. He's a firm believer of Gandhian philosophy and he keeps on working on it relentlessly. He is from Jharkhand, who received his PhD degree from Tilakamaji University, Bhagalpur. He's the coordinator of Chhau Kendra Chandra and an honorable member of the General Council of Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi. He researched on globalization and its alternative, a study on the Gandhian perspective. He is passionately working with renowned activist Dr. Vijay, HOD, Gandhian Thought, Bhagalpur University, in order to uplift the society through the application and implementation of Gandhian perspective, which I firmly believe all of the artists and every single person should do to contribute to the society. And we can see that Dr. Sanjay Chaudhary is doing so. He's making it happen. He's associated with Indian Society of Gandhian Studies, Gandhi Ashram, Shobhanpur, Banka, Bihar, where views of Gandhiji are inculcated within the children and their overall skill development. Today, we will see Sanjay ji presenting views on Chhau. So he's going to perform his paper titled Purulia Chhau Nritya mein Shivatatva, Jhumar और मुखौटा का युगानुकूल प्रयोग. संजय जी.
प्रणाम. नमस्ते नमस्ते.
भाई साहब नमस्कार.
नमस्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
नहीं धन्यवाद आपको. You are very busy, you know. Tight schedule. You submitted the abstract and the full paper. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
बहुत धन्यवाद. सबसे पहले तो मैं चिदाकाश, कालालय को, पियाल भाई को, दीपक जी को, संगीत नाटक अकादमी का धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे यह अवसर प्रदान किया है. छौ पर पिछले 26-27 वर्षों से मैं लगातार काम कर रहा हूं, जुड़ा हुआ हूं. कुछ बातें आपके सामने शेयर कर रहा हूं, कुछ पत्रिकाओं में, कुछ अन्य जगहों पर जो मैंने कुछ महसूस किया है, जो देखा है, गुरुओं से लगातार संपर्क किया हूं, तो उसके आधार पर कुछ बातें आपसे साझा कर रहा हूं. आप तमाम विद्वज्जनों का के साथ मुझे कुछ बांटने का अवसर मिल रहा है. इसके लिए मैं आप सबों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. हमारा है विषय की पुरुलिया जो छौ नृत्य है, उसमें पुरुलिया छौ नृत्य में शिव तत्व, झूमर और मुखौटा का युगानुकूल प्रयोग. कौशिकी ब्राह्मण में 29.537 में नृत्य गीत वाद्यों से युक्त शिल्प का वर्णन है. त्रिवेद वै शिल्पम नृतम गीतम वादित्रमिति. प्राचीन बौद्ध कृतियों में भी नृत्य, गीत, वाद्य यानी वादित्र, प्रेक्षागृह, शोभानिक, नटी नटों की यत्र तत्र सूचनाएं हैं. नचंती पी, गायंती पी, बादंती पी, लसंती पी, ऐसा कहा गया है. दीर्घ निकाय के अंतर्गत ब्रह्मजाल सुतंत्र में सूचना है कि कई ब्राह्मण तथा सन्यासी लोग प्रेक्षागृहों में जाकर नृत्य, गीत, वादित्रों का आस्वादन करते थे, किंतु गौतम बुद्ध उन लोगों में नहीं आते थे. भारतीय वाङ्मय में संगीत को यानी गीत, नृत्य, वादन को महत्वपूर्ण स्थान प्राप्त है. सनातन संस्कृति में कोई भी देवता बिना वाद्य के नहीं है. मां सरस्वती तो स्वयं वीणा बजाती हुई चित्रित हुई है. स्वयं सिद्धिदाता गणेश जी भी मृदंग लेकर दिखते हैं. मृदंग बजाते और नृत्य करते उनके मोहक चित्र बरबस चित्ताकर्षक लगता है. फिर युग पुरुष श्री कृष्ण की बांसुरी का कहना ही क्या. भारतीय शाश्वत सनातन संस्कृति में गायन, वादन और नृत्य की अद्भुत स्थान है, यह हम सभी जानते हैं. हम कहते भी हैं कि ललित रसमय लास्य लीला चंड तांडव गमक हिला. कलित जीवन नाट्य वेदम कांति क्रांति कथा प्रमोदम. यही तो सूत्र वाक्य है भारतीय नाद परंपरा का। चरम सुख और परम सुख और परमानंद की प्राप्ति का अनुष्ठान है नृत्य, संगीत, गायन और वादन। इसलिए संगीत को पंचम वेद का स्थान दिया गया है। अभी कई हमारे पूर्व के प्रस्तोताओं ने भी इस विषय को रखा। भारतीय नृत्य लोक रंजन का माध्यम नहीं होकर लोक मंगल का माध्यम है। भारतीय नृत्य परंपरा लोक संग्रही के रूप में समाज के सामने विद्यमान है। शैव, वैष्णव और पुष्टि मार्गी का समन्वयक है भारतीय नृत्य परंपरा। सगुण अगुण, सगुण निर्गुण उपासना पद्धति के लिए एकता का सूत्र है। प्रसिद्ध विद्वान डॉक्टर कृष्णदेव उपाध्याय ने लिखा है, जो लोग संस्कृत या परिष्कृत वर्ग से प्रभावित न होकर अपनी पुरातन स्थितियों में ही रहते हैं, वे लोग होते हैं लोक का प्रयोग, लोक वार्ता, लोक कला, लोक साहित्य, लोकोक्ति, लोकगीत, लोक नाट्य, लोक नृत्य के साथ जुड़ा है, जिसमें उस लोक संसार की संस्कृति की झलक मिलती है। वस्तुतः हम यह कह सकते हैं कि परंपराओं का उद्गम स्थली लोक जीवन है और लोक जीवन जब से तब से सनातन शाश्वत संस्कृति में नृत्य विद्यमान है। लोक नृत्य, लोक साधना केवल प्रदर्शन की चीज नहीं है, बल्कि दर्शन की चीज है। यह तथ्य सर्वविदित है। जब मनुष्य लोक में अराजक स्थिति आ गई तो ब्रह्मा जी ने भरत मुनि के सहयोग से नाट्य शास्त्र की रचना की। ब्रह्मा ने इसके गायन को ऋग्वेद से, व्यवहारिक पक्ष को यजुर्वेद से और छंद सामवेद से भाव पक्ष अथर्ववेद और पंचम वेद बनाया नाट्य शास्त्र। नाट्य शास्त्र में ही आगे उल्लेख मिलता है कि भगवान शिव ने तांडव दिया, माता पार्वती ने लास्य, भगवान विष्णु ने नाटकीय संवाद का पक्ष वृत्ति दिया। प्रथम संचालन के साथ ही जब नाटक का दृश्य उत्पन्न होता है और सागर मंथन की कथा से दैत्य राक्षस अपमानित होते हैं और पुनः भरत मुनि ब्रह्मा जी से मिलकर समाधान की उम्मीद करते हैं, फिर ब्रह्मा जी विश्वकर्मा भगवान से प्रशाल, यानी जो आज की स्थिति में इसको हम हॉल कहते हैं, कि निर्माण की बात करते हैं और प्रशाल की सारी विशेषताओं से युक्त, ये जो प्रशाल की बात है उसमें सारी सुविधाएं युक्त, इस प्रकार का उन्होंने इसमें वर्णन आता है। फिर उन्होंने प्रवेश द्वार, विकास द्वार, ग्रीन रूम जिसको आज हम कहते हैं, प्रकाश और ध्वनि व्यवस्था के लिए वायु, वरुण, आकाश से सहयोग लेते हैं, रुद्र और आदित्य को भी सक्रिय करते हैं और अप्सरा पूरे प्रशाल में उपस्थित रहेंगे। इस तरह पूरे नाट्य शास्त्र में कला को प्रदर्शित करने की जो व्यवस्था की गई है वह दैवी शक्ति के द्वारा अद्भुत है, अनुपम है। नाट्य शास्त्र में वर्णन आता है, रासा भावा व्यंजनादि युक्तम नृत्य रहते, यानी भाव, रस, छंद, मुद्रा, आंगिक के योग से भरत मुनि ने नृत्य की स्थापना की। भगवान शंकर के सहयोग से ऐसा किया, कहा जाता है। ऐसे ही भारतीय कला अद्वितीय है, वह हमें प्रेरणा देती है और उदात्त बनाती है। अपने प्रयास में कलाकार परमानंद का अनुभव करता है और दर्शक वस्तुतः मंत्रमुग्ध हो जाता है। वह पीड़ित की पीड़ा को हर लेती है और हताश तथा निराश व्यक्ति में उत्साह का संचार करती है। वह मानव मन में प्रतिष्ठित करुणा को प्रस्फुटित करता है। इस तरह हम देखते हैं कि भारतीय सनातन परंपरा में नृत्य और संगीत का विशेष महत्व है। यह भी अध्ययन में आता है कि भारत की संपूर्ण नृत्य परंपरा, चाहे वह लोक नृत्य की श्रेणी में आता हो या उसकी उत्पत्ति भगवान के मंदिर से ही हुई, ईश्वर की आराधना ही मूल भाव उसका रहा है। सभी नृत्य शैली अपने प्रारंभिक अवस्था से निकलकर अपने विकास के क्रम में अपने अपने अलग स्वरूप में आज हमारे सामने मंचित होता है, किंतु संपूर्ण नृत्य शैली ईश्वर के प्रति भक्ति भाव से किया गया समर्पण ही तो है। भारत में सामान्य तौर पर 7 पारंपरिक शास्त्रीय नृत्य जाना जाता है, जिसमें भरतनाट्यम, कुचिपुड़ी, कथक, कथकली, ओडिसी और मणिपुरी है। प्राचीन नृत्य परंपरा में भरतनाट्यम नृत्य शैली का विशेष स्थान है। अभी तो हमने देखा भी कि दीदी ने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से इसका उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया। कुंभ के साथ इसका योग और बाकी चीजों को हमने देखा, किस प्रकार सृजना हमारी बढ़ती है। तो उसी तरह से नाट्य शास्त्र के अनुसार यह नृत्य शैली अपने प्रदर्शन में वाचिक और आंगिक को विशेष स्थान देता है। शब्दम, वर्णम, पदवाज, तेलंगाना, श्लोक का सुंदर प्रयोग इसकी विशेषता है। वही कुचिपुड़ी की शुरुआत नृत्य नाटिका के रूप में हुई। कथानक और पात्र का परिचय और संवाद संप्रेषण के साथ नृत्य और अभिनय की सुंदर प्रस्तुति ही इसकी विशेषता है। कुचिपुड़ी नृत्य में नवो रसों और चारों प्रकार के अभिनय का प्रदर्शन होता है। कथक नृत्य शैली, जो कि उत्तर भारत की प्रथम नृत्य शैली के रूप में जानी जाती है, मंदिरों में ईश्वर के सामने कथा और घूम घूम कर कथा कहते कहते पद विन्यास का विशेष प्रयोग करते करते एक नृत्य शैली का जन्म हुआ। अनेक परिवर्तनों के साथ आज यह नृत्य शैली अपने अलग स्वरूप में है। इसके भी 3 घराना मुख्य तौर पर माना जाता है, जयपुर, लखनऊ तथा बनारस। कथकली नृत्य शैली, जो कि केरला की एक प्रसिद्ध नृत्य शैली है, इसमें अभिनय और नृत्य साथ साथ चलता है। विशेष आकृति से, अलग अलग हाव भाव से और खासकर हस्त मुद्रा से कथा को आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य करती है। ओडिसी अभिनय दर्पण के अनुसार एक विशेष नृत्य शैली जिसमें प्रेम और सौंदर्य को रूपांतरित किया जाता है। शारीरिक संचलन, हस्त मुद्रा और मुखाकृति से यह नृत्य परंपरा बहुत ही आकर्षक बना दिया गया है। गुटी पुआ इसका पारंपरिक नृत्य रचना है। अष्टपदी जयदेव के गीत गोविंद से अनुप्राणित और एक दार्शनिक राजा के स्वप्न में तैयार यह नृत्य शैली ही ईश्वरीय आस्था को ही तो दर्शाती है। लय दोरवा नृत्य में से मूलतः निकलकर आज प्रसिद्ध रास नृत्य है। भारत की अन्य नृत्य शैली भी अलग अलग प्रांतों और क्षेत्रों में है, जिसे लोक नृत्य शैली के रूप में देखा जाता है। कुछ नृत्य शैली शास्त्रीयता के लिए लगातार संघर्ष कर रही है और कुछ शैलियां बहुत लोकप्रिय होकर अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में ही नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर अपनी पहचान बना चुकी है। इन्हीं नृत्य शैली में एक नृत्य शैली छऊ है, जिसे 2010 में यूनेस्को ने इसे विश्व धरोहर का दर्जा भी दिया है। छऊ नृत्य शैली खारवेल शासक और कलिंग युद्ध से गहरा रिश्ता रखता है। उड़ीसा के भंजदेव शासक ने इसे संरक्षित करने का पूरा प्रयास किया और सरायकेला, बागमुंडी महाराजा तथा काशीपुर महाराजा ने इसे विकास का क्रम दिया। छऊ नृत्य शैली कलिंग शासकों की सुरक्षा के लिए अपनी नृत्य शैली बन गई। गांव के किसान, गांव के अन्य वर्गों के लोगों ने अपनी सुरक्षा करने के लिए ढाल और तलवार को उठा लिया, ऐसा कहा जाता है। छऊ नृत्य कला शांति काल में अपने अलग अस्तित्व के लिए, अलग अलग पहचान के लिए जाना जाने लगा। प्रत्येक छऊ की शैली में बनवाली दास जी एवं उपेंद्र विश्वाल जी का नाम प्रमुखता से आता है। पश्चिम बंगाल, झारखंड और उड़ीसा के क्षेत्रों में, खासकर वनांचलों में, यह छऊ नृत्य बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध है और आज दुनिया में अपना स्थान बना लिया है और उत्तम स्थान बनाने की दिशा में कृत संकल्प है। सामान्य तौर पर छऊ नृत्य शैली की 3 शैलियां प्रचलित है, जिसमें पुरुलिया छऊ, जिसे मानभूम शैली भी कहते हैं, सरायकेला छऊ और मयूरभंज शैली। यद्यपि छऊ नृत्य युद्धकाल की उपज है, इसके अलावा खरसावां शैली और रांची खूंटी के पास भी एक सिंहवा शैली है जो अभी कमतर लोकप्रिय है। इस क्षेत्र के अलग अलग राजा राजवाड़ों ने थोड़ा थोड़ा परिवर्तन कर अलग अलग नाम दिया, किंतु छऊ की मुख्यतया 3 शैलियां ही लोकप्रिय है। छऊ नृत्य की तीनों शैलियों का आराध्य देव और अनुप्राणित करने वाले देवता देवादिदेव महादेव हैं। छऊ के कला साधक भगवान महादेव को ही अर्पित करते हैं अपनी साधना। नई रचना, कोरियोग्राफी आदि प्रथम बार भगवान महादेव को ही समर्पित रहता है। पुरुलिया छऊ और सरायकेला छऊ और मयूरभंज छौ नृत्य को आरंभ करने से पहले जो भी क्रम दिया जाता है, जो भी कार्य किए जाते हैं, वह महादेव को ही अर्पित किया जाता है। सरायकेला में खरकई नदी के किनारे 7 शिवलिंग की पूजा कर इस की शुरुआत की जाती है, जिसे भैरव और भैरवी की पूजा कहते हैं। इस पूजा के अवसर पर छऊ के सभी कला साधक और छऊ को प्यार करने वाले दर्शक मौजूद रहते हैं। फरीखंडा का प्रदर्शन पूजा के बाद किया जाता है। यात्रा घट भी इसी सनातन परंपरा को प्रदर्शित करता है। छऊ नृत्य के साधक खरकई नदी के मजना घाट से शुरुआत करते हैं, जहां शिव मंदिर है। शिव के सभी भक्त उपवास रखते हैं, शिव की पूजा करते हैं और इसके बाद ही वह अपनी कला का प्रदर्शन करते हैं। चैत्र पर्व की शुरुआत इसी शिव मंदिर में पूजा के बाद प्रारंभ हो जाता है। मयूरभंज छौ के नर्तक भी चैत्र पर्व में भगवान भैरव और दोपहर में मां अंबिका की पूजा करते हैं। एक विशेष प्रकार का लाल धागा बांधते हैं, जिसे नाड़ा बांधा उत्सव भी कहा जाता है। एक पवित्र ध्वज की स्थापना भी करते हैं मंच के पास। इसे ध्वज को झारझरा कहते हैं। फिर भगवान शिव के द्वार से मिट्टी का कुछ कण लाकर मंच पर या कार्यक्रम स्तर पर बिखेर देते हैं। इस प्रक्रिया को असर बड़ा के नाम से भी जानते हैं। उसी प्रकार आज हम पुरुलिया छौ में शिव और शिव भक्त, छौ साधक और पाला की बात करेंगे और झूमर की, जो पुरुलिया छौ नृत्य का एक अभिन्न अंग है। पुरुलिया छौ में चैत्र पर्व के आरंभ में गाजन पर्व का पालन किया जाता है। भक्तगण अलकाफ पोशाक पहनकर, भस्म लगाकर अपने से उछल कूद करते हैं। दरअसल पुरुलिया छौ की उत्पत्ति के संदर्भ में बहुत सारी बातें आती हैं और उन बातों में जो पुराने गुरु हैं, जो साधक हैं, वो बताते हैं कि किस प्रकार यह काप झाप से उत्पन्न हुआ, किस तरह से भगवान शिव को, शिव की पूजा करने के लिए रात जागरण का जब कार्य होता था, तो धीरे 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 अलग अलग प्रकार के आंगिक क्रिया के माध्यम से यह छौ की उत्पत्ति हुई। कुछ लोग भगवान शिव के बारात के रूप में जाते थे और विभिन्न प्रकार की भूत पिशाच और तरह तरह के सजने की उनकी प्रक्रिया होती थी। सज करके भगवान को प्रसन्न करते थे, उछलते कूदते थे। इसलिए उसको एक काप झाप से भी इसकी उत्पत्ति माना जाता है, लेकिन ये पूरी तरह से भगवान शिव को ही समर्पित है। भोक्ता एक विशेष पद अंदाज से चलते हैं, जिसे चाली कहा जाता है, और उस चाल को चिड़ई चाल यानी पक्षी का चाल भी कहा जाता है। पुरुलिया छौ के कला साधक भगवान शिव की पूजा करते हैं, उपवास करते हैं, आग पर चलते हैं, रात भर जगते हैं और रात जागरण के इसी अवसर पर भगवान शिव को समर्पित नृत्य करते हैं। शिव की पूजा और इसी उछल कूद काप झाप से छौ की उत्पत्ति हुई। खासकर पुरुलिया छौ का ऐसा माना जाता है। यह गाजन मेला नववर्ष के आगमन के अवसर पर किया जाता है। इसकी कहानी वानासुर से प्रारंभ होता है, जो बड़े शिव भक्त थे। चैत्र संक्रांति के काल से चड़क पूजा का आरंभ होता है। पुरुलिया छौ के साथ इन्हीं शिव मंदिर के सामने 3 दिनों तक अपनी साधना का, नए जो पाला का निर्माण होता है, उस नई रचना का प्रदर्शन भगवान शिव के सामने करते हैं। चैत्र संक्रांति के पहले दिन भक्त उपवास रखते हैं। यह पूजा विधान 3 दिनों तक चलता है। प्रथम दिन के पहर को बार कहते हैं, यानी तैयारी। दूसरे दिन उपवास और तीसरे दिन तेल हल्दी यानी उपवास खत्म और फिर कार्यक्रम में तल्लीन हो जाना। पुरुलिया छौ में भगवान शिव को समर्पित अनेक पाला है। पाला यानी जो पुराणों से ली गई कुछ छोटी छोटी कहानियां, स्थानीय कुछ कहानी, उसको आधार बनाकर जो लोग नृत्य करते हैं, और उस पाला के साथ शिव को समर्पित झूमर का बहुत विशेष महत्व है। हम यहाँ पर कुछ शिव से संबंधित जो पाला है, जो छौ के, पुरुलिया छौ के जो साधक नृत्य करते हैं, और जो ग्रामीण और अन्य प्रकार जो आसपास के जो स्थानीय कवि होते हैं, जो एक विशेष गीत का निर्माण करते हैं, जिसको हम लोग झूमर कहते हैं, स्थानीय भाषा में विभिन्न भावों को प्रदर्शित करने का जो कवित्वपूर्ण उनकी प्रक्रिया होती है, उसमें जो कुछ उनके शब्द होते हैं, उनके कुछ वाक्य होते हैं, उसके जो कुछ गीत बनते हैं, उस गीत को झूमर, पुरुलिया झूमर के रूप में जाना जाता है। पाला है शिव पार्वती, उसमें जो झूमर कहा जाता है, उड़ी ले रही भ्रमरा, उड़ली रे भ्रमरा, अगो गिया बसे तो माल डारे। ये भगवान शिव को समर्पित एक पाला है और उससे संबंधित ये गीत झूमर, जिसको गा करके अपने नृत्य भाव का प्रदर्शन करते हैं। दूसरा है परशुराम गुरु दर्शन, उसमें भी इसी का प्रयोग होता है। जलंधरा सुरवत, ये सभी शिव को समर्पित है। मंगल भवन अमंगलहारी, ऐसा उनका यह जो झूमर है इसकी स्थापना करते हैं। वृषभासुरवध, ये भी भगवान शिव को समर्पित है और इसमें वहां के कवि जो झूमर लिखते हैं वो गाते हैं, जार जोन्य गोचारण मस्के ते बंधा वहन, जार जोन्य सिखिलाम बांसुरी, जार जोन्य घाटे दानी जमुना वाही तत्वरणी, जार जोन्य वृंदावन चारी भृगुपद चिन्हधारी। फिर भस्मासुर वध, यह भी शिव को समर्पित है। इसमें जो शिव को समर्पित झूमर है, जिनी कोटि शशधर अंग शोभा मनोहर, कोटि तटे बागंबर बम बम रवे बदने के जोगी वृषभ वाहने। फिर अंधकासुर वध, यह भी भगवान शिव की कथा से संबंधित है। धूमधाम काहे लागा चुपचाप रह देव दानवा, सुनो मेरा बात, यह भी शिव को समर्पित एक झूमर है। द्रौपदी पंचपुत्र निधन में भी या स्वस्थामा मणि हरण में भी भगवान शिव की बात आती है। और फिर उसमें भी जो झूमर है, भीम बोले विदुमुखी मने तो होए ना दुखी, देखो युधिष्ठिर वाक्य लंघन ना जाए, नान कांद सुंदरी रे दिया विधुरिया जाए। इस प्रकार वो अपने पाला में झूमर का प्रयोग करते हैं। गणेश मुंड छेदन में भी भगवान शिव का दर्शन होता है। उसमें भी सिंदूर वर्ण अंग मुसिक वाहन, सर्व सिद्धि दाता हर गौरी नंदन, इस प्रकार के झूमर का प्रयोग करते हैं। इस तरह पुरुलिया छौ में शिव को समर्पित अनेक पाला भाव रचना है, जिसका प्रदर्शन छौ साधक मंचों पर करते हैं। छौ नृत्य की आत्मा झूमर है, जो पार्श्व में या सूत्रधार के द्वारा कथा को एक लय आधार देता है और उस गीत के माध्यम से पौराणिक भाव को, पात्र परिचय को दर्शक तक ले जाने का काम करते हैं। झूमर गीत आंचलिक भाव को दर्शाता है, जिसे सुनकर कलाकार अपने अभिनय और पद रचना को गति देते हैं। झूमर लोक रचना से जुड़ा है, अपनी भाषा में स्थानीय भाषा से ओतप्रोत होकर उस कथा को जन जन में उतार देता है। झूमर चैतन्य भाव को जन्म देता है और निराकार को आकार देता है और आकार को एक आधार। पुरुलिया छौ में मुखौटा का अपना विशेष महत्व है। पात्र की पहचान उसके मुखौटा से पहचाना जाता है। सरायकेला छौ में मुखौटा अलग प्रकार का होता है, किंतु पुरुलिया छौ में मुखौटा बहुत ही सजा धजा और मोतियों से काम किया हुआ रहता है। ड्राइडन ने एक जगह लिखा है, डांस इज द पोएट्री ऑफ द फूट। यह सच है, परंतु पुरुलिया छौ में मुखाभिनय को मुखौटा के द्वारा ही प्रदर्शित किया जाता है। पुरुलिया छौ में मुखौटा का प्रयोग बहुत ही मनोरम है। अगर यह कहा जाए कि पुरुलिया छौ में मुखौटा एक बड़ा आकर्षक भूमिका और एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निवाह करता है, तो ये कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी। विश्व के रंगमंच पर मुखौटा का उपयोग होता रहा है। भारत के विभिन्न नृत्य शैलियों में मुखौटा का प्रयोग हो रहा है। किसी भी चरित्र को सहज भाव से अंगीकार करना मुखौटा के द्वारा ही संभव हो पाता है। कहा जाता है कि जब पुरुलिया अपनी प्रारंभिक अवस्था में था, तो वह अपनी प्रारंभिक अवस्था में मुखौटा का वह स्वरूप नहीं था। मुखौटा के रूप में पहले कलाकार के द्वारा विभिन्न चरित्र को दर्शाने के लिए आम के पत्ते, केला के पत्ते आदि को रंग कर किया जाता था। पत्ता को आंख के स्थान पर काट कर लगा दिया जाता था, ताकि वह कलाकार मंच पर देख सके। इसके पहले भी चेहरे को पात्र के अनुसार रंग लिया जाता था, परंतु अभी ऐसा नहीं है। पहले शुरुआत में मुखौटा में केवल उजला और काले रंग का ही प्रयोग होता था, किंतु बाद में इसे अलग अलग पात्रों के अनुसार रंगों का चयन कर उपयोग में लाया जाता है। पुरुलिया छऊ मुखौटा की विशेषता है उसका मुकुट। मुकुट को बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से सजाया जाता है। माँ दुर्गा का मुखौटा बहुत ही लोकप्रिय है। लोग घरों में मुखौटा का उपयोग करते हैं और कमरे को आकर्षक बनाते हैं। पुरुलिया छऊ नृत्य में पाला के अनुसार मुखौटा का निर्माण किया जाता है और उसकी आकृति आदि तय की जाती है। मंच पर एक कलाकार जब अन्य पात्र का अभिनय करता है तो उसमें मुखौटा को ही पाला को जीवंत बनाने का कार्य करती है। जब कलाकार राक्षस की भूमिका या असुर या देवता की भूमिका निर्वहन करते हैं तो मुखौटा की वह आकृति ही उसे दर्शक के मध्य लोकप्रिय बनाते हैं। पुरुलिया छऊ के मुखौटा बनाने में बहुत ही परिवर्तन हुआ है। आटा के द्वारा, मिट्टी के लेप के द्वारा, अखबार या कागज के लेयर के द्वारा ढांचा पर उतार कर बनाया जाता है। इसे जो योजना पूर्वक बनाकर धीरे धीरे थापी से उसे ठीक किया जाता है और फिर उसे अलग कर दिया जाता है। धूप में सुखाने के बाद उसे रंग के लिए तैयार किया जाता है और आजकल पुरुलिया छऊ का मुखौटा बहुत ही लोकप्रिय है। पुरुलिया छऊ के कलाकार बड़ा बड़ा मुखौटा पहनकर मंच पर पात्रों को जीवंत बनाने का काम करते हैं। मंच पर चक्कर मारना या डीब मारना होता है, किंतु मुखौटा उनके सिर पर बना रहता है। पुरुलिया के बागमुंडी प्रखंड के चिड़ीदा गांव में मुखौटा बनाने का काम एक कुटीर उद्योग का रूप ले चुका है। चिड़ीदा गांव में के ज्यादा से ज्यादा परिवार मुखौटा बनाने का काम करते हैं और दूर दूर से पर्यटक आकर इस मुखौटे को देखते हैं, उसकी सुंदरता पर मुग्ध होते हैं और अपने घरों के लिए खरीदने का कार्य करते हैं। प्रमुख रूप से सूत्रधर परिवार या इस व्यवसाय या कला में लगे हुए, किंतु इसके अलावा भुइयां परिवार सहित मिस्त्री परिवार मुखौटा निर्माण में लगे हुए हैं। चिड़ीदा गांव के अलावा भी पुरुलिया जिला अन्य गांव में भी मुखौटा बनाया जाता है। इस तरह जब छऊ की बात करते हैं और खासकर पुरुलिया छऊ, तो हम पाते हैं कि भरत मुनि के नाट्य शास्त्र के स्वरूप से ही बहुत अनुप्राणित है। पुरुलिया छऊ की विशेषता है सनातन संस्कृति के अनुरूप अनुष्ठान का संपादन, रस, भाव, आंगिक, चाली आदि का उपयोग करते हुए अपने धार्मिक आख्यानों की व्याख्या है पुरुलिया का छऊ। पुरुलिया छऊ में शिव, झूमर और मुखौटा का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। बिना इसके पुरुलिया छऊ की कल्पना नहीं की जा सकती है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत आभार।
थैंक यू संजय जी। हम सभी आपका आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। आपने एक पूरा छौ का दिग्मंडल दिखा दिया हम सबको। और कुछ बातें मैं सेशन ओपन करने से पहले कहना चाहूंगा कि जैसे आपने कहा कि एक जो परंपरा का इसकी जो प्रवाह है, जैसे हमने देखा, आपने कहा कि वो पहले पूजा की जाती है, उसके बाद उसको छिड़का जाता है। तो ये हमारे ये भारतीय परंपरा है, जो स्पेस, जो क्षेत्र हम बात कर रहे हैं, देश, उसको एक मामूली ना रखकर उसको ट्रांसफॉर्म करने की जो बात है, और उसमें एक जो परफॉर्मर का मेंटल ट्रांसफॉर्म होता है, जो मानसिक उसके में जो बदलाव आते हैं, और उसमें वो जो प्रक्रिया है वो हर एक जगह पे दिखाई देती है। वो मुझे बहुत भाया आपकी इस पेपर में से। और आपने जो ये और एक बात है, दैट आर्ट एज समथिंग विच सर्वाइव्स द फैमिली, परिवार के साथ जो आर्ट जीवित रहती है, वो भी बड़ी रोचक बात है। Thank you so much. Now I would like to open the session. If anybody would have any question, please share with Dr. Sanjay ji.
नमस्ते डॉक्टर संजय।
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार। मेरा ये प्रश्न है कि जब हम जब कोई नृत्यकार, कलाकार मुखौटे के साथ किसी पात्र को निभा रहा है, तो उनके अंतरंग की जैसे हम प्रिपरेशन, क्योंकि हम स्पेस की बात करें तो इनर स्पेस, आउटर स्पेस दोनों चीजें होती है। नॉर्मली डांसर्स को उनके चेहरे की जो एक स्ट्रेंथ होती है, हमारी आंखों की स्ट्रेंथ, तो ये वो अपना इनर स्पेस कैसे तैयार करते, क्योंकि मुझे पता है आंगिक बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, बट फिर भी एक अंदर की जो स्पेस है वो आप कैसे तैयार करते हैं, स्पेशली
ये बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न है और मैं इस पर बहुत लोगों से मिला और मैं गांव-गांव जब जाता हूँ इसको देखने के लिए बड़ा मोहक होता है। तो पहले क्या था कि पहले लोग अपने जो ग्रामीण हैं, जो चासी हैं, जो लोग हैं, वो एक ही पात्र को बिल्कुल सामने नहीं ला पाते थे। उनके पास पता नहीं रहता था मुझे करना क्या है। तो जो सरायकेला का जो मुखौटा है, वहां मुकुट तो नहीं होता है, लेकिन वो उसके पूरे जैसे रात्रि है, तो रात्रि में किस प्रकार का कलर का प्रयोग किया जाए, चंद्रभागा है तो उसमें किस प्रकार का कलर मुखौटे का प्रयोग किया जाए, इस प्रकार वो देखते हैं तो आपको बिल्कुल लगेगा कि वही पात्र डांस कर रहा है। और उनके जो भाव हैं वो चाली चलन के द्वारा, पद के द्वारा जो दिखता ही है, और चेहरे पर भी वो दिखता है, वो भाव आ जाता है। और वह जिस प्रकार हम कथक में या अन्य कथकली और अन्य जो शास्त्रीय नृत्य परंपरा में देखते हैं, बिल्कुल वो चेहरे का वो तो वो दिखता नहीं है, लेकिन जो मुखौटा है वह उसको उसी अनुसार बनाया जाता है, पात्र के अनुसार उसको रंग किया जाता है, कलर किया जाता है, और उसको प्रयास किया जाता है उसको दिखाने का। जैसे माँ दुर्गा का है, तो माँ दुर्गा का जब मुखौटा पुरुलिया में आप देखेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि बिल्कुल माँ दुर्गा है। वो जो कर रही हैं विनाश का जो ऐसा कर रही हैं या वध कर रही हैं या फिर ममता के रूप में है, तो वो उनके मुखौटे में वो दिखता है। वो कलाकार का इतना ये है, जैसे अभी दीदी बात कर रही थी कि किस प्रकार हम मिट्टी को और कुंभ को बनाते हैं और कैसा लगता है कि हम पूरा रिलीज हो जाते हैं, तनाव मुक्त हो जाते हैं, तो वह उनका जो भाव है वो पूरा आ जाता है और बड़ा अच्छा लगता है वो देखने में।
सर, जैसे अगर कोई माँ दुर्गा का आपने जिक्र किया, तो जो पात्र अभी माँ दुर्गा का रोल कर रहे हैं, उनके अंतरंग की तैयारी क्या आप अलग से करते हैं कि अंदर से उनका जो एक सोच है, क्योंकि उनके अंदर क्या भावनाएं उजागर आप करते हैं उनकी ट्रेनिंग
वो
के
जो
समय?
पाला है उसको एक्चुअली वो लोग पाला बोलते हैं, कहानी बोलते हैं। तो माँ दुर्गा का अगर कोई पाला वो दिखा रहे हैं तो उस पाले पर वो उनकी कहानी के अनुसार वो देखते हैं। जैसे अभिमन्यु वध है, तो अभिमन्यु वध में उसकी जो कहानी होती है, उसका उसका जो करुणा पक्ष है, तो करुणा पक्ष को देख करके वो किस प्रकार से वो बच्चे को लेकर के फिर वो आगे बढ़ता है, वो साथ उसको तोड़ करके दरवाजा जब निकलता है, तो वो पूरी पहले से ही रचना होती है और झूमर के माध्यम से वो प्रकाशित होता है। वो जो झूमर का जो गीत वो आंचलिक गाते हैं, करुण भाव होता है, रस होता है, उसमें आप अभिधा, लक्षणा और व्यंजना को भी ढूंढ सकते हैं अगर आप देखते हैं तो इस प्रकार से वो आ, उसकी प्रस्तुति वहां पर पहले ही हो जाती है पाला के माध्यम से, और वो झूमर के माध्यम से सूत्रधार उसको बोलते रहता है, ये देखा जाता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद संजय जी। Now we move on with our session. We have Dr. Shikha Rajpurohit next with us. Dr. Shikha Rajpurohit received her PhD in Sanskrit from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Her research encompasses the intricate tapestry of Pratyabhigya and Buddhist philosophies, which has been presented through her thesis, Refutation of Buddhist Logic in the Jnanadhikar of Ishwar Pratyabhigya. With a keen focus on interdisciplinary exploration, Dr. Rajpurohit has authored over a dozen impactful publications in reputable journals, shedding light on the various aspects of Sanskrit language, philosophy, and aesthetics. She is committed to enrich and expand the scholarly discourse on Sanskrit studies, fostering a deeper appreciation for the intellectual heritage in India. And here comes her paper, which I'm personally looking forward to, titled Space and Time in the Pratyabhigya Philosophy, where she aims to discuss the concepts of space and time in the philosophy of Pratyabhigya, also known as the Shivadvayavad, the Shaiva non-dualism. Shikhadri, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this introduction. I will start with a Mangalacharan. Namaste Sharade Devi Kashmir Puravasini Tvamaham Prarthaye Nityam Vidyadanam Cha Dehi Me. First of all, I want to thank Bhattacharya ji for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts in front of such great artists and scholars in this Vidvat Sabha. It has been an absolute delight to attend the presentation since morning, and I'm very sure that this seminar is going to deepen our understanding of space and time. Namaste to everybody. My name is Shikha Rajpurohit, and in today's presentation, my objective is to discuss the concepts of space and time in the philosophy of Pratyabhigya, which is also known as the Kashmir Shivadvaivada, the Kashmir Shaiva non-dualism. This philosophy finds its roots in the Shivadrishti of Acharya Somananda. It is further nurtured by Acharya Utpaladeva, who has authored Ishwar Pratyabhigya Karika and its two auto-commentaries named Ishwar Pratyabhigya Vivriti, Vritti and Vivriti. These texts see as their commentator the great Acharya Abhinavagupta, who has written two commentaries on this, named Vimarshini and Vivriti Vimarshini. This seminal work of Utpaladeva discusses cognition and action as the powers of Shiva, the universal consciousness, and the ultimate being conceived in this philosophy. His endeavor here is to prove that recognition or pratyabhijnana of this Ishvara, Ishvara is a Shiva, it is Maheshwara, that is the ultimate goal. The pratyabhijnana or the recognition of this Shiva is the ultimate goal for the individual, which is going to lead to liberation. I hope that this paper would be interesting for the scholars of art, literature, and philosophy. It might be helpful for opening up a dialogue regarding Abhinav Gupta's philosophical and aesthetic dynamics of space and time. Pratyabhigya's conception regarding space and time have been dealt under the power of action, the two powers which are discussed in this text. The nature of action, as understand philosophically, it is in succession. It is krama, which is caused by time. The issue here is that succession cannot be assigned to an enduring subject whose nature is pure consciousness. The general understanding is that pure consciousness needs to be unaffected by time as well. The objective of this paper is to understand how have the Pratyabhigya philosophers solved this dichotomy. The Pratyabhigya philosophers have here as their opponents the Buddhists, for whom action is serial, it is successive, and it can never sustain in a unitary principle. I will also be discussing how the concepts of Vimarsha and Swatantriya come into play, and the exponent, the philosophers of Pratyabhigya, successfully establish the presence of action regarding consciousness as well as the concepts of space and time. So, as I mentioned, Pratyabhigya's conception regarding space and time have been dealt under the power of action, which has been discussed in the second chapter of this text of Ishwar Pratyabhigya, Karika, Vivriti, Vimarshini, all of them. Defining time, Acharya Utpaladeva says, Kalah Suryadi Sancharaha Tattat Pushpadi Janmava Shitoshneva Atatalakshah Krama Evasa Tatvatah. So he says time in reality, it is essentially nothing other than succession. How do we observe it? It is observable in the movement of the sun and the moon, in the blooming of different flowers, or in the changing seasons. We understand and denote time through these various natural aspects. As opposed to the common understanding of time as the basis of action, what Pratyabhigya philosophers suggest is that it is the active power of the Lord. It is the Kriya Shakti which makes the foundation for time. So he says, Murti Vaichitryato Deshakramam Abhasayati Asau Kriya Vaichitrya Nirbhasat Kalakramam Apishwarah. What this means is, it is the Lord who makes the spatial succession manifest by the variety of manifestation of bodies. That is the Murti Vaichitra. And the temporal successions by means of manifestations of the varieties of forms in action. That is the Kriya Vaichitra. He says the Murti Vaichitra is the variety of external bodies such as the house, a temple, a room, a marketplace, etc. So these are manifested by the Lord. He says the Lord also makes the temporal succession manifest by manifesting the variety of forms involved in action, be it limited or unlimited in their nature. The ultimate being known as Maheshwara in the philosophy of Pratyabhigya is an agent as well as a knower. Shiva acts and he knows. The assertion towards the active aspect of Shiva can be seen in the first verse of this text, where action has been stated before knowledge. Utpaladeva says, Kartari Gyatari Swatmanyadi Siddhe Maheshware Ajaratma Nishedham Va Siddhim Va Vidhati Takaha. I would like to explain it a bit. He says, Kaha ईश्वरे कीदृशेन प्रमाणेन अस्ति इति ज्ञानलक्षणा सिद्धिं नास्ति इति ज्ञानलक्षणं निषेधं कुर्यात्. He says, who is this who is trying to prove God that it does exist or negate that it does not exist? Both are cognitive processes. So he says, who is this person who's trying to do negation or trying to prove or to say that it does exist, that the God does exist, Lord does exist? He says, Pramata iti chet sa eva kaha, that it needs, this is a cognitive process and it is going to need a subject. Then who is this subject? Dehadi jad ut tadanyova kashit atmade shabdavachya. Is it the jad body, the deha, or is it something named as the atma? He says, soapi swaprakasha swabhavo vanava. Is that this aspect who is the subject who's trying to prove, is it swaprakasha swabhava or is it not? Is it manifested by its own light? Does it know itself or does it not? He says, dehadi jaditi cheta swayev swatmani asiddha paratra kam siddhim kuryat. He says, if it is the jad body, if it is the insentient body, then how is it trying to prove something else? A rock cannot attempt to prove or negate a river or a mountain or something else, or me for that matter. So if it has to be, then it has to be the Atma. Then Atma api aswaprakasho, if that Atma is not self-conscious of itself, then how is it, and then it becomes as good as a rock. So it is going to go the same path. So swaprakasha swabhava iti chet kidrishena rupena bhati. And if you agree that it is self-manifested, it has its own light and it knows itself, then what is this nature? What is its nature? यदि परिनिष्ठित सम्मिन मात्र रूपेण तदा संविदाम भेदनम भेदितानाम च अंतरनुसंधानेन अभेदनम न स्यात्. If it is limited in its nature, then it will never, this subject which we are talking about, who is doing the siddhi or the nisheda, it will not be able to create unity in different, there are different cognitions of different nature of cognitions. So how is it going to differentiate between them, and how is it going to create a unity between these also kind of cognitions? तेन स्वतंत्र स्वप्रकाशात्मतया तावत् स भासते तथा भासमानश्च कीदृशम् ईश्वरं साधयेत् निषेधित्वा. Then what is it trying to, how is it trying to prove the swatantra and swaprakashatma Ishvara? He says, Kartri Gyatri Svabhavam iti chet, and if you agree that this Pramata, which is attempting to prove the Lord, is the doer, is the agent, and he knows and he understands, then he says, you've known it, then this is what I'm trying to prove, that you are the agent, the Pramata who is attempting, it is the agent and it is the knower of that ultimate reality. That is the recognition. So he thus tries to establish the recognition. There is one important point that he makes here regarding cognition and action. He says regarding the essential nature of this consciousness, he says, Sachayam Swatantraha, the concept of Swatantrevada of Kashmir Shaivism. Swatantrayam cha abhede bhedanam, bhedite cha antaranusandhanena bhedanam iti bahuprakaram. So there are various kinds of Swatantraya. What is this Swatantraya? What does it entail? It is abhede bhedanam. It is to create difference in unity. Bhedite cha antaranusandhanena abhedam. Again, in the difference that was created, in the difference antaranusandhanena, through an internal synthesis, creating a unity. All these kinds of which we will be talking about. So he says, this is the Swatantraya of Parameshwara. It is the Swatantraya of Shiva, of consciousness, of me, of I, the self-consciousness. So this opening statement itself strongly differentiates the Shaivas from the Advaita Vedantin, the Nyaya Vaisheshikas, the Sankhya Yoga philosophies. The other two non-dual systems which come in proximity are the Vijnanadvaita of Buddhists and the Shabdadvaita of Bhartrihari. One becomes their opponent. The Vijnanavadis are the strong opponent here, and he makes Bhartrihari becomes their ally in this process. So let us come back and focus on today's topic of discussion. What is the Buddhist objection here? What are they objecting towards? The Buddhist understanding of action is objective and it is empirical. They assert that action is a mental construct which is based on the observed series of spatial points at which a particular body or thing is seen in a temporal succession. Therefore, action in itself cannot be logically proven, let alone a subject of that action. The points that they've raised against the Shaivas are a few. They say action is just a series. It is characterized by succession and therefore it is multiple. It cannot be spoken of as one. The reason is because unity is the opposite of multiplicity, a very general notion. Hence, it is illogical to argue that action is one and successive at the same time. So, it is not possible according to the Buddhists. Unity of action cannot be argued on the ground that it resides in one or that it has one substratum, is the Buddhist idea. They say even if a substratum is accepted for the sake of argument, how is it possible that being affected by various temporal, spatial, formal, all kinds of differences, it can still remain unaffected and enduring and unchanged after all of this? Therefore, they say action is not real because it is made up of a series. The series is made up of succession and its constituents are held together in an order of previous and later by the determinative function of the mind. And what can be determinatively grasped cannot be real. The real is momentary and it is indeterminate. This is the Buddhist understanding of action. Now, providing an answer to this, the Pratyabhijna philosophers explain their own concept. Their concept is based on the external objective aspect, and it is also an analysis of the internal subjective aspect. The Shaivas do accept the fact that action is serial, and thus they are aware of the multiplicity of action, and it is accepted by them. They accept that action is serial and it is multiple. It is a phenomenon which is external and easily observable in our daily activities. But they point out an important fact that action is also an internal and subjective aspect. For them, the external is merely an expression of the will of the individual. It is the appearance of a particular body at successive points of space in a temporal order, which we call and understand as action. This understanding comes due to experience. They argue further that we experience a kind of internal stir or antar sphurana, spandana they call, within before the commencement of this series, which causes the external aspect of action. Now, this will is one. It is unitary because of the oneness of the purpose that it aims at. And in this way, action taken in both its aspects, internal as well as external, is unity in multiplicity. This is the power of Swatantriya that they are arguing for. This unity is internal and subjective, and the multiplicity is external and objective. It is the free will or the Swatantriya of Maheshwara which brings about this diversity in unity and unity in diversity by internal unification. So what is this Swatantriya or free will or Vimarsha that they're talking about? Utpala Deva defines it and he says, Sasphuratta Mahasatta Deshakala Visheshini Saisha Sarataya Prokta Hridayam Parameshthina. Explaining the Vimarsha, he says that it is imperceptible internal stir. It is Phuratta, like vibrating in itself, not moving, not in a space or time, but in itself what is vibrating. Sphuratta, Sphurana, Spandana. It is the absolute being. It is beyond the limitations of time and place. This, being the essence of all, is spoken as the resting place of the highest Lord. In his commentary, Abhinavagupta points out that the essential nature of Maheshwara is not limited by time and place because they are not its attributes. Why cannot they be the attributes? The reason is because they do not shine at the same level with self-consciousness. Time and place are always manifested at this, and free consciousness or vimarsha or self-consciousness is always going to manifest as I. I is the vimarsha, and it is the prakasha as well. Thus, it is above these two, and it is spoken of as being all-pervading. It is the vibhu, it is the eternal, etc. He adds further that this free will or this vimarsha, it is always in touch with all the times and places because it is their creator. Now, they are being produced they are being created because of the Kriya Shakti of the Lord. Therefore, it is also called the Vyapak and the eternal. The power of knowledge here is essentially the light of consciousness, the Prakasha Rupata, and the power of action is nothing but the Vimarsha, which is essentially action. And Vimarsha has its being in Prakasha. And he goes on to say that similarly, action has its being in knowledge. Without knowledge, there cannot be any action. Always united, these two powers constitute the Swatantriya of Maheshwara. So if you talked enough about Gyatritva and Kartritva, then what is this Kala Shakti? Where is concept of time coming as power? We could easily say that time is succession, like the Buddhists have argued. But he says the Shaiva conception of time is taking Kala as a Shakti of Shiva, as a power of Shiva. Utpaladeva says, Sakramatvam cha laukikyaha kriyayaha kala shaktitaha. He says the worldly action can be maintained to be successive. He's agreeing with them due to the power of time. This is his point, but not the eternal action of Maheshwara. Now, if succession can easily be explained through time, what is this phenomena called power of time? Utpaladeva says, Kramo bhedashrayo bhedo api abhas sadasatvatah. Abhas sadasatvetu chitrabhas kratah prabhu. He means that succession depends upon difference. Difference depends on the existence of a certain manifestation and non-existence of another. For example, existence of sun and non-existence of moon will create the difference between day and night. This is not brought about by any external cause. This existence of some manifestation and non-existence of another are brought about by the Lord himself, who manifests this variety of manifestation. He says succession, both temporal and spatial, is not an attribute of external phenomena, but it only makes sense with respect to the subject. Just as one does while dreaming or imagining things, it is the subject who projects space and time onto the world and not vice versa. Abhinav Gupta explains that the self, whose essential nature is consciousness, and which is known through one's experience as capable of bringing various manifestations in a dream or in imagination, is the cause of this manifestation as well. The one who manifests the variety of objects in one basis, such as a jar which is red, it is tall, it is hard, that is manifestation in one basis. He also manifests the objects in a separate basis, such as a cloth or a table or a jar. That is different basis. As long as these objects are identical with consciousness, there is no succession. Now, this Lord is also capable of manifesting them in mutually exclusive manner or in total negation of one from another. For example, in the manifestation of summer and winter, where the other is absolutely not non-existent. In this case, there is rise of succession of time. This kind of manifestation is what is known as the power of time of the Lord. It is called the Kala Shakti of Maheshwara. This is how the philosophers of Pratyabhikya solve the dichotomy of having an active and yet unitary consciousness. And in this process, they also provide us with an explanation of how time and space come into this dynamic play of consciousness. That is all for today's presentation. If there are any questions, please ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shikhaji. I personally was looking forward to this. As we walk, we continue to refer back to Abhinav Gupta because of our work with Abhinav Bharati.
Yes.
So there's first question before I am being little selfish here, I would like to ask the question before anybody else, is that you have mentioned that this tussle with the Shivadvaivadins was with the Vigyanvadis.
Yes.
What about the Yogachara doctrine, or was there any sort of parity in between their thoughts in terms of treatment of
Yogacara
time?
itself is the Yogachara.
Okay,
They are the
so
ones as Yogacharans. They have only selected like Abhinav Gupta and Utpal Deva, both of them. They don't go on defeating all the opposing views. They're not talking about the general, the first ones that come to our mind is the non-dual, the Advait Vedantins.
right,
They're
yeah.
not talking to them at all. They are not their adversaries. They're selecting only the Buddhists, and they're fighting through the Buddhists. They're fighting with the others. They've already refuted the dualists, the Nyaya Vaisheshikas, and so on and so forth. All of them through the Buddhists. They say, "You go talk to them. We will only debate with you." So the Buddhists, only the Yogachar and the Sautrantikas. So Sautrantika is the Bahyanumeya. How do you infer what is there, or is it a projection of is it inference, or is it within you? Like, is it only the mind that is creating the reality? So the Bahyanumeyavad and
Of the Chitta, yes.
So they've only selected these two, and again, the tactic is such that they're refuting the Sautrantikas through the Vigyanvadis and providing an answer only to the Vigyanvadins. So this is their philosophical, like you could say, tactic to not talk to everybody, but only talk to those who come very close to their system, like the consciousness only theory. The only ones who come that close are the Vigyanvadins. And Shabdadvaitwadins, they become their allies. So Vimarsha is later on, they explain it as Vak, like Vak Swarupe, Vishranta Vimarsha. So the active part is, again, they take it down to the Vimarsha and Vak. So that becomes their ally, that ally system, and Vigyanavadis remain there opposing the contrary system here.
And the Kala Shakti you also mentioned, so we can see the parallel over there.
Yes.
Now I would like to open the session. If anybody would like to ask any question to Dr. Shikha Rajpurohit. Well, at least I can mention one thing, that in Indian tradition, they have offered myriads of ways to reach Samadhi, and this deliberation itself and contemplation can itself take you there. So, and through very little of my understanding, I can share that it is actually, again, the perspective, the way the Buddhists were perhaps trying to emulate the neti neti, to discard everything, succession, and to leave a state of shunyata, as they wanted to say. And for the when it comes to Shivadvaivadins, for them it was the entire process of starting off and perhaps through your practice going back. So it is not just one way. So
Yes.
they perhaps wanted to thrust more on the Leela. This is why also we can see
Come very
how-
close to the arts and aesthetics. Yes.
Yes. This is why we find, such great acharya as Abhinava Gupta, the Bhairava himself, who is regarded as his writing commentary on Natya Shastra.
Yes.
Thank you, Shikhaji, for this wonderful paper, and we are looking forward to the written one to be published. Okay, thank you so much. We move on to our second last presenter, and that's quite an interesting topic that she has to offer, Nivedita. I welcome her. Nivedita KR is an interior designer in the San Francisco Bay Area, CA, and this is a huge time lapse, yet she is cooperating with us. I'm sure it is midnight over there. So she specializes in the residential interior design and also has a passion for creating set designs for dance performances. Trained in Indian classical dance, her pursuit of knowledge is in this art form was nurtured by Srimati Ashwini Srinivasan, a renowned Bharatanatyam teacher and a scholar with a deep understanding of philosophical foundations of Indian classical dance. Currently, Nivedita is exploring various Indian philosophical schools and Natya Shastra under the guidance of Sri Piyal Bhattacharya. Her studies have sparked a newfound interest in delving into musicology of Inisai of Tamil Sangam. The objective of this study is to identify and document how Inisai was perceived and its interconnectedness with parallel music system that existed at the same time. I request Nivedita to present her paper titled Genesis of Yard, Exploring Time and Spatial Concepts in Nada and Natya. Nivedita, over to you.
Namaste. Thank you, Deep. I would like to thank Sangeet Natak Akademi and Pyalda for providing me this opportunity, and my pranams to everybody right here, to all the scholars and the viewers. I shall share the video of my presentation. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great honor for me to present the paper titled Genesis of Yard, Exploring Time and Spatial Concepts in Nada and Natya at this seminar. While studying various Indian philosophical traditions and Natya Shastra under the guidance of Sri P.R. Bhattacharya, I developed a keen interest in exploring the musicology of Innisai of Tamil Sangam. The objective of the study is to identify and document how Innisai was perceived and its connections with the music system that existed concurrently. This research is in its initial stages, and I welcome any feedback or questions. The origins of musical instrument trace back to children fashioning Indian rosewood leaves into rudimentary instruments that produced sweet sounds when blown into. Those with a keen interest in music experimented with bamboo, plant fibers, animal skins to create instruments. They discovered that by tying the bent end of a stick with rope or a string, they could produce music. Over time, they realized that strings, whether made from animal guts or metallic, produced better sounds when passed through a vessel filled with air, which was a hollowed out pumpkin. Thus, this progressed over time according to their space and usage. Now, we use modern day veena as an accompaniment to Carnatic music in southern India. Among the many references of veena, Natya Shastra details a close resemblance to today's arched harp. Veena was played with its strings arranged parallel to player's body, and both hands were used to pluck the strings. The Kuttanul makes references to the ancient Sangam literature of Tamil, particularly Silappadikaram, where an arched harp is referred to as yard. Regardless of the instrument, whether called as veena or yard, irrespective of their differences in shapes, number of strings used, tuned to a particular grama or palai, they contributed to the progress of music, whether called Gandharva or Innisai, unanimously declared that ancient music was derived from God. This shloka from chapter 28 from Natya Shastra quotes that Gandharva's source encompasses three elements, Gana, Veena and Vamsa. The term Vamsa holds a dual significance, representing both musical flute and lineage. It is emphasized that this knowledge is sustained through the unbroken transmission of teaching known as Parampara. Without this lineage, Gandharva tradition cannot endure. The lineage demonstrates the flow and evolution of music over time in Desha, which has occurred in various contexts and continues to still evolve with the passage of time. It is also mentioned in Dattilam that Abhinavagupta references Odampari, a type of veena which was built using fig wood. It is said that this Odampari served as a precursor to the later Matta Kokila veena. The Dattilam quotes that the sound of music production is inspired by tantric anatomy of chakra. Within the Brahmagandhi resides the vital force prana. prana, gives rise to vital fire, vahini. The conjunction of this fire and breath produces nada. The image suggested by the concept is that of a triangular heart situated within the human body with a range of 3 octaves, having its broad base at the bottom with successively shortened strings rising to a pyramidal tip. Longer the string, higher the pitch. While in Veena, the process is reversed. Shorter the string, higher the pitch. Sangam literature was divided into 3 parts: Iyal, Isai and Nadagam. Iyal meaning poetry, Isai meaning music, Nadagam meaning performing arts. These 3 elements were unified under the term Muttamil, which laid down the rules of grammar. Muttamil was coined by Agasthyar, the foremost of Saptarishi, in his book Agathiyam. In Iyal, the prosody was structured to align with the rules of music. In poetry, Pa refers to Sir or Sol, which means word. The word Palai refers to a set of swarams ordered in ascending or descending way. There were 4 selection methods, namely Ayappalai, Sadurappalai, Vattappalai and Tirikona-palai. Panchamarabu Padal explains that Ayam means straight. Ayappalai is selecting 7 swarams out of the 14 swarams and ordering them. Saduram means square. Sadurappalai is twice the Alappalai and it is selecting 7 swarams out of 28 swarams. Vattam is a circle and Vattappalai is selecting 7 swarams out of 12 swarams. Tirikonam is a triangle and Tirikona-palai is selecting 7 swarams out of 21 swarams. When the pa is set to scale according to palai, it becomes pan, which is a melodic tune or scale. This pan is actually adding syllables to the appropriate vowel sounds. Etymology of pan is one which includes all 7 swarams. The process of sound undergoing a transformation through the different parts of the body to become gross musical notes is called Panpadudal in Tamil. Therefore, the name is Pan. This process is referred to as Kriyai in Tamil, which has a similar meaning as Kriya, a Sanskrit word. Kriya is etymologically derived from Dhatu, Kri, meaning to do or accomplish or undertake. Kriya can be grasped as the outcome resulting from a specific cause. We see a similarity mentioned in Dattilam about how the sound is produced through different frames of human body, referencing the tantric anatomy of chakra. The etymology of yal is yappu, or tying the string, narambu kattirudu. The oldest evident stringed instrument is yal. They were in different shapes with varying numbers of parallel strings. Their sacred and auspicious nature stemmed from the vibrations they emitted, connecting them to the divine sound. Yal was admired for its shape, measurements, melody, and was the only instrument faithfully produced the Shuddha Swarams and Gamakams. Silappatikaram references 4 types of yal which is attributed to the local landscapes: Palai yal, Kurinji yal, Maruda yal, and Neidal yal. Palai represents wastelands under the scorching sun. Marudam denotes agricultural areas or plains. Kurinji signifies mountains and Neidal symbolizes seashore. These landscapes are associated with different scales played on the yal. We can see that yal was tuned and named according to the desha. Palai yal was considered the basic scale for ancient Tamil music. Palai was derived mathematically. This process involves drawing a circle, dividing it into 4 quadrants representing the cardinal directions. Each quadrant is further divided into 3 parts, resulting in a total of 12 parts across the entire circle. To aid memory, 12 astrological signs are assigned to these divided parts. Rishabham, bull, is assigned to the part representing the eastern cardinal, and the remaining astrological signs are ordered clockwise from there. This is similar to how ancient astrologers divided the constellations in the gross space Akasha. The notes were assigned to the respective astrological signs. The swaras associated with a particular palai and the method to derive them is given in Panchamarabu Pala. Palayal serves as a base, and 7 other palays are derived from it by shifting the tonic note in a clockwise direction. When Sa is the tonic note, it is referred to as Sembalai, which is today's Harikamboji, and that is Palayal. When Re is the tonic note, it is known as Padumalai Palai, which is today's Kalyani Raga, and that is Marudayal. When Pa is the tonic note, it is denoted as Kodi Palai, which is today Shankarabharanam, and that is Kurunjiyal. When Da is the tonic note, it is termed Virali Palai, Dvimadhyamatodi, that is navel. Yeah. This seems to be a prime example of time influencing space. The shifting position and orientation of the tonic note altered the mood of the palai, which, much like how changes in the positions of celestial bodies in the Akasha affects people's mind and lives. Even though the Yal was classified according to the scales played, Yal is the generic name given to the music instrument. The number of strings used in making Yal define the names specifically. There existed 1 to 21, 100 and 1000 strings to suit the shape and measurements according to Palai. The one most used in the first Tamil Sangam until the last Tamil Sangam period seems to be Sengottiyal, a 6-stringed instrument whose body is made of Indian redwood. Silappatikaram mentions 4 names of Yal: Periyal, 21 strings; Magarayal, 17 strings; Sakodayal, 16 strings; Sengottiyal, 6 strings. The different literature references shows that the signs of Yal and signs of music were held in a high order among the ancient Tamils. To cite one from Silappatikaram, he mentions that a skilled player of Yal possesses the ability to discern and fine-tune the various lower, middle and high notes, ensuring the strings' sweet harmony remains unblemished. They are also capable of composing music by arranging these harmonious sounds. A Yal player of this caliber taught Madhavi how to play the instrument. Due to Yal's ability to faithfully produce Shuddhaswaram and Gamakams with their respective durations, the Yal was deemed the only instrument capable of properly accompanying the divine. The comparative study of Yal helps us understand that the rules of grammar have been adhered to, resulting in the Yal producing melodic music. The name and number of strings used in Yal construction has differed according to the time and space of its existence. With respect to Natyam, it shall be inferred that Abhinayam, bodily gestures, has to adhere strictly to 3 rules. 1. To dance according to Talam and singing of the master. 2. To sing in conjunction to the master. And finally, bodily gestures to suit the ideas of Pan. It also praises the importance of harmonious combination of Nilam, Kalam and Gantam. Nilam refers to Swaram, Kalam includes Yal, Kulal and Tannimai, Gantam refers to voice, fulfilling the Talam. Isai has to harmoniously blend Pa and Pans. This underscores the significant role of Yal in both Innisai and Nadagam. Here are a few areas I would like to explore further in the study. Innisai mentions the usage of 4 gramams, whereas Gandharva system has 3 grama raga mentioned. In comparing different kinds of woods used in the construction, how the acoustic differed, comparing the number of strings used that affected the sounding of scales in yard or veena. In the selection method of Palay mentioned, was there a particular octave or octaves favored in the selection method and reasoning, and comparative study of 1-stringed yard and 100-stringed yard? Here is an example of a reconstructed Matta Kokila Veena by Sri Piyal Bhattacharya. He has used his references from Natya Shastra, from Abhinava Gupta's commentary, Sangeet Ratnakara, sculptural evidence from Indian temples, and cave painting. This Veena was reconstructed in the year 2016 in Myanmar. The woods used are jackfruit wood for the resonator and shisham wood for the solid neck. The strings used are silk, gold, or nylon. Number of strings used, 21 string across 3 separate. The challenges faced due to the weather condition while playing the yard is, in the cold weather, the tuning becomes higher. In the warm weather, the tuning becomes lower. Thank you so much for everyone listening to this presentation. I'm open to questions or feedback.
Thank you, Nivedita. It was so informative. I just had one question, but before that, I would like to the others, if they would have. Now I open the session. Should anybody has anything to ask her, please. So Nivedita, there has had been many endeavors to reconstruct yards, as we can see, and also some lecture demonstrations that we see was also done by Sangeet Natak Akademi. So when it comes to, as you mentioned, in case of reconstruction of an instrument and its inevitable association with the music, absolutely with in case of vocal music, and perhaps also if we stretch it a bit with dance, how is that performance of dance or performance of vocal music when it comes to Yarl is associated? Because nowadays when we talk about the particular Desha, okay, from southern part of India where Carnatic vocal is sung, and we can see this immediate association with Saraswati Veena, which later also got adopted into playing the violin. So with this the strings that are, the sequentially arranged, how would they maneuver? That gamaka, that singing of that technique. What do you have to say about that?
Well, thank you so much for the question. I'm still in the initial stages of findings, but I'll try and answer the question. So when the yard was constructed, initially it varied from 1 to 100, and there is also mention of 1000. So when a single stringed yard was played, it was plucked and pulled at various intervals to give different swara sounds for single string. And as the time changed and as they explored more into Palay, how they define the Palay, which is like a gramam, so different number of strings were used in the construction of Yal. Does that answer your question?
Yes, of course. Also, I was wondering, was the system of you mentioned about using various yarl for different ragas, if I have followed you correctly, right? Was it also did the tuning process stay the same, or how did what? So each and every single yarl had different tunings, right? Suitable to the ragas. So that's what I just wanted to say.
There were seven basic palays, and from the 7 palays, there were different puns derived. So there are about 103 puns.
We do not have all 103 punts in the literature evidence. There are just a few mentioned in Silapadikaram and Panchamarga. So yes, there were many yals tuned according to the palai. So when there are other ragas derived from a particular palai, so that particular yal can be used to play the different punts derived. Is my understanding.
Yes. So that was really wonderful as we get to see in case of Ragamala system also encompassing so many time periods to bringing in the temporal shift. Before I continue, there's another question for you from Dr. Soma Mukherjee. She asks, in the study of Sangam poetry, more specifically in Akam poems, we have across signs associated with different phases of love. For example, Kodinchi, mountain are associated with meeting, etc. I'm sure she's trying to write some more. Perhaps she's trying to say, if I try to assume that how are they sort of transmitted to the Jarl and the rendition of Jarl? Because I know that she's from literature background, so she's more keen to know perhaps.
Right. If I'm to understand the question correctly, so what she's trying to ask is when the yard is associated to the landscape, how are they tuned or how do they transmit the mood? Is that what she's trying to ask?
Also, how do they render the mood when it comes to poems? In Akam poems, we have various moods that are there. So how
Right.
Jarl is associated with that?
Okay. So when we go to the first Tamil Sangam period, the mood was similar to how we have in Ghana in Gandharva. So it was mostly the bhakti, the straight notes, and as the time moved on, when you come to second Tamil Sangam and the last Tamil Sangam, there are references in the literature saying that this Yal music helped mellow down the elephants, when they get mad. And also the snake charmers, they used Yal to rendition their ragas. So I believe, yes, this helped in setting up the mood too.
Right. So we can see such wonderful correspondence between numerous traditions in case of literature and how all they were connected, as we have had been trying to say since morning, that it is not estranged disciplines, rather it's a composite artistry, consummate artistry, so to speak. Thank you, Nivedita, for this paper. Now we have our last presenter, last but not the least, our very own beloved Sunil Bhai, Sunil Suntara. And we welcome you, Sunil Bhai. To introduce him, Sunil Bhai is trained in Pandit Viju Maharaj's Kalashram, and he has completed his Nritya Nipun in Kathak from Bhatkhande Sangeet Vidyapit, Lucknow, under the guidance of Vidushi Renu Sharmaji, whom we will also hear in the days to come. He has performed extensively under the direction of Vidushi Saraswati Sen and Pandit Virju Maharaj, and also trained under Maharajji in the Guru Shishya Parampara. He received Acharya Parvati Kumar Gold Medal for his masters from Kavi Kulaguru Kalidas Sanskrit University, Ramtek. He has a diploma in Natya Shastra from Bharat College of Fine Arts and Culture, and is currently pursuing his PhD from the Sri Sri Center of Advanced Research in Kathak under Dr. Puru Dadhij and Dr. Vibha Dadhij. He is currently the dance academic head of the World Forum for Art and Culture under the aegis of spiritual guru Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji. He received a junior fellowship in Kathak from the Ministry of Culture and was primary research assistant with Pandit Virju Maharaj's Tagore National Fellowship, and is currently a research assistant for Dr. Puru Dadhij's Tagore National Fellowship. He is also awarded with Sangeet Natak Akademi Bismillah Khan Yuva Puraskar for his contribution to Kathak. Now I welcome him to present his paper titled Temporal and Spatial Ingredients of Spiritual Communion and Communication in Kathak Kathavachan. Sunil Bhai, over to you.
Thank you so much, Deepji. It's at the end of a very long but enriching discussion, I would say, a satsang on this beautiful subject. And first of all, my naman and thank you to Piyal Bhattacharya ji, Piyal Dada, Chidakash, Kalalay, and the Sangeet Natak Academy for bringing together more than 51 different thought processes under this umbrella. And we are truly going to be enriched. The whole day has been truly wonderful. And my compliments to you for being such a wonderful host and taking it forward with this beautiful energy. In this Sabha, you are, like they say, like the Janak Sabha, there has to be one person who is constant. So you are that today from morning to evening. So thank you so much for that. And I'll begin my presentation. I'll just share my slide. I hope you're able to see it. Thank you. So the temporal and spatial ingredients for spiritual communion and communication in Kathak Kathavachan. So we have had a wonderful day of discussion and taking it into the realm of Nritya, I would like to approach this topic with the Prashna Bhav. 3 questions primarily. Why do we dance? Where do we dance? And how do we dance? I think that kind of summates the question that is asked by any performer in Bharatiya Nritya Kala. And within that is the answer of the Desh and Kal also, because that actually determines these 3 aspects very uniquely. Going back in time to the advent, the origin of Natya, why do we dance actually is given very clearly by Brahma himself in the first chapter of the Natya Shastra. When he says that his creation of Natya is for the manifestation of Dharma, Artha, Yasha. These 3 aspects, the transference of Dharma, as well as Yasha for both the doer and the observer. And what is it accompanied by on 2 sides? Saha Upadesha, that there has to be a spiritual guidance, and it has to come from a deep study of the Shastra. So the Shastra becomes the foundation for that. So this sets our the first aspect of why. But at the end, he says that it has to be something that will illuminate the path for the future generation. Sarva karma karmanu darshakam. So it is something that should leave a food for thought. So this is the what do we say, the reason that has been given to us in what we believe is the first original the treatise, which from which originates our entire multiple kaleidoscopic traditions of Bharatiya Nritya Kala. I come to the next question, which is sort of within this, I would say, a sub question, that to understand why we dance, first we have to understand what is the core of Bharatiya Nritya Kala. What is it that makes it different from every other dance tradition across the world? So when we think of the 3 layers of knowledge, we have been looking at that since morning. First is the Sthula Sharira, which is Sagun Sakar. Then we go to the Sukshma Sharira, which is Sagun Nirakar. From it, we travel to the Nirgun Nirakar. This is how our body is composed. Similarly, any emotion or bhav first creates that impression on the Sthula Sharir. That transference goes into the Sukshma Sharir. And finally, an intangible impression is left in the Karana Sharir. That is bhav. When we go into Nritya Kala or Natya, we go in the reverse. We ask what is bhav, that any emotion that arises on like in blank water, a ripple that arises for the first time, or the first dot that goes on a blank paper. Similarly, that first impression that arises, that is bhav, and we have so many different varieties of bhav. But this whole journey, what I spoke of is how bhav goes inward, and this whole journey of transferring bhav or creating it like a bridge. For example, when the audience is happy with our performance, they'll all clap. That you have done very well. That becomes a tangible sound and an appreciation for us. But at the same time, recently in a couple of days back in a satsang, Gurudev Shri was mentioning, Shri Ravi Shankar ji, that let's say we enter a space in which we find that the energy is down or it is not up to the mark. If we go there and clap, automatically we will see an urja coming in by that sound. And we see this throughout our folk traditions where ululation, creating of sounds, creating positive energy, using drums, not just for war, but in happy occasions, it creates that energy, it creates that sound in reverse. So it is both ways, inner and outer manifestations. So this bhav becomes a bridge between two aspects of the spatial, the inner and the outer. And that is at the core of Bharatiya Nritya Kala. What is its vehicle? So, at the center, we have our katha or narrative, where we have our itihasa, we have Puranas. Today, we even use modern stories. But the unique aspect of stories in India is that we have the story, and underlying it is a darshan or a philosophy through which we can look at these stories. What is the vehicle, the technical vehicle that we have is our Chatur Vida Abhinaya technique, where we have the Angika, Vachika, Aharya, and Satvika. The four forms that have been spoken about, that is through the movement vocabulary, through the spoken, through what is worn, and finally through the emotions that are expressed through our entire being. And on the other side, going through this, using the narrative as the vehicle, we experience rasa. Who experiences that? That is the spectator or the seer, the observer. And that rasa is Brahmananda Sahodara. That it gives you those few instances of Ananda. When we think of yoga, Patanjali says that Chitta Vritti Nirodha. But when we think of Nritya Kala, it is Chitta Vritti Vilasaha. That creates bliss, that creates Ananda within the observer. And when we say Ananda, it is not just the happy emotions, but every emotion, whether it's Bhibhatsa or Bhaya, leads to Ananda. A very popular example is that how when we go to a horror movie, we actually enjoy being horrified, right? But we would not enjoy it as much if it would happen in our real life. But we enjoy that. We enjoy those scenes of war and those action scenes and that horror movie. We enjoy these emotions on screen. So that enjoyment, that Ananda is the final, every rasa leads to Ananda. This is what Bharata has said. So now I'm leaving you with some terms to come back in conclusion to the point of why we dance. So when we think of, I'm going to give you these complementary terms. One is Manoranjan, one is Atmaranjan. Manoranjan, entertainment or enticement of the audience, and Atmaranjan being spiritually fulfilling. So here the two terms that we have are entertainment and edutainment. When we think of what Brahma has said in the first chapter of the Natya Shastra, actually it is educational entertainment or edutainment that he is, the terminology that we use today, that is what is spoken about. When we think of enticement versus enrichment, do I want to entice through my performance or do I want to enrich? Both possibilities are there. That is why we say, why do we dance and how do we dance? So both possibilities are there. Do we want instant gratification that the viewer should instantly be connected with us? If we go into social media and look at the reel, we have 30 seconds to catch an audience. Or if we look at something which is very chamatkari, in every tradition of Nritya Kala, we have chamatkari. For example, in Kathak, we have our chakkars and footwork. We take 50 chakkars. That creates an instant energy within the audience and instant appreciation. Or do we want a gradual gratification that when the audience has gone home, lying on their pillow at night, you want them to think about what they saw and what you performed? Both are the possibilities through dance. Finally, the most important thing, when I said in the vehicle of Bharatiya Nritya Kala are our kathas. So every character that we have within our Sanatana Dharma or within our Indian context always comes with a message of Atma Sanyam, that it's never my way or the highway, that do it my way or go your own way. They always leave you with this message of how against every odd that they face in life, they maintain the Sanyam and move ahead. Whether it is Ram, Krishna, are multiple characters who are part of the epics, whether it is even characters like Shurpanakha or Hidimba, they show us sometimes that when we lose our Sanyam, what happens? And then there is a completion of their story. So with this background, I come into my own form Katha kare so Kathak kahave. The one who performs a story is called Kathak. And in today's presentation, I'm focusing largely on the temple tradition or the Kathak Kathavachan. So in its 7,500-year journey of Kathak, its origins lie in the Kushilavas of the Ramayana. There is mention in the Mahabharata of the Kathikas who traveled with the Pandavas to sing and dance and tell them stories. Now imagine what is a story you would tell the Pandav who is going out on the Vanvas. You would tell the story of Lord Ram who has already gone on Vanvas, Bhagwan Ram who has been on the Vanvas, and how he has changed history through that. That is what would inspire the Pandavas. So there's a clear mention in the Mahabharata of how these traveling performers perform along with them. And that comes from the tradition of the Kushilava narration or singing and dancing narration of the Mahabharata. And finally, in the medieval ages, we see that the courts had been sort of a playground for these musical forms and dance forms to occur. Now, in the roughly around the 3rd to 5th century, we see sort of a segregation between the pure dance forms and the Katha traditions segregating. In the Vishnu Dharmottar Purana, Markandeya says that now we have Kushilavas and we have professional performers. So there became a segregation between the vehicle being the entire story and the vehicle being just the technique that can be appreciated as artistic finery or aesthetic finery by the audience. And that is what entered into the courts. So we had these 3 forms of patronage, which is the Devashraya, Rajashraya, and the Lokashraya, like we have today, the public, Janta Janardhan, or the government supporting what is the proscenium aspect of Kathak. So when I think of Kathak, Kathavachan, and spiritual communication, based on my travels in Ayodhya, my observation of how they perform and what is their intention, the 4 aspects that I have understood are that for spiritual communication to manifest within any given situation, there has to be a balanced understanding of these 4 aspects. One is the communicator, the subject, the objective, and the observer. Who is the communicator, the dancer, or the Kathik? What should they be? Well versed in the Vedas or the Puranas. They should be grounded in the local legends and beliefs so that they can connect with the spectator. For example, I'll give you a funny story. Imagine that I am in Mumbai and I am at the heart of Mumbai at Dadar, which is famous for its vada paos. So I could come up with an entirely funny, humorous story, Hasya Bhav, of Hanuman, Bhagwan Hanuman, who is Chiranjeev, who is there with us till today, of traveling to Ayodhya, but coming to Dadar, Mumbai and trying to taste a vada pav. Now, this would not be a Puranic story, but that would be something that would resonate with someone on the railway station at Dadar. And from there, you can take them into our ancient stories. So the local stories, the local culture, you have to be grounded in them to connect with them on that level. It's compose, sing, act. And the Kathik Parampara of Ayodhya largely, you have to be exceptional in the evocation and enaction of the Tulsidas Ramcharitmanas. The subject. Now, at the very core of this subject is a very interesting aspect of Ram Madhurya Upasana, where the divine love of Bhagwan Ram and Devi Sita. Typically in Ayodhya, if you would go during the Sawan Jhula Utsav, which falls between Naga Panchami and Rakhi Purnima. For those 10 or 11 days, every temple in Ayodhya has a beautiful jhaki of Ram and Sita on a jhula. It is known as Jhula Mahotsav, like I showed in 2 slides back. Jhula, as you can see under the subject. And over there, the stories of their love for each other. That became a different kind of, what do we say, a different expression of Madhurya. We are very familiar with Krishna and Krishna coming into the court and Hari Shringara leading into the medium of Shringar to Bhakti. Now Krishna gave himself that we gave Radha Krishna the liberty to take on any and every color of love. But between Ram and Sita, there is always Maryada. So here through the divine love of Ram and Sita, they send out the message about how society can be, how can love be in a relationship where 2 people understand each other. And apart from these, a number of other stories from the Puranas, like the Kevat Prasang, the Krishna Sudama Milang, Shabri, Sita Hanuman Samvad, all these emotional filled episodes, but always the subject has an underlying of some message that is sent across. What is the objective of this? There are some which are sthul and some which are sukshma. One aspect is that there is Jaikara. For example, if I now say Jai Shri Ram, there will be somebody who will respond back Jai Shri Ram, especially looking at the flavor within the country. So what does this call and response do? It invigorates the spectator through recitation of the names of the divine. But we also do this at home. If you think of a japa, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, what becomes our sense of space and time in that? Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. That is our sense of repetitive time. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. Tat hite tat, at hite tat, tat hite tat, at hite tat. These are the bowls of Tatkar. So this idea of a repetitive time cycle, where we create a time cycle that becomes different from the existing circadian or the cycle of the clock. We have these two which we know. Nature understands the circadian time cycle, and we understand how the clock moves and how the clock gives us those seconds. But when we ourselves go into a different time cycle and we make the viewer travel into that with us and make them experience a different time, so they forget about the current time that they are in, that creates an alaukikta. It also creates an advent of spiritual connection, because every meditative practice is about going into timelessness. When we sit and meditate for 20 minutes or 40 minutes, we do not have a sense of time that, oh, 20 minutes have passed. You will wake up from a meditation and feel that it is just something that you have spent few minutes in, even though you have gone very deep into it. So the sense of timelessness has been added in a very sthul way in satsang, in jaikara, in call and response, in japa. Secondly, the use of hasya vinoda, like I was giving you the example of Hanuman and the Batata Vada, comedy and satire to relax the spectator. The spectator has to, when you laugh, you become into the present moment immediately. You will not become sitting and thinking, what is the problem I'm having at home? What I have to cook for dinner? Or what is the issue that is going on with the government currently? You will not be thinking all that. Immediately, what does Hasya Vinoda do? It makes you laugh. It engages the whole body. So it's very, very important for connection with the audience to make them laugh. And in the guise of this laughter, you then leave out a ban, like an arrow of that thought that you want them to catch, that spiritual thought that you want them to catch. And what are these thoughts? Related to our purusharthas, artha, dharma, kama, and moksha. That is the thought you want to leave with them. For example, you are suppose performing the story of Gandhari giving the curse to Krishna. A very intense story. Krishna, we know what happens to Krishna after that. The end of the Yuga is coming and the Kali Yuga will begin. But at that moment, through Gandhari's regret that how could she curse Krishna, you leave a message to the audience saying that think twice before leaving your words, because words can be arrows. And that is a very good life lesson, that before talking, take a moment to think what you're going to tell the other person. So that is how through these stories, life skills can be given to the audience. And the fourth aspect of this, the observer. Like we are today, speaker and observer together. The spectator, there were beautiful discussions on Abhinava Gupta, and the term Sahridehi is what he has coined, the one who is able to connect with both the subject and the communicator. So in order to connect with the subject, in today's time, sometimes it becomes more important to come into their space and to bring them in us. Connect with the story of the observer first and bring them into our time and space of the alaukika. So the laukik to the alaukika. That is when we want to create sadharanikarna, enabling the viewer to live the emotions. Only when we do that can Tattva Gyan be incepted in them. When you want to leave a spiritual thought, first you have to bring them into our space. So here, when we think of the spatial and the temporal, in the spatial, there are two aspects, inner and outer space. What is the space that the performer is coming, that the audience is coming to you with? What is there in a space? Are they coming rushing from their work? Are they coming sad? Are they coming depressed? Are they coming happy? Are they coming naughty children? So what is there in a space? What is the outer space? Am I performing in a noisy temple? Or is it a very beautiful, elegant auditorium? Both these have to be taken into account, along with the aspect of the material and the timelessness, where the temporal comes in. Material being that they're going to go back to the material world. So you have to give them connections with what is everyday life, with what they enjoy in life. But at the same time, as I said, make them experience timelessness for a few moments, because that timelessness leads to Brahmananda Sahodara. What is rasa at the end of the day? Rasa Ananda or bliss is that experience of timelessness for those few seconds. So here I'm putting forth what is the Vastukram of this entire Kathak Kathavachan Parampara. They do not usually, they have not defined it in this Vastukram, but this is from my understanding of what I have seen them perform. And as a part of my current PhD work under Dr. Puru Dadich and Dr. Vibha Dadich on the temple traditions of Kathak. So the very first aspect is the invocation. The invocation can be to any deity, as per the temple, the space, where you are, or who is popular in that particular crowd, through shlokas, dohas, kavits. That leads to the namasmarana, where the chanting of the name, the jaikara, comes in over there. Now, along with these two, they come to paramparik puja, that depiction of how a puja is conducted. Now, if you look at any of the Natya traditions, the Purvaranga Vidhi was very important. It was in the during the Natya Shastra, it's a 19-step process. Piyalada has wonderfully reconstructed the Chitra Purvaranga. So the Purvaranga, where dance is a ritual, and the ritual aspect was very important. But now when we come into this idea of Paramparik Puja, by the time we have come to the medieval times, it has become very shortened. The Sangeet Darpana of Gaurishwara, which is the ancestral manuscript of Pandit Biju Maharaji, gives us the Brahmasthana at the center of the stage and the Shodash Upachara, which should be conducted there. So very interestingly, in a very fun way, here you can see Pandit Ayodhya Sharan Mishra ji from Ayodhya using the dupatta and holding, using the dupatta to show a woman who is going to perform puja. So how is the parampura? And behind you can see he is dressed up like a pujari. So using a single dupatta, a veil as a prop, they depict how the puja is done by a man, by a woman, by a child, bringing out very interesting ways, thus leaving a message to the people who are watching. Invocation, namasmarana, paramparik puja, which they can incorporate into their everyday life. Within this, what they do is, within the idea of invocation, namasmarana, and paramparik puja, they go into mahima. For example, if the shloka is of the deity of choice is Ganga Mata, then they will give a story of a devotee whose problems in life were solved because of because of their upasana, because of their samarpanam to Ganga Mata. So this kind of story would be with everyone. For example, Hanuman and Shani, or any other Hanuman and Rama. So these kind of conversations where the audience understands that in spiritual communion, you have to let go and accept the larger force of divinity, the larger force of nature. So communication is what leads to communion in it. That communion happens when you get lost in that moment. For example, Hanuman is at the feet of Rama, or Hanuman is opening out his heart and showing Rama and Sita within his heart. You are lost in that moment. That leads to your communion. But to reach that point, first, the audience has to understand the whole story, which is what the process of communication did. And the last aspect of their Vastukram is the Katha Antarkatha, which is the central leitmotif, that you take interconnected stories of a particular theme. The theme could be anything, but interconnected stories where humor is used as the landscape, and those emotions that are given to the spectator a little by little makes the spectator contemplate. So you go home and you think about it. Think about what is the story you saw, and thinking about it because of the artistic genius as well as the genius within the story, you go home and you think about these stories. So within the sthula and the sukshma of the spatial and the temporal, this is what I have understood as this vastukram that brings together these ingredients in a very, what I would say, in a very simple yet in a very deep manner. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't exceed my time. And I would like to deeply acknowledge Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji for starting the Shri Shri Center for Advanced Research in Kathak and giving all of us an opportunity to pursue research in Kathak. Dr. Puru Dadich, Dr. Vibha Dadich, my mentors, Dr. Shobana Narayan, who was at the forefront of research on the Kathak Lok and who has deeply supported this research. Pandit Ayodhya Sharan Mishra, whose pictures I've also shown and with whom I have been working continuously. We had great success creating Ayodhya in Mumbai, where he brought the temple tradition of Ayodhya to Mumbai. And now actually he will be going to Mahagami this weekend, thanks to Parvati Dattaji, who spoke a little while back. And next week he will be in Bangalore, bringing Ayodhya traditions to Bangalore. And finally, Arjun Bharadwaj, who is also part of the conference day after tomorrow, who has been a part of all my research and sort of a brainstorming buddy, I would say. So thank you so much to everyone who is here, and I would love to answer questions if any.
That was wonderful, Sunil Bhai, as always. Before I say anything, I would like to open the session. If anybody has any question to ask Sunil ji, can do so. If I may at all put it in this way, अगर गुरु इतना पहुंचा हुआ है तो चेला कैसे पीछे रह सकता है? We have heard Dr. Puru Dadich ji to begin the session and to end the session with his worthy disciple Sunil Sunkara ji. And we
Thank
can
you so much,
see
Deepji.
the parallels that you have drawn and how wonderfully Guruji also mentioned the exact Vibhatsa Rasa and how it becomes enjoyable. So if I may take the opportunity to conclude the session with Sunil ji's words as he has presented. First of all, it's quite a task for me to conclude this session, which features such galaxy of speakers. Yet we can very well find out certain connections which we may take along as we sign off today and to contemplate on that and return tomorrow. Is that a wonderful thing that has been also mentioned by Manjula ji is this importance of an observer. And as a performer, also as you observe. So there are two pakshas, if I see. One is Natapaksha and one is the Sahridaya, those who are there. So, and for both of them, Indian system, it offers some food for thought. And the wonderful thing is that it is not just gratification, but education. Also through performance, through entertainment, edutainment, as Sunil ji has mentioned. So, and that's the wonderful bit actually. And the entire process, what again, we continue to come across Loka Praman. We have this elusive idea that whenever we talk about Adhyatma, it is estranged, which is cut off from reality, which is actually not. It is firmly based on reality. We dwell on it and we become conscious about it. And in the due process, we become aware of the pull of the attachment and we move away from it and we observe. We ourselves become an observer. So that's possibly the process, and that's what this wonderful dwelling of Desha and Kala has to offer in Indian system, and how a dancer, a performer transforms his body is also a change of Desha, right? And so with this mind, as Sunil ji asked Sanjay ji, that it is the bhava which enacts, and from their inner space sprouts the action. And so we get to see it gets transmitted and also connects to the audience. I would not detain all of you, and we can have a detailed discussion in the valedictory session on 21st at the end of the seminar. And I hope all of you have enjoyed. We would like you to come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning so that we may have another enriching session. Today we already have Chandra Dasan ji. We would be able to listen to his thoughts and many others. Pritika Kaint is also there. We would listen to her on 20th. And so thank you so much all for joining. I'm taking a lot with me today to sleep on, and hope you all also do. Thank you so much. Namaskar. See you tomorrow.